Before long, Lu Chang cleared his mind and said placidly to Yen Zheke, "Cuckoo, we might not have signal later, so I'm going to call the embassy now to get a gist of the situation. Do me a favor by packing the luggage. Keep important items and necessities in the backpack. We don't need too many clothes, 2 sets will suffice. Dump the rest in the rolling suitcase. Be prepared, we might have to abandon those." The message that was just sent had the embassy's number. It was Yen Zheke's first time encountering something like this, so she panicked a little, but Lu Cheng's calm voice and confidence helped her collect herself. Reassured, she nodded. "I got it." She put on her clothes and scrambled to the sofa, where she laid out the luggage and picked out necessities. Lu Cheng stood by the French window, phone in hand. Gazing at the burning buildings outside, he dialed the embassy's number. He didn't get through since all 3 lines were being used. Perhaps there were too many calls on hold. He decided to contact his master instead. "Heh, never thought the day would come for you, did ya, smelly brat? Back when I, your master, was in the war-torn zones," boasted Geezer Shur casually. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. It took him everything he had to stop himself from interjecting. Shi Jiangwo went on for a while. Still unsatisfied, he smacked his lips. "There's a war zone east of the Nile. Seems like it's expanding, just as I was thinking when I sent you on your training. And there it is. All right, I shall not speak too much. I'll ask around for the military's contact in Nile. It's not the same as the embassy marshal officers." "Shall not speak too much? But you have spoken more than enough," complained Lu Cheng internally, putting a hand over his forehead. A minute passed before Geezer Shur's message containing the number came. The sound of gunshots was getting louder outside, as though the entire city had become a popcorn machine. The flickering lights around them made the hotel seem like an isolated island in the middle of the ocean. Lu Cheng wasn't at all shaken by the situation, for he had encountered too many things in the past. He calmly made a call to the military dispatch agency. When the call had connected, a cautious voice inquired in English, "Hi, who is this?" Initially, Lu Cheng wanted to give a laconic introduction like Dragon King, "I'm Chun Chi Tao," but he gave a lengthy one after considering the difference in their fame. "I'm Lu Cheng, a disciple from the Ice God sect. Currently, I'm traveling in Nile with my girlfriend. Since I couldn't contact the embassy, I got your number through my master." "The sky shaking ho?" asked the person on the other end, pleasantly surprised. It was apparent that he has heard of the heavenly son of China. "Hearing that doesn't make me happy," thought Lu Cheng in amusement. He said in a sonorous voice, "Yes, what on earth is going on in Nile? And what should we do?" The military dispatch agent paused contemplatively. "Tonight's happening has been very sudden. There weren't any parades done in warning. We don't have enough information as of now. The only thing we have confirmed is that a number of anti-government Nile tribes have banded together for a mutiny. They are currently fighting against the Central Army. Reliable sources told us that more than 5 brigades in the Central Army have turned coats. There are a number of quasi-physical invulnerability experts among them, and even more Inhumans." He paused, then added, "It's rather strange. In Nile, the pharaoh is a prestigious figure, and most of the mighty ones are willing to obey his orders. If he stands out and makes a TV address, things wouldn't have become so chaotic. But until now, the pharaoh has not yet made an appearance. It's as though he had disappeared." He babbled on for a while before returning to the topic at hand. "With your abilities, you should be fine unless you run into anyone that counters you. Where are you currently?" "Tetons," replied Lu Cheng briefly. "That's rather remote. We don't have any projects near there." The military personnel pondered for a moment. "There are 2 ways out. The first is walking along the Nile River in the north direction and uniting with the industrial workers in Kukang. From there, you can head for Dika. Once you reach Dika, you can evacuate through flight or sea. If the road is blocked, you head in the northeast direction to the port city, Fartuat, at the edge of Dead Sea. We'll arrange boats to receive you. But you don't have to worry much. There's a chance that the riot would be suppressed by daylight. I'll inform you if there's a need to evacuate." "Okay," replied Lu Cheng flatly, Feeling reassured, he put down his phone and turned to Yenjika. Discreet gunshots sounded in the distance. The girl had transferred important items into a large and small bag, dumping the rest in the rolling suitcase. They'll take them if they could. Otherwise, they'll discard them. Let me test something first? Lu Chang soothed her with a smile. Test what? Asked Yenjika blankly. Lu Chang didn't reply, but walked to the side and carried the backpack. He turned his body and kicked forward, then struck with his elbow and threw a punch. The air popped around him. Good, it doesn't affect my movements. I wouldn't have to adjust my combat style, he nodded contentedly. It's indeed worth testing, said Yenjika, gaping and looking a little vexed from not realizing it earlier. Then, mimicking Lu Chang, she carried the small black backpack and practiced some moves to get used to having something dangling behind. I'm a little nervous, but excited at the same time. She nodded slightly with her lips tightly pursed. She had always wanted to experience the life of a wandering swordsman, but running into trouble still scared her a little. Lu Chang chuckled and said, without a hint of worry, the situation might not escalate. The military has told us to stay put and not head out rashly. Get some sleep, cuckoo. Save the wholeness formula for later. Rest up for what might be about to come. What about you? Yenjika asked subconsciously. Me? I'm in good shape. I'll research the terrain here and watch out for disturbances. An hour-long nap is enough for me once you are rested. Lu Chang replied casually. Okay. At times like this, Yenjika always obeyed his instructions obediently. Arguing or demurring would only be a waste of time. She laid onto the bed fully dressed. Closing her eyes, she got into a sleeping posture. After 2 minutes, she opened her eyes narrowly. It's a little hard to sleep, she said diffidently. I can't even enter solemn silence. There's too much going on in my mind. Lu Chang shook his head and chuckled. He sat down beside her and massaged her temples while chanting, Wholeness. 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 The surrounding became quiet and relaxed. The tenseness in Yenjika faded away. Her eyelids became heavier. Chang. This feels as if Mother is singing a lullaby for me, she mumbled. Empress Dowager can sing lullabies? Asked Lu Chang nonchalantly. No, replied Yenjika, her lips curving upwards. No? Then why do you feel that way? Asked Lu Chang, amused and perplexed. It just feels that way. If she sang me one, it will probably have the same feeling, insisted Yenjika, slowly entering the land of dreams. When she had fallen asleep, Lu Chang kept an eye outside and listened carefully to surrounding noises. Simultaneously, he searched and downloaded a detailed map of Nile while the internet was still available. In the sporadic sound of gunshots and shouting, he remembered something. He buzzed his hired tour guide and requested a car. Without the infinite stamina supply from his Jindan, using transport can effectively conserve energy. That could make a difference between life and death at a critical moment. The tour guide, explaining the riot would soon be suppressed and there weren't any places loaning cars at midnight, told him that he would be here with a driver at daylight. At around 4 a.m., Lu Chang heard the clamor moving closer and the sound of gunshots getting clearer. He quickly woke up Yenjika and asked her to quickly get into form. Yenjika's sleepy eyes turned alert rapidly. Soon, she was ready for battle without a trace of having just woken up. The sound of gunshots approached. Glass shattered. On the first floor of the hotel, there was yelling and orders being barked. Lu Chang donned his backpack and eavesdropped. The rebels are pillaging. They aren't attacking anyone at the moment. If we fight them, we might be marked as priority targets. Then we'll have to deal with all the rebels in the city, analyzed Yenjika with her eyes shifting as she shouldered the small backpack. We don't fight unless it's necessary. For now, we hide and figure out what exactly is going on, said Lu Chang, studying his surroundings. When the rebels are about to reach this level, we climb through the window and move down. I doubt they'll come through a second time after one round of pillaging. Yenjika nodded vehemently. Pointing to the cars on the ground that was about the size of thumbs, he looked to Cuckoo and smiled. Are you afraid? No, I'm not scared of heights. Plus, I'm a quasi-Dan stage. Yenjika lifted her chin slightly. Plus, we have even jumped off of a building in the past. As they spoke, they heard conversations at the lift and emergency exit, carried out in English mixed with native dialect. The heavy and irregular footsteps were becoming clearer. Lu Chang and Yenjika exchanged a look, then opened the ventilation window. Vaulting and using the bone-shrinking kung fu, they crawled out easily and stood on the narrow protruding part. He stood steadily as though his feet were plastered in cement, extending a hand to grab the girl's delicate palm and aiding her to flip out. After that, he put his hands around her waist, jumping with every press, landing stably on the protruding point on the lower floor. His movements were meticulously precise. Yenjika put strength in her wrist and palmed the sealed window open. A man and woman of another race, wearing only bathrobes, stared at her blankly. She hopped in, followed by Lu Chang. They moved quickly, reached the first floor, and hid in an empty room. After about half an hour, the rebels left in high spirits at the end of their pillaging. They didn't even notice that there was a particular room with only suitcases and no guests. There are always slippery ones. It's getting a little out of hand. Let's check with the guests at the hotel lounge to see if anyone drives. We need to find a group and evacuate to Kukang. The sooner the better, decided Lu Chang. Forget about the military's notice. I agree, assented Yenjika decisively. As expected, they saw many foreign tourists gathered, discussing pell-mell the situation and raising solutions in the lounge. Just as Lu Chang was about to talk to one of them, there was a sudden screeching from a speeding car at the door. Lu Chang retreated and shielded the girl with his body. Through the glass, Lu Chang saw a group of armed Nile soldiers spreading out and locking down the hotel. Why did they return? He muttered musingly. Yenjika pondered. This means that the situation is too chaotic. The rebels and government forces are scattered and operating individually. The one that arrived later doesn't know that this place has already been pillaged. Does that mean we won't get targeted by their main forces even if we go out of line? Yenjika nodded gravely. At that moment, the hotel door was pushed open by a beefy military officer swarmed by armed troops. He marched in majestically. He wasn't holding a gun. Instead, he had a scimitar in his hand. He looked around. Take them away. All of them, he said coldly. As the military officer holding the curved sword gave his order, the soldiers behind him flooded in, scattered themselves and surrounded the group. The black and heavy nozzles aimed coldly at the group, just like the pairs of evil and horrifying eyes. The international tourists at the scene all went silent instantly from shock and didn't dare to move an inch. Majority of the soldiers didn't hang around. Instead, over 90% of them passed the group and went to the front of the lifts. Half of them took the lift up while the other half took the fire escape stairs. Their footsteps were heavy and uncoordinated. It was as though they wanted to search each and every level and not miss out on any guest. The remaining soldiers took positions at different corners. They signaled to the tourists at the main hall to put their hands behind their head, squat down and wait for the rest to arrive before leaving. At this moment, seeing that the number of enemies remaining had decreased significantly, a blond Caucasian mustered his courage again and exclaimed loudly, I'm a citizen of America. Our consulate is currently rushing over from Kukang. America had an embassy and 3 consulates in Nile. Hearing the shouting and seeing that the hostage seemed eager to retaliate, the expressions on the military officer with the curved sword immediately turned stern. Subsequently, he signaled to one of his soldiers with a look. I don't care who you are. You better squat down right now. A soldier rushed ahead, raised his gun butt and smashed ruthlessly on the back of that Caucasian. The Caucasian shrieked in pain and staggered ahead from the impact. Thud! The soldier did not let him off and trampled his leg with his boots. The American tourist fell heavily ahead and landed on one of his knees. His hands hugged his head, and he didn't dare to make any other actions. Oh my God! The tourists finally admitted to their fate, hugged their head and squatted down. Lu Chang didn't act rashly. Honestly speaking, he was still a little wary. However, this group of people weren't a match for him considering his strength and what he had seen. Nonetheless, he had to think about Yenjika and other innocent people. If he couldn't finish the battle in an extremely short amount of time, he might endanger Yenjika. Even if she was already at the Dan stage, she had not experienced the trials of life and death situations after all. If she panicked and made a mistake, it would be a regret that he couldn't make up for in his lifetime. Lu Chang squatted down, scrutinized the surrounding and recorded everything in his mind. There are 5 armed soldiers keeping an eye on us. They are quite separated and I cannot round them up in one full swoop. There are 2 additional guards standing near the stairs and lifts respectively. There are also 2 more at the main door. As for the other areas, I cannot tell. That military officer has an intrinsic field of vitality and has his own awe while walking. His battle strength should be similar to the upper end of Dan, a stage expert. Lu Chang made some rough considerations before telling Yenjika, who had squatted down too, through a special transmission method. This doesn't feel like the group of rebels previously. Their spacing between one another is great and make it hard for others to attack both of them at once. Moreover, they could easily form a crossfire net. It seems that they have undergone regular training and they aren't just a motley crowd. I also think that they are the government's army. They must have been part of a mutiny and are the ones who wish to make a windfall amidst the chaos. It just feels really strange. Yenjika lowered her voice and replied. Lu Chang nodded his head slightly and said it to the ears of his wife. Things are a little strange. We cannot just follow them. If we fall into a situation that we can't solve, it will be troublesome. I will find an opportunity to attack that military officer. Move towards your right when I do. Don't you see that? Hide behind the pillar and don't attract any attention. Be careful of stray bullets. It will be dangerous for you if you are alone. Yenjika subconsciously rejected his proposal. However, she quickly bit her lips. Her rational side was telling her that the greatest help she could give was to not add trouble for Lu Chang. She lowered her voice while feeling a little embarrassed. I'm also a quasi-Dan stage expert. It wouldn't be a problem for me to deal with 2 or 3 soldiers. It's mainly because you don't have the experience and might be prone to mistakes. When we get out of the hotel and I get free, you are free to do as you like with me looking over you. Lu Chang urged again. If there are any soldiers who aren't focused on me and attempt to attack you later, the first thing you have to do is to use your supernatural ability to get rid of his rifle. Next, be a little more ruthless and don't care so much about other things. This was a precautionary plan and could effectively lower the chances of error. Also, this was to prevent Yenjika from getting injured by misfire if she fought in close combat. All right. After hearing that she had a mission and wasn't a burden, Yenjika no longer felt down. On the contrary, her spirits were aroused as she repeatedly reminded herself, get rid of the rifle. Be more ruthless. Get rid of the rifle. Be more ruthless. As an academic intellectual, she had already planned how she was going to get rid of her opponent's rifle with the assistance of her supernatural ability. At this moment, seeing that everyone had already obediently squatted down, the soldier who had knocked over the American tourist previously walked towards his original position. While walking past a mixed-race female tourist with a profound chest, he extended his leg to get a feel of it while letting out a peal of hideous laughter. You? That female tourist was angry but didn't dare to continue. Ayo, watch yourself. You can continue after we get all of them back. The military officer with the curved sword reminded. Continue? There isn't the end? Several tourists in the hall suddenly had a realization. Their bodies started shivering uncontrollably and broke into tears. It was as though they could already foresee the horrible state they would be in. Bam! The soldier who was reprimanded fired once towards the window at the opposite end and shouted angrily, "Shut up!" At that moment, Lu Chang cued Yenjika. Right now! Flames and frost on his body surface emerged and rose. As they rose, the scorching hot flames and crystal-clear frost light started circulating around each other. The fireball and frost light separated into 9 portions instantly. As Lu Chang leapt up, he fired them towards the 5 soldiers around him and the soldiers at the stairs and lift like arrows that left the bow. Since getting the complete cultivation manuals, Lu Chang didn't squander them. He had integrated them with his own understanding and developed several application techniques using his ice force and fire force. Rumble. The nearest soldier was hit in the face by the fireball. His head was bleeding and a large patch was badly burnt. He threw his gun aside as he struggled on the floor painfully and gradually became silent. One of the two soldiers, who were relatively closer, had one of his arm bent in an unnatural way after the explosion. He was also sent rolling several rounds to the side. The other soldier was covered in a layer of ice. His eyes were in a daze and his actions were slow. His whole body had stiffened and he was just like a robot that had rusted. The other two soldiers and the soldiers at the stairs and lift were able to react by rolling or executing other regular dodging maneuvers as they were further away. On the other hand, Yen Zhika followed the plan she devised. Pushing her hand against the floor, she flipped herself to the back of the right pillar. Lu Chang didn't care about the rest and landed close to the military officer with a single leap. What welcomed him was a flaming red curved knife. The military officer had an expressionless face. His back and arm muscles had expanded as though he wanted to split all metals into halves. Lu Chang paused for a moment, retracted his breathing and blood flow and had a change in momentum. After which, he cut in with a stride and swung his right arm, hitting the side of the curved blade with his clenched fist. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were flying through where he was standing just a while ago, leaving behind a trail of light. These were the counterattacks from the soldiers. They didn't dare to shoot directly at Lu Chang's body as they were afraid of hitting the military officer should Lu Chang suddenly dodge. Bang! Lu Chang's body had grown bigger by a segment and looked just like a deity that had descended onto the ground. His fist had landed ruthlessly on the side of the curved blade. Crack! After that punch, the curved blade broke directly, like it was made of paper, and smashed directly onto the shoulders of the military officer. His collarbone split into two and he could no longer maintain his expressionless face as he staggered backwards. Bam! Lu Chang extended his left arm and grabbed onto one of the arms of the military officer. After which, he injected his ice spirit force, causing him to stiffen and shiver uncontrollably. As he grabbed and tightened his grip, he pushed the military officer back by 2 steps. Behind him, light trails left by the bullets zoomed past him again. Pulling his hand back and turning his body, Lu Chang hid behind the body of the military officer. He shouted in English, "Everyone stop! Put down your gun!" At this moment, Yen Zhika saw a soldier making his way to a place not too far away. He was about to fire a shot at Lu Chang's temple. In a moment of panic, she quickly activated the backup plan. The soldier suddenly felt his gun sink and fall onto the ground. Soon after, a slender leg kicked and sent the rifle flying away. In her mind, Yen Zhika was just repeating what she was told previously. Without further ado, she stomped her feet, turned her body and swung her leg across again. Bam! Her tensed-up left leg had turned into a whip and landed in between the legs of that soldier. Sounds of something cracking could be heard. That soldier's eyes rolled back and he fell backwards unconsciously instantly. His lower body was quickly drenched. Lu Chang shouted loudly again, "Everyone stop!" At the same time, he carried the frozen military officer and made a turn. The soldiers who were rushing in and the remaining soldiers from before had all stopped. They didn't dare to make another move. Lu Chang looked around before shouting again, "Drop your rifles!" He made a hand signal that showed that he was about to crush the throat of the military officer. The soldiers paused for a moment and attempted to threaten Lu Chang. However, the response they got was the sound of their officer's arm being crushed. In the end, they threw their rifles aside. After ordering them to make way, Lu Chang shouted to the remaining tourists, "Aren't you guys going to leave?" That group of tourists finally understood and quickly left through the door. Some of them left after finding a car while others hid themselves. There were also some who knew that it was complete chaos outside. These people didn't dare to take actions rashly, and all gathered outside while waiting for Lu Chang and Yen Zhika to come out. Lu Chang carried the military officer, who still couldn't speak, and got closer to his own wife. He took a glance at the unconscious soldier who was bleeding and leaking some yellow liquid from his lower body. You asked me to be a little more ruthless," Yenjika answered ignorantly. "Perfectly done," Lu Cheng complimented sincerely. Using the military officer as a hostage, he brought Yenjika along, slowly retreated from the hotel and got onto the enemy's rough jeep. After waiting for some time for the remaining soldiers to bring the other tourists over, he repeated his threats and coerced the other party to let the tourists go and leave the place. Subsequently, he didn't attempt to leave with the remaining foreigners but asked Yenjika to start the car and drove towards the north. If there were people who could follow him or were willing to follow him, he would just let them be and didn't attempt to slow them down. For him, the safety of his little fairy girl was of utmost importance. Teton City, within the government building. A young general with a pair of sky-blue eyes and a beard had just listened to the reports. He picked up the accommodation details of the people staying in the hotel. Lu Cheng, the general growled angrily. Did those intelligence officers drown in donkey shit? How could they not conduct surveillance and not report when a person like him enters our border? An officer standing at the side forced a smile and said, "General Ferrio, a lot of them have been dispatched to other units, and they are running a little low on manpower. Moreover, everyone's attention isn't on this. Let's hope that everything will go on smoothly," the young general prayed. He stood up suddenly and continued, "Leave this matter to me." After driving for a while in darkness, Lu Cheng suddenly thought that the enemy's jeep might have a global positioning system. As he was intending to change to a new car and interrogate the military officer, he received information from the Chinese military. Things have gotten complicated. Evacuate immediately based on the 2 planned routes. There are 4 more tourists from our country in Tetons. If it is convenient, it would be best if you can bring them along. They are currently hiding in the basement car park of Saragu supermarket. With the military officer under one foot, Lu Cheng read the message to Yenjika. Before he asked anything, she turned the steering wheel with her eyes fixated on the road. "Let's go." "Huh?" asked Lu Cheng, slightly caught off guard. "Weren't you going to ask me if we should go?" Yenjika drove fast. Sporadic gunshots sounded in the midnight. "My answer is we should." She stopped and pursed her lips into a self-deriding smile. "I would never have agreed if the situation was extremely dangerous, but currently it's manageable. Extending a helping hand to fellow countrymen and picking up a few of them along the way, isn't that what we are supposed to do? Even with you at my side and me being somewhat capable myself, I still lose nerve when encountering such things. Though I manage to pull myself back together, I can't be as sensible as usual. In this state, I have spoken and reacted with poor judgment. I hate it when I'm like that, and if it can do these things to me, what would it do to them? Putting myself in their shoes, they must be terrified and distressed, and in dire need of help and support. Sigh. I always proclaim myself to be someone who draws a clear line between strangers and kin. That the further someone is from my social circle, the less regard I have for them, and that I might pity them but never worry about them. Heh! But now, it seems like my self-centricity isn't that extreme or hopeless after all. Lu Cheng listened silently, and when she was done he laughed softly. "You already are very, very good." He tapped a reply to the military dispatch agent. "I'll take them along." After sending the message, he recalled a worrying matter. He quickly told her that the military jeep might have a tracking device installed, so they had to switch cars. "At this time at night, can you hotwire a car?" questioned Yenjika. "I can't," admitted Lu Cheng. "I never learned that skill. Pulling out wires and connecting them to start up the car is a common trope in dramas and movies, but I never tried it before. I wonder if it works. Now it makes sense why the seniors always say, a wanderer in the Jianghu is better off with more skills." At that moment, Yenjika looked up. "Actually, it's not hard to deal with the tracking devices. I can control the magnetic field with my supernatural abilities, so I might be able to interrupt it. But would it affect the functionality of the car?" said Lu Cheng thoughtfully. "I don't know about that," replied Yenjika after a brief silence. Want to give it a try? Let's do it. Lu Chang prepared. A while later, the jeep was smoothly on the road again. It worked, said Yen Zhika gaily. Good. Lu Chang made a gesture of wiping away sweat. He then used the army formula and his aura to break down the military officer's mental defense and extract useful information. Know yourself and know your enemy, for that would guarantee your victory. Yen Zhika drove on for a little while. Then, in a meek voice, asked, Chang, how do I get to the Saragu supermarket? The question put Lu Chang at a loss. After a few seconds of spacing out, he declared triumphantly, I had the map downloaded. In the basement car park of the Saragu supermarket, Ma Chaoyang cowered in the shadows of a pillar to avoid detection. He was a seasoned backpacker currently traveling around Nile. Beside him was an SUV, behind which hid a family of 3. They were on a leisure trip, had set off from Dika, and were headed for Tetons. Amidst the chaos when the renegades stormed the hotel, they escaped to somewhere nearby, where they met Ma Chaoyang, a fellow countryman. They heeded his suggestion and hid in the car park, waiting for the riot to be over. What do we do? Will the riot last for a long time? Whispered Zhou Yong, a middle-aged man with a beer belly. There was definite fear in his voice. His wife, Li Xiaoyun, her hair all unkempt, tightly hugged their daughter Zhou Shenying, who was only about 11 or 12 years old. She glanced around furtively, fearing that barbaric, savage, and cold-blooded Nile soldiers might emerge from any corner. They wouldn't have escaped the hotel so easily if it wasn't for a few protesters drawing the renegades' attention. At the same time, they witnessed the gory scenes of those who stood up being killed and maimed, and heart-rending scenes where women were pinned down and cruelly assaulted by the renegades. They came from a stable and peaceful country, so it was a miracle that they were merely a little on edge and not completely broken after witnessing such cruelty. Ma Chaoyang had once passed by the borders of war zones, making him the somewhat experienced one. Flourishing the phone in his hand, he said, I have contacted the embassy. They said they'll figure something out. I'm sure we'll be saved. MHM, said Zhou Yong, slightly pacified knowing that help is on the way. At that moment, Ma Chaoyang's phone rang. A message came in. He looked down. A joyous smile spread across his face. The embassy has replied. Someone will be here to get us and bring us to Kukang, where we'll be with the main forces. For now, we have been told to stay patient here. As he spoke, his eyes were suffused with tears of gratitude. It feels so good to know that you haven't been abandoned. It feels so good to know that someone thinks about you and is willing to help. It reminded him of the times when he received a call from Mother at the toughest times when he was traveling all by himself. Yes, yes. Zhou Yong heaved a long sigh of relief. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel gave him hope. He turned to his wife and daughter. Don't be scared. The embassy has sent help. We'll be okay. MHM. Li Xiaoyun and Zhou Shenying nodded at once, feeling reassured. That didn't make the waiting any easier. They dared not move, but at times glanced at their watches and adjusted their postures as though they had fleas on them. In the quiet and empty underground car park, Li Xiaoyun couldn't help but complain. What's taking them so long? It's all chaos all there. It's gonna take time, said Ma Chaoyang to the effect of calming them down and self-comfort. In truth, he was equally anxious. That was when an elevator in the distance chimed. There came footsteps. They are he. Zhou Shenying's surprise exclamation was cut short by her father's hand covering her mouth. Cautiously, Zhou Yong shook his head at her, signaling her to wait longer. Earlier, when they were at the hotel, some tourists mistook the incoming renegades as cops and rushed out excitedly. They were caught immediately. As to what happened to them, it's not hard to imagine. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps approached. Then came halting English. Where is your car? Ahead. Right ahead. All my money and jewelry are in there, said a woman in a low-pitched, panicking voice. Their hearts sank. Driven by instinct, they cowered even more to conceal themselves. Through the windscreens of the cars across them, They vaguely saw 4 men in renegade clothing escorting a pretty white woman to a crimson sedan. One of them, who seemed to be their leader, walked alongside them by himself. Her captors occasionally laid hands on her at inappropriate places. "It's in the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat," said the white woman, beckoning at the crimson sedan with her chin. One of the renegades unlocked the car door with a remote, then opened the door and began rifling through the glove compartment. The soldier that seemed to be in charge sidled to him, in case his subordinate hid anything. The other captors also looked in that direction. Seeing that, the white woman suddenly moved, stomping and driving her right foot into the toe of one of the soldiers. At the same time, she half-squatted and swung her left elbow backward, hitting another soldier in the crotch. "Ouch! Ow!" One soldier cradled his feet and the other covered his crotch, both forgetting to fire. The white woman immediately turned and made a dash for it. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, she stopped and fell limply to the ground. The back of her head was blown right open by bullets. A viscous red liquid mixed with white matter streamed, along with the victims leaking urine and feces. The leader of the soldiers blew triumphantly at the barrel tip of his large pistol with the intention to mimic Western movies. He was properly trained and was the rare sharpshooter in his tribe. At that time, Zhou Yong covered his wife and daughter's lips tightly. Terror was written on his face. The spectacle just now came close to making him scream. "Nothing." The soldier searching the sedan lifted his head, vexed. "Fucking bitch." He glanced at the dead white woman. "What a waste," he muttered. The leader's face darkened as he waited for his subordinates to recover. Those few minutes felt like an eternity to the 4 fugitives. They counted every second in their hearts and breathed extremely softly to avoid being discovered. A while later, the soldier who was injured in his crotch lost his cool and led the others on a rampage, the smashing windshields of cars around them and pillaging the contents. Alarms were set off. They soon left the car park, either out of exhaustion or realization of their inefficiency. With that kind of effort, they might as well move on to rob the next place. What remained was silence and the smell of blood. Ma Chaoyang exchanged a glance the Zhou family, then heaved a sigh of relief and slumped. They had no idea when the nightmare would come to an end. That was when they heard familiar Mandarin spoken fluently. "Ma Chaoyang? Zhou Yong? People from the embassy? Has help arrived?" Ma Chaoyang and the others sprang to their feet and rushed out at once. At that moment, the ordinary Mandarin sounded like a voice from heaven. It was so familiar and melodious. When they were out of their hiding spots, they saw a young man and lady that looked like a college couple. The young lady was elegant and beautiful, like a light in the darkness. The young man had sharp features and exuded calm maturity. Though they weren't the soldiers they were expecting, the young man had a power that made them feel safe and at ease. Redeemed from the jaws of death, the fugitives spoke. "Are you?" Lu Chang cut them short with a smile. "We are from the military. The embassy sent us here. Let's hurry and evacuate." Hearing those words, the fugitives broke down. Tears clouded their visions. Lu Chang didn't waste any time and asked decisively, "Do any of you have a car?" There were quite a number of them. If they were to all squeeze onto a jeep, it might be a little troublesome. "Nope." Ma Chaoyang wiped his eyes and shook his head. He was a typical backpacker and preferred to hitch a ride. "The car we rented is still at the hotel. It's chaotic at that place. Really chaotic," Zhou Yingxin explained warily. Before he could finish his sentence, the lady, Zhou Shenying, pointed to a place far away and exclaimed excitedly, "There's a car there that we can use. The key is on the floor." On the floor. She was talking about the maroon red car. Its owner had been killed by the rebels previously. Lu Chang looked over and saw the corpse and the car door that was opened. Instantly, he understood what had happened. Without a further word, he turned and asked, "Who knows how to drive a car?" "I know." Zhou Yong swallowed his saliva, raised his hand and answered, "Me too." Ma Chaoyang drove occasionally for his trip. Lu Chang nodded his head. While he was thinking of rotating the driver for the maroon red car, he suddenly had a different thought. He pondered for a few seconds before turning to Yenjeka and said, "Ko, let's change our car. That jeep is for military use and will attract too much attention. It will be easily spotted by drones or others. Moreover, if you have to maintain your supernatural ability, you will get tired. We don't know what will happen next, and it would be better if we can reserve any additional amount of strength." They spoke in front of the others so they could quickly communicate the situation and not lead the assumption that they were safe now. Otherwise, they might do something stupid or make an error that jeopardized the safety of others. "Yeah, that's how I feel too." Yenjeka looked up and said, "Everyone, let's squeeze into a car. A single car will be more agile and we won't have to wait or waste time." "All right." Lu Cheng nodded his head in approval and ordered Ma Chaoyang and the rest to board the car first. He returned to the vicinity of the jeep and hit the military officer, who almost wet his own pants, with a palm strike. This seemingly cold-looking guy had long collapsed under the incessant invasion of the mind through the army formula and Lu Cheng's personal aura. He had also revealed everything he knew to Lu Cheng. He was part of the government army that was stationed in this place. There wasn't a mutiny. He had received an order from his superior to lead his team to gather and capture foreign tourists in the hotel. With regard to this mission, the instruction he received was that there was no need to be concerned about international impact. If he had to open fire or kill, he could just do so. Lu Cheng and Yenjika could smell something fishy. Changing cars had naturally become a logical choice. No matter how Nile ended up, it was more important for them to leave successfully. After settling his things, Lu Cheng walked to the side of the car and watched Zhou Yong, Ma Chaoyang, Li Xiaoyun and Zhou Xinying smartly squeeze into the back seats. They had not recovered from the shock and previous ordeals they suffered. They had become docile like quails and were very obedient at the moment. The little girl sat on her mother's lap to the left of the car. Zhou Yong was in the middle while Ma Chaoyang was at the right. Yenjika had already gotten the keys and successfully started the engine. Lu Cheng looked around and picked up 2 cartridges before returning to the seat beside the driver. He placed his bag beside his leg. After looking at the map in her phone, Yenjika said, "If we head out from here, we can travel north through Public Road 76. It connects directly to Kukang and is the shortest and best route for evacuation out of this place. However, I fear that there would be too many people taking this route, attracting large units to intercept and rob them. I feel that we should make a detour and take Public Route 63 towards the east. After leaving the city, we will run into Road 92, before turning into Road 76 at Pori. It's pretty far from Teton City and there shouldn't be any problem. If we receive unpleasant news or information during the way, we can still easily reach to Road 71. From Road 92 and head towards the port city Fartuat near the seas." When she was driving here, she had already started thinking about the evacuation route. Lu Cheng thought for a while before raising his thumb up and said, "That's great. Let's do it." Yenjika, who received the compliments, felt even more confident. She got calmer and smoothly drove the car out. She sped smoothly on a segment of the road without many road lamps. There were tall and short buildings along the way. From time to time, gunshots fires raged in the distance. It made them all appreciate peace and being able to live on. There weren't many cars on Public Road 63. Yenjika, who had always found it hard to control her speed, could finally showcase her strengths. There were like a bolt of maroon-red lightning. Lu Cheng took a glance in the rearview mirror and saw several cars chasing behind them. These were some of the foreign tourists they met at the hotel. Considering the dangers they were under and the fact that their embassies and consulates couldn't reach them, they had chosen to move with the strong. In chaotic times, this was the innate behavior of living things. We could almost form a fleet of cars. Yenjika also took a glance at the mirror and sighed. There's probably no other way out. I couldn't possibly shoot an Emperor Yen force shot at them and demand them to not follow us. Right? Sighed Lu Cheng as he played with the cartridges of bullets he'd picked up previously. He still couldn't be that cold, ruthless, and be dead to how others felt. It's all right. It's only a 3-hour car ride to Kukang. It's a big city and there would be aid from other countries. Yenjika looked straight at the road and said calmly. Just as she was about to get out of Teton's, she suddenly noticed obstacles in front. There was a group of soldiers that had set a checkpoint ahead. What should I do? Yan Zhika instinctively asked. Li Xiaoyun and the rest, who were sitting at the back, instantly tensed their body. Lu Chang remained composed as usual and said, "Lower the windows, don't stop and charge through it." "All right." Yan Zhika lowered the windows of both sides before stepping fully on the accelerator. The car roared loudly. Virum. The car shot out like an arrow leaving the bow and approached the checkpoint at high speed. That group of soldiers initially panicked and quickly raised their rifles. Lu Chang extended his right arm out of the window, rubbed his index finger with his middle finger, and a yellow bullet shot out instantly. It was as fast as a bullet shooting out from a barrel, leaving behind a blinding fire trail. Bang! The bullet shell pierced through the forehead of a soldier as the head exploded. It was as though he was hit by artillery fire as countless bone pieces exploded outwards, hitting the surrounding soldiers. They all wailed in pain and scampered away, showing that they were disorganized rebels that had not undergone regular training. Crack! The car smashed through the barrier and was about to fly past it. A military officer controlled his emotions, grabbed onto the opportunity, and was about to shoot at the driver's seat. Lu Chang swung his left wrist casually and the other bullet flew out. However, it was even faster than before. Rumble! The body of that military officer was engulfed by flames as his body parts scattered. The maroon car charged through the checkpoint and drove into the public road covered by sand. Following behind them was car after car. The unit that had lost their officer returned to their station base in a sorry state and were met with the superior of their superior, Brigadier General Ferrio. This young man who had ocean blue-like eyes and a face with a mature beard led his guards. He had his hands behind him and were inspecting this group of failed soldiers. "Reporting, sir. The whole incident was like this." The second officer in charge of the failed team had completed his report. Ferrio nodded his head slightly and took a few strides without showing his intention before turning his body and walking towards the helicopter. Halfway to his helicopter, he nonchalantly instructed his guards. "They murdered our international allies and seriously infringed on the rules of war. They trampled humans' rights and all of them will be executed." "Yes, sir." The captain of the guards saluted. "No! Please spare our lives." That group of injured soldiers finally understood. Screams and wails sounded under the continuous fire of the machine gun. Ferrio boarded the helicopter smartly, clenched his fist lightly and said, "Ask Tumu to fly towards Public Road 71. We will head to Pori and eradicate that accident completely." "Yes, sir," the captain of the guards replied loudly. The skies gradually got brighter as the maroon-red car soared through the roads. The outline of the city ahead could vaguely be seen. "We are almost there," Li Xiaoyun exclaimed happily. "Once we are there, we will be away from the city of Tetons." "Just a few more minutes." Ma Chaoyang wriggled his neck a little. After realizing his phone had some signal, he quickly refreshed for the news. "The situation at Dika has gotten out of control. The rebels are robbing everything and the government army has joined the ranks of robbers. Many tourists have been killed. There's a new superhero." Ma Chaoyang read out the situation reported in the evening news. "Superhero?" Lu Chang asked with doubts. "Isn't that unique to America?" Ma Chaoyang explained. "Possibly because American tourists were killed. An expert traveling in Nile decided to take action. Using his skills, he executed his revenge on the government army and the rebels and has killed a general from each side. They are the real generals, Kafir and Mutao. He called himself the Dark Knight Bat." "General? A real general?" Lu Chang and Yan Zhika exchanged gazes and were clearly shocked and surprised. Excluding those who rose through the military ranks, a general was synonymous with danger grade or physical invulnerability in Nile. From the tone of Ma Chaoyang, he was clearly referring to the latter. 2 physical invulnerability experts had fallen? In the span of only a night, a mutiny had resulted in the fall of 2 physical invulnerability experts. In a 1 versus 1 matchup between physical invulnerability stage experts, Winning was easy, but killing each other was difficult. Was that Dark Knight Bat a superhero in the level of the Forbidden Area? Or could it be that there was more than one of him? Moreover, why would the two sides of the mutiny implicate the foreigners for no good reasons and drawing retributions? Had the situation spiraled out of control to this extent? Had the military discipline of the army completely disintegrated? The development of this matter had gotten stranger and more exaggerated. They needed to evacuate as soon as possible. Lu Chang and Yen Zhika understood each other's weaknesses from their gazes. One of them increased the speed of the car while the other started observing the surrounding area. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The family car started running faster and flew into the small town. There was a military checkpoint ahead and a helicopter hovering around. Lu Cheng's eyelid twitched, and his intuition told him that something troublesome was going to happen. Turn around. No, wait a little longer, he calmly said. After several seconds, a SUV charged through the checkpoint using its heavier car weight amidst the tattering of the gunshots. Suddenly, a rocket missile shot out from midair and struck the SUV. Rumble. The subsequent cars had all stopped in fear of the vigorous explosion. Flames raged up and formed a shape similar to a mushroom. On the helicopter, Ferrio was holding on to a cigar and watching the scene unfolded casually as he straightened his military uniform. Car after car turned around frantically. Yen Zhika quickly followed and blended in quickly without drawing attention to themselves. At this moment, another trail of fire shot out from the helicopter and landed behind them. Loud explosions and thick flames and smoke rose once again. Everyone stop your car and accept inspection. The military officer guarding the checkpoint used a loudspeaker and shouted. In the helicopter, Ferrio took a puff from his cigar. He looked down contently at the cars that had stopped under the rocket threat. That was when his second-in-command received a message through the intercom. He quickly reported it. They found Keijo, abandoned at the underground car park in Saragu supermarket. Lost his mind. Keeps saying he's from the regular army. He probably leaked everything he knows by now. Take care of him, said Ferrio, raising his right hand and making a cutthroat gesture. What about Keijo's superior, Maktoum? Asked the second-in-command cautiously. Ferrio threw him a cold glance. Him too? Yes, Sir General. Without another word, the second-in-command quickly got to work. At the end of a call, he spoke again with uncertainty. However bad the signal was, Lu must have realized that the regular army was behind this. Silencing him now won't solve anything. On the contrary, it'll attract suspicion and could get us into huge trouble. Ferrio, widening his eyes slightly, looked around at his trusted subordinates. Have I not told you about our real objective? No. The second-in-command shook his head. In our tribe, there's an adage that goes, the one who knows nothing lives longest. Ferrio gazed below. A group of checkpoint troops methodically searched the line of cars. Despite occasionally pocketing valuables, they exercised restraint and didn't make things difficult for those who passed the inspection, allowing them to drive to Kukang. Many fugitives calmed down thinking that giving up assets will keep them out of harm's way. The government had sent the regular army to abduct foreign tourists while allowing them the freedom to kill. The goal was to silence them, then put the blame on the renegades. That's what he deduced from Keijo's information, right? Ferrio casually brought the cigar to his lips. Yes, that's why we should let Lu go. We can push the whole thing on Maktoum if we say he defected and joined the rebels and is trying to slander the government, said the second-in-command after some thought. Tell me, then, why did I kill Keijo and his men? Wouldn't it be better to keep them alive? Ferrio gave a faint smile. Think about it. What if the government really wanted to make scapegoats out of the rebels? If that's the case, what would they do if things went wrong and endangered the secret? The second-in-command's expression tensed. Kill everyone involved, then push the blame to the rebels. That's the most direct and simple solution. But once the secret becomes compromised, say Lu's existence, Keijo's confession, and sustained communication, then things get troublesome. They can only find a scapegoat internally, and it has to be someone who carries weight. He paused and looked at Ferrio in shock. Sir General, who are we actually targeting? Have you defected? No. In this riot, there are no renegades or regular army. Only those who are loyal to the Pharaoh and those who aren't. Ferrio paused. Our target is Satha. General Satha. The second-in-command started. Cold sweat beaded his forehead. General Satha was one of the leaders in Brotherhood, an actual power holder in Kukang, and the superior of the Brigadier General who he reports to. I'm Mr. General Satha's subordinate. Everything I do is done because of his orders, said Ferrio with a flippancy that was rare of him. Initially, I would have locked up the hostages and waited for my helpers to arrive before stirring up trouble. That would make an unforgettable memory for General Satha. At first, I was furious because the wheels began turning earlier than expected, which could alert Satha. But, looking at it now, the unexpected Lu Chang might not be a bad thing. If it can instigate China's revenge and rouse their mighty ones to assault us, it would be an even better plan than what we had originally. Over 100 demigods. What a terrifyingly powerful nation. The second-in-command caught on but spoke again with a tinge of apprehension. But that puts you in extreme danger too, Sir General. The one who slays him will surely become their main target. Or are we going to rely solely on the weaponized helicopter? With our current ammunition, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to kill Lu, or even graze him. At his level, his mobility is extremely high. Not to mention he's frightfully fast too. Relax, his hands are tied, replied Ferrio calmly. He then rubbed his large patch of facial hair. After that, his ocean blue eyes turned crimson. The bridge of his nose caved in. His forehead bulged, and his cheeks sagged. Though the individual changes weren't huge, when combined, it turned him into another person. Look, I'm not Ferrio anymore. I'm Zayed, he said with a smile. Zayed was General Salah's trusted subordinate. He was slightly weaker than Ferrio. The second-in-command's head dipped lower, feeling very nervous and fearful. After learning so many secrets, it wasn't strange that he felt fearful of being silenced. Relax, I still need your assistance. Later, if anyone lingers around and takes photos or recordings, just send him a missile. Remember, once you do these things, we are all in the same boat, said Ferrio. There was both authority and consolation in his voice. Then his face tensed. For the Pharaoh. For the Pharaoh, echoed the others fanatically. Ferrio shut his eyes halfway in reminiscence. To be given an opponent like him at this crucial point. It has to be God's plan. This is a trial and an opportunity. I can already imagine the satisfaction, joy, and catharsis when I slaughter Lu Chang. Then I will ascend into the level of a bona fide demigod. Lu Cheng's hands are tied. He has no helpers, and is suppressed by a weaponized helicopter. If I couldn't defeat and kill him under such conditions, then I deserve to die. Psychopath, what a maniac, cussed the second-in-charge internally. He wasn't sure of Ferrio's motives. Was he doing it for the Pharaoh himself or both? After a couple of seconds, Ferrio reopened his eyes and gazed below. They are too slow, he said unhappily. Lower the helicopter's altitude, he instructed. He then stood up and walked to the cabin door. They were 15 meters above ground. A dull light flitted across Ferrio's eyes. He pushed out his right palm. The area darkened instantly. It seemed as though the oasis town was about to be ravaged by a sandstorm. The darkness moved slowly from one car to another. The traits, like heat and thermodynamic activity, of living organisms in the cars vaguely appeared in Ferrio's mind. As long as Lu Chang doesn't hide his breathing, heartbeat, or scent, he would be like a glaring and resplendent torch in the night. That was when Ferrio sensed something in his mind that was filled with darkness. A blazing light redolent of the sun tore through the haze and dispersed darkness. Ferrio's eyes narrowed. Found you, he said delightedly. Yenjika, in the crimson sedan, noticed that the checkpoint troops weren't like the renegades who killed and raped as they pleased. After confiscating some valuables and inspecting the vehicle, they let the people pass as promised. It appears that they are searching for someone, deduced Yanzhika after some observation. If it concerned them, then it would be all the more dangerous. They are from the regular army, said Lu Chang. He felt apprehensive when he recalled the military officer, Keijo, he had captured the night before. Before he could finish his sentence, an icy and sinister sensation passed over him. The premonition of extreme danger made him blurt out the words, "Turn left. Hit the gas." Yanzhika didn't know why, but she trusted Lu Chang and sensed the urgency in his voice. She released the brakes and hit the gas. At the same time, she turned the steering wheel to the left. She did all these on autopilot. With the rumbling of engines, the sedan sped to the side and onto the oasis dirt road. Bang! At that moment, the weaponized helicopter gave off a flare as it fired a missile. The missile landed at where the sedan originally was. Boom! The strong explosion shattered the surrounding glass and upturned cars. Flames rose along with thick smoke. "Go faster! Avoid the checkpoint!" instructed Lu Chang calmly, his mind like an ice lake. Yanzhika accelerated without hesitation. The sedan dashed on the bumpy oasis ground towards the checkpoint. "Brake! Turn right!" Lu Chang predicted the next attack based on the reflection of his surroundings in his mind lake. Screech! The sedan stopped, turned, and returned to the main road. 2 missiles, one left and one right, landed at where it was initially going. Boom! The loud explosions alarmed the others. Fixated on escaping, the fugitives began breaching the checkpoint through various methods. The scene became extremely chaotic. "Good at dodging, aren't you?" Ferrio smiled faintly. Holding the unfinished cigar, he leaped out of the helicopter that was more than 10 meters above ground and landed stylishly on top of a car. It left a huge dent, but he didn't so much as flinch. He marched forward. He intended to use his mobility to intercept and restrict the relatively slow sedan so the helicopter could land a hit. As the red-eyed man in his neat military uniform approached, Lu Chang had already come up with a plan. "I'll stop him. You cross the checkpoint. If you are about to get hit, abandon the car immediately and protect yourself. Leave the rest to me." With Kuka's abilities and mobility, she wouldn't be hit unless they focused fire on her. A single weaponized helicopter wasn't capable of that. Yanzhika spared no words at times of crisis. When the timing was right, Lu Chang suddenly opened the door and rolled out from the gap. He then vaulted across 10 to 20 meters to where Ferrio was. Da-da-da-da-da. The spraying machine guns missed and left a trail of dust and bullet holes. Ferrio, tossing away the cigar, smiled at Lu Chang. In fluent English, he said, "Tell me, is it you or them that's going to die first?" Lu Chang had no intention to exchange superfluous words with Ferrio. Yanzhika was currently in a perilous situation. For him, every second was precious and every minute counted. The speed and mobility of a car couldn't be compared to an inhuman stage expert. Once they faced an enemy at a similar stage, they wouldn't be able to shake him off or get past him. At this moment, if he still had to consider what was happening in front and behind him or worry about anything or have stayed in the car, he would have been a sitting duck. The car would have become a metal coffin for the group. Lu Chang would have indirectly killed everyone he planned to protect. In his 2 previous actions, he had fully made use of this point and clearly knew it. So when he saw the red-eyed man in military uniform approaching him, he decisively jumped out of the car to face the enemy. He no longer had time to consider if there were other enemies. If he couldn't get over this problem, what was the use of thinking about what would come next? Obviously, in a split moment, Lu Chang had already planned for the worst and given instructions to Yanzhika. If Yanzhika was to encounter another strong enemy attack or situation that she couldn't avoid, he asked her to abandon the car and ignore Zhou Yong and the rest. At that time, he would protect her and risk his life to force open a road for survival. He would retreat into the desert and sought hopes for surviving with an inhuman's running speed and ability to cover various terrains. Before Ferrio could complete his sentence, Lu Chang had pounced in front of him. Stretching his right leg ahead, he stomped on the ground, exerted force as it plowed in, and flipped up dirt. Each piece was as hard as stone and shot towards the entire body of his opponent like a sharp arrow. With a stomp and a flick, he changed his position like a phantom and suddenly appeared at the side of his opponent. Retracting his breathing and blood flow to his lower abdomen, ice and fire started rotating and achieved Dan equilibrium. In this instant, Ferrio's expression turned as pale as a dead man. His entire body had become a dried corpse. He merely lifted his left arm and set it in front of his eyes. As for the remaining attacks, he didn't care or mind and allowed the dirt arrows to smash into his body. His clothes were tattered and his skin and muscles cracked. However, they only appeared pale and no blood was flowing out. Under his feet, the green oasis and well-nourished soil instantly dried up, coagulated and fell into pieces before scattering into the sand. The surrounding plants were withering one after another as though someone had sucked away their lives. A dull and faint light started rising from both of his legs as he was enveloped by an evil will. Ferrio turned his body slightly, swung his fist from the left to the right. His punch was heavy and seemed to carry the weight of several hundred lives. He wore a pair of faint gold gloves. At the location of his joints, a cold glow was shimmering over the protruding bones. This was the horrifying inheritance of the Pluto bloodline in Nile. Withering trial. Once he hit his opponent, not only was he able to force him back with his weird strength, but he could also invade his flesh and made it dry up. Ferrio had intended to go forward with his full strength before Lu Chang figured out who he was and what he was good at. He aimed to finish the fight in a few exchanges to prevent any accidents from happening. If he could finish Lu Chang off, who was at the same level as him and was rather well known, in the armed helicopter before Lu Chang's companions were finished, this would have definitely been a record that was worth showing off. It would be beneficial for raising his own confidence to take the last step and become a demigod. Bam! Ferrio swung his fist from the side towards Lu Chang. He had risked injury previously so that he could stop his opponent from dodging. On the other side, Yen Zhika, who was driving, had her eyes fully focused at the front. She was observing the guards and the helicopter that appeared from time to time while listening to the rotating blades of the helicopter to tell if it was flying high or low or if it was near or far. Rumble. Ta-ta-ta. Rumble. The maroon-red car moved like a swimming fish and could always make exaggerated maneuvers. It advanced ahead sometimes but also retreated from time to time. Surrounded by the dust and smoke, it approached the checkpoint and attempted to get past it from the side. Yen Zhika's emotions were tense. She knew that it was very dangerous to be completely on the passive side. If she were to make any errors, she would be hit immediately. Without any prior experience, she could only imitate Lu Chang and constantly turn water into ice, and reminded herself to stay calm and composed. Intelligence originated from silence and wisdom originated from wisdom. Having been sickly since she was young, she wasn't afraid of death and soon recovered her rationality. She quickly left behind the ridiculous and negative thoughts. At this very moment, Lu Chang, who was maintaining Dan equilibrium, was trying to convince himself that because Ku is already a quasi-Dan stage expert, she would definitely be fine. He forced his conscience to the highest point of the universe. As he coldly looked down on the eternal stars and darkness below him, he quickly shifted the radiant heat and traced out a never-give-up and soaring fighting formula. Boom! Just as Ferrio swung out his withering trial punch, Lu Chang exploded his Dan force and expanded his body. Instantly, in the eyes of Ferrio, an opponent that wasn't even 1.8 meters tall suddenly transformed into a monster nearing 2 meters in height. His muscles were solid and well-defined and his veins were fear-inducing. Looking at him, he was just like the giant described in legends. At the same time, Lu Chang stared angrily at his opponent. He swung his left fist from the side and broke through the air barrier. The howling of the air as his fist cut through could be heard as it sounded along with the explosion. Force concentration, stacked with fighting formula, double explosion, absolute attack. The shock in his eyes only lasted for an instant. Soon, Ferrio saw his fist colliding with his opponent's. Rumble. At the point of contact, it was as though an explosion had occurred. The faint gold gloves sunk in and were distorted. Ferrio's bones cracked, and the surface of Lu Cheng's skin had lost its luster. His flesh had dried up. The wind caused by the impact blew the surrounding sand and stones into the air, resulting in a mini dust storm. At this moment, shock and surprise flashed past through Ferrio's eyes. He felt that the strength of his opponent wasn't inferior to a demigod, and had even exceeded a typical punch or kick from a demigod. Ferrio had fought with demigod previously and even lasted for several tens of seconds. However, that was when the other party was restraining himself. In addition, it was also partly because of the way he chose to fight. Facing a demigod, how could he possibly go for a direct confrontation? Oh no! Torrential god strength welled up. Ferrio shook his arm violently and moved back quickly to dissipate the force and prevent himself from fracturing his bones and losing balance in the process. Lu Cheng didn't pay attention to the areas that had withered. He circulated his breathing and blood flow to trigger his body. Taking a step forward, he quickly closed the distance between his enemy and him and didn't give his opponent the time to gather himself. With another force concentration, radiant stars moved again. Lu Cheng strode ahead with his left leg. His arm turned into a whip with the momentum as he grew several centimeters and increased his strength several times. The veins on his muscles were like dragons circulating and crossing, showing their clear superior strength. There's no fire or ice, just purely strength. Double explosion second consecutive strike. Rumble. Between them, it was as though there was a high-speed fighter plane passing by. Lu Cheng's whipping kick formed after images and smashed down from the top onto the enemy who couldn't avoid in time. Ferrio instantly corpseified. He lifted his heavy arms and hurriedly threw out a punch to block using the power from Hades. Bam! This whip caused fire sparks to scatter, caused the gloves split. It caused Ferrio's arm to almost bend in an unnatural way. It caused Ferrio to sink into the ground to almost the level of his ankle, and it caused Ferrio to be temporarily immobilized. Grabbing on to this opportunity, Lu Cheng took a deep breath and retracted his breathing and blood flow. He replenished his ice fire and traced out the fighting formula. In a loud boom, countless capillaries in his eyes ruptured. The blood-red eyes locked firmly onto his opponent as the rage he felt over the unreasonable targeting of his little fairy girl and placing her in danger erupted. Double explosion. Third consecutive strike. Bam! Lu Cheng twisted his shoulder, pulling his arm and used his dried-up fist as a weapon towards the belly of Ferrio. Ferrio only managed to pull his legs slightly out. He could only corpseify again. Gritted his teeth, lowered his hand and grabbed towards the fist of his opponent. Rumble. Power scattered and the explosion was strong. Lu Cheng's fist landed on Ferrio's stomach despite his palm blocking it from the front. His clothes and flesh were blasted away, leaving behind a hole. However, there was no blood dripping. As an expert that had been on the battlefield for a long time, Ferrio did not pay too much attention to this little injury. The soil under his feet weathered rapidly. A faint glow flashed past his eyes and he was about to launch his counterattacks. At this moment, using his all-seeing god realm, he turned his withered fist into a palm and grabbed onto the hand that Ferrio had placed at the stomach area. He swung it violently, causing the joints throughout Ferrio's body to crack, and dissipated the strange force gathered in his opponent's body. Ferrio's muscles instantly lost strength like a cobra that had been subdued. Darkness flashed past in his head. It was chilling and heavy. Lu Cheng pulled his corresponding shoulder and sent another fist at Ferrio. White frost fog was surrounding his fist and the chilling cold was invasive. Severe warning. Not good. Fine hairs on Ferrio's neck stood up. He opened his mouth suddenly and spat a mouthful of seemingly illusory and seemingly real black blood. It was stinky and vomit-inducing. He wanted to force his opponent to dodge, grabbed on to the opportunity, turned the tables around and seized the upper hand. At this moment, Lu Cheng did not move his body or legs at all. He merely tilted his head to the left side and avoided the attack on his eyes. Bam! His punch landed on Ferrio's shoulder and the bones sunk in. SSK, SSK, SSK. Half of his face came into contact with the black liquid and severely corroded, making him hideous and terrifying. Fario started to lose his conscience and felt like he was about to fall into a long slumber. Lu Chang moved his other arm and smashed it on the enemy's head. Bam! Fario's head exploded. Pieces of red and white flesh fell, leaving nothing complete on the ground. There wasn't even a shred of regret or fear left behind. Lu Chang did not take an additional glance at him. He turned his body around quickly, picked up a stone and held it in his hand. He injected his fire force into the stone together with the stimulation he had after using the simplified attainment formula. He aimed at the armed helicopter and threw the stone towards it. Bam! This stone shot flew like a rocket missile and quickly cut through several hundreds of meters. Behind Lu Chang, the headless Fario finally fell to the ground. In the weaponized helicopter, Fario's second-in-command kept a weathered eye on the developments of the battle. At the same time, he instructed the pilot to lower the altitude to unleash a greater scale of suppression fire on the Crimson sedan. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom! Ta-da! The Black Hawk swirled in the air, raining missiles and bullets at its zigzagging prey. Victory was near. At that moment, Fario's second-in-command suddenly yelled. His voice was full of terror and panic, as though he had witnessed something unbelievable. Quick! Dodge! Go higher! Brusque and hurried orders were barked in a shrilling voice, as though he saw the monster known as death approaching. The pilot obeyed the orders instinctively. Just as he was about to make a maneuver, he realized that the numbers on the instrument panel had gone haywire. The helicopter momentarily lost control and stopped midair. No! A beam of white light blasted at them like a missile, drowning the second-in-command's despaired shrill in a thunderous explosion. A scarlet, searing firework bloomed in the sky. Flames licked at every corner in the cabin. Boom! A second explosion detonated. Bright light was emitted from the oil tank of the black helicopter. A huge, burning lump of fire dazzled Yenjika, then suddenly crashed to the ground not far to the left of the sedan. Wreckage flew in every direction. The helicopter was reduced to nothing. Before that, Yenjika had been using her supernatural ability to disrupt the helicopter's precision instrument. What just happened made her gape, revealing rows of neat white teeth and her tongue vaguely. Since she came back to her senses and made up her mind, she had been waiting for the Black Hawk to lower and enter the effective range of her supernatural ability. It would have only been a matter of time before something went wrong if she kept running without retaliating. Through a car window, the little girl, Zhou Xianying, had witnessed the spectacle. She felt as if she was watching a war documentary in the cinema. Ma Chaoyang and the other looked over as well, so shaken by the scene that they forgot to celebrate. Yenjika, despite being distracted, made no mistakes. Instinctively, she swerved and stepped on the gas, once again furthering away from the checkpoints and avoiding a round of spraying from the soldiers. Suddenly, she felt the ground trembling and cars rattling behind her, as though a group of elephants were on a rampage. Before her, the platoon that had been attacking in an orderly manner scattered and was routed at once. There's a limit to human valor. Not many troops can display mettle in the face of danger. Thump, thump, thump. With the clear and deafening footsteps came Lu Chang in his martial arts suit. He appeared on the right side of the car. He slowed, opened the door, and reseated himself in one fell swoop. "You all right?" asked Yenjika. "Yeah, just grazed." Lu Chang felt a stinging pain at his right cheek. He knew how hideous that wound must be. He was sure the little girl sitting in the back would bawl at the sight of it. Earlier, the only thing on his mind was to take down the opponent at any cost. Against an opponent at that level, there was a thin line between life and death. The slightest indecision or flinching would cause the tables to turn. That would not just endanger himself but also delay him from rescuing Cuckoo. As such, he readied a severe warning even when he didn't have the chance to activate ice armor. By advancing in the face of danger, he gained victory in exchange for injuries. Of course, it was only made possible because the state of encountering gods in the voids allowed him to accurately predict enemy attacks. Thank God! Yenjika heaved a sigh of relief, swerving onto the main road. I'm going to treat myself, said Lu Chang as he began to visualize. Forming a seal with his hands, he uttered, "Confrontation!" A mysterious, regenerative force activated. The blood in Lu Chang's arms flushed into his right arm, nourishing withered muscles and healing him slowly amid his rapid metabolism. However, his cleansed face, bearing the mark of corrosion, was healing extremely slowly. Moreover, symptoms of a fever and a headache began to manifest. Was it poisonous? A bizarre poison? The assumption gave Lu Chang an idea. He quickly used forced concentration, drawing his ice, fire, mind, chi, blood, and poison all towards his lower abdomen. The starry sky formed and swirled into balance. His consciousness was at the apex of the universe. With his extremely powerful control ability, he gathered the venom strand by strand, moving it through the absolute zero darkness. Slowly, the poison grew dormant. Before long, the venom gathered towards the nearest star, melting, burning, and evaporating. BOM. Lu Chang lowered the car window, and with a burst of Dan force spat out an unreal, black air dart that dissipated into nature. Currently, he was the only person who controlled this method of healing. Confrontation. Lu Chang uttered the formula once more. The black, decaying flesh on his face peeled and fell off. In its place was red, squirming flesh. A scab rapidly formed. It remained hideous, but a lot better than just now. In another 10 to 20 minutes, the scab will peel off, and with his extraordinary self-regenerative powers and the confrontation formula, the remaining scars would vanish in less than 3 days. Halloween's over, he said with a chuckle. Yenjika looked askance at him, but could only see the left side of his face. Were you disfigured? Guessed Yenjika from his words. She wasn't at all worried about the outcome. If Lu Chang had no problems dealing with old scars, there would be no problem for these new ones. It was no doubt an enviable ability, but only available to those who have attained all-seeing God and confrontation formula. A small price to pay, said Lu Chang breezily. With that, he gazed at the road before him, at the abandoned cars with empty tanks by the road. I expected an opponent like him to push me into making a breakthrough, he said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sadly, it only added to his experience in Mortal Kombat. In the back row, Ma Chaoyang and the others fell silent. They weren't martial arts enthusiasts, so they couldn't tell how strong Fario was. But surely they knew how terrifying a well-equipped, weaponized helicopter was. Common sense had taught them, movies and dramas had showed them that, and being hunted just now reminded them that. Now imagine how terrifying the person who destroyed something so effortlessly like that was to them. Yenjika pursed her lips and comforted him. Perhaps you are the only one who can finish your own path. External factors might not affect you. She then changed the subject. Chang, I found out that my magnetic supernatural abilities are pretty effective against high-tech precision devices. Damn right, agreed Lu Chang. As he said that, he was replaying everything that happened in his head. Cuckoo, stop the car, he said suddenly. What is it? Yenjika stepped on the brakes. The car came to a stop. We were attacked by a quasi-physical invulnerability mighty one out of the blue. The whole thing's fishy. I fear that this isn't the end to it, said Lu Chang. He couldn't fathom why anyone would try to assassinate him when he had already reported the information to the military. Was it a misunderstanding? A coincidence? Or was there more to it? To prevent the worst-case scenario, he made a decision. Turning to Ma Chaoyang and Zhou Yong, he said, It seems like my girlfriend and I have become targets. It would be more dangerous if you are with us. I say we split up now. You guys head to Kukang in a new car. There are fugitives everywhere, you can blend in easily. When you get there, don't enter the city or cross customs. Follow the route that I'm about to give you. That will bring you to the main forces at the external project base. What about you two? Zhou Yong and Ma Chaoyang asked at the same time. We'll go by foot. Going through the wilderness and crossing rough terrains is more mobile. It will be harder for them to find us that way, said Lu Chang. What he did not disclose is where they were actually going. Recalling their savior's running abilities displayed earlier, the group of them fell silent. Then, remembering the terrible missile bombardment, they readily agreed that splitting up was the better option. They nodded in agreement before giving their thanks. Lu Chang then had his wife drive back to the Pori town, where they found an ownerless vehicle with keys intact. Yen Zhuka, using her supernatural abilities, extracted gasoline from cars abandoned by the soldier and pumped it into the gas tank. Along with the key, he handed them a few weapons and had Yen Zhuka teach them on how to use them. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll see you again in China. The group of fugitives waved their goodbyes before setting off for Kukang. Where do we go next? Asked Yen Zhuka shrewdly after studying their surroundings. Surely we are heading into the wilderness, but where exactly? To Fartuet. We'll have to go to Dika before we can leave if we go to Kukang. It's too roundabout. I don't want any complications. For Zhou Yong and the others, Fartuet is too far, but to us it makes no difference since we are just cutting through the wilderness. Once we reach there will immediately be boats coming to evacuate us, explained Lu Chang. Okay. Yen Zhuka looked up and nodded, then added, I can check the directions with my supernatural abilities. Like a compass, we won't be at risk of being lost. Since they had to cross the wilderness, they once again reduced their load. They only kept Yen Zhuka's small backpack containing items of foremost importance. While there was reception, Lu Chang updated the military on their status, before giving Yen Zhuka a piggyback and sprinting through the oasis. He was even faster than a speeding car. Along the way he made sure to cover his tracks. In a military base in Kukang, the Turban General Satha received a report from Teton City saying that Brigadier General Ferrio had failed his assassination on an Oriental Mighty One and died in action. Oriental Mighty One? From China? Ferrio? Ferrio narrowed his eyes as though he understood something. He suddenly clenched his fist. The Pharaoh, he grunted. A few seconds later, he rang Zayed and summoned him. The following orders were made. Gather the Brotherhood leaders, heighten the security at Kukang, and get into action. Lu Chang, with Yen Zhuka on his back, rested in between sprinting. He ran straight and windingly, dashed and hid. 5 hours later, he finally smelled the briny smell of the ocean. In the distance, the beautiful city, Fartuet, came into sight. In the process, Yen Zhuka barely said anything or requested to travel on her own. Tacitly, she kept watch when Lu Chang rested, and fed him water when he was thirsty so he didn't have to waste his ice force. Whenever she thought about the times they hid behind sand hills and watched each other's backs, and the times they walked against the sandy gales, she felt the tacit bond between them. Their hearts beat as one. Phew! Soon this will all be over. Lu Chang gazed at the city and laughed. Yen Zhuka pursed her lips into a dimpled smile. It's been a long journey. She then tilted her head slightly and smiled sweetly. Chang, I have good news for you. What is it? Asked Lu Chang, perplexed. Cuckoo had been riding on my back the whole time, and there wasn't any reception along the way, so what good news could there be? After today's practice, I think I can do force concentration now, declared Yen Zhuka, lifting her chin in pride and anticipation. This will help Chang perfect his cultivation kung fu and carve out a path to attaining physical invulnerability. That's what he had been waiting for the longest time. Lu Chang was surprised and elated. He blurted out, Really? Yen Zhuka was very satisfied with his reaction. Her lips arched upwards, tilted her head and questioned, Are you doubting me? No, I thought you will need at least 6 to 7 more days of polishing. Lu Chang didn't hide his surprise and joy at all. Hee, you have underestimated me, laughed Yen Zhuka. After which, she thought about it before explaining. At the moment of life and death, my body and soul seem to have connected and become one. However, I still prefer to lead a safe and peaceful life. Me too. We aren't afraid of accidents but still wouldn't wish to encounter an accident. Lu Chang added. Yenjika hid in the shadows of the sand dunes. She took a glance at the scorching sun hanging high above the sky and was eager to give it a try. Let me show you now. Or should we wait till we enter the city? Lu Cheng thought before answering. Let's do it now. Due to the breakdown in communication, Lu Cheng wasn't aware of the situation at the port city, Fartuat. He had to rest well and recover his strength in order to deal with any potential accidents. If that was the case, understanding the changes Ko had when she achieved balance and formed Dan for the first time, and searching for the crux of combining the path of martial arts with the cultivation might just give him a surprise. Yeah. Yenjika nodded her head seriously. After drinking the last mouthful of water, she threw the bottle to the side. She got into her stance, visualized the confrontation formula, collected her thoughts and regulated her mind. Following which, Yenjika retracted her breathing, blood flow, body strength and the strength of the earth. Suddenly, gathered them together and started spinning them rapidly. The will of Yenjika was like a grinder and constantly squeezed this small ball, rapidly shrinking it to its limits. At this moment, with her mind as guidance, her inner core collapsed rapidly and formed a balance. Earth was used as the star, while her force was used as the darkness. Lu Cheng had long formed his ice mirror and pressed his palm onto the shoulders of Yenjika. Suddenly, he felt that Yenjika had achieved balance and formed her own inner core. At the same time, he was leading minor changes at the top. In that instant, there was a mysterious resonance with the surrounding environment and the skies above her head. Resonance. Various thoughts appeared in the mind of Lu Cheng. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed past and lit up gloominess and uncertainties. He had found the commonality between the various paths of practicing and understood the point that he could combine the cultivation with the path of martial arts. Yes, it's resonance. The resonance of the body and the natural world. Just like at the ordinary dance stage, where the effects of the force relied on the body generating special waves and forming different impacts, physical invulnerability was about combining one's body, heart and mind into one and achieving resonance with the external world and the heaven and earth to create a direct connection. No matter if it was seeking developments in miseries in the mission sect, or the depraving actions of spirit cultivation, they were all about removing the shell of one's spirit, leading to changes in the mind, creating special frequencies that made you gradually stronger while receiving feedback. Using the words of the different schools of thoughts, it would be to achieve connection and establish channels with the Lord, with the devil, or with one's own spirit. Judging from Ku's developments, this type of resonance wasn't just related to achieving balance and forming Dan. It also involved the abstract mind and the brain which generate these type of special waves. Even with the advanced technology of today, mankind still couldn't understand 10% of the mysterious brain. He had similar experiences in the past. It was just that he was too in the moment at the time and couldn't understand the process. Therefore, he did not have a deep impression of it. Lu Cheng retracted his right hand and had a new understanding of the similarities and differences between cultivation and the path of martial arts at this stage. Cultivators could naturally connect with the heaven and earth once they formed their Jindan because their Jindan was a product of highly concentrated mind and willpower. The Jindan in itself had balance like the heaven and earth. With a corresponding prototype, they could achieve resonance. Moreover, they're completely merged into it and was able to easily and smoothly guide the specific changes to the different positions of the brain. Martial artists, on the other hand, used their will to reign in their mind. Using visualization, one changed and polished it while it guided the changes of the organs and muscles. At the most micro level, it induced genetic mutation. Through force concentration, this whole process gradually formed a single entity. When one's root pulps, mind and the external world achieved resonance and reached a certain level of intensity, one would be able to break through the barrier and achieve connection. Looking from this perspective, when I achieved balance and formed Dan at my current level, I can actually achieve resonance with heaven and earth. This makes me a quasi-physical invulnerability expert. However, this state couldn't be maintained for a long time. Once I release them, I immediately regress back to the inhuman stage level. Many thoughts flashed past Lu Cheng's mind. He stared at Yenjika, who had opened her eyes, and sincerely complimented, "You are a Dan stage expert now. and the kind that has a supernatural ability. The gloominess that had gathered from traveling through the desert seemed to have dissipated instantly as she regained her vitality. She lifted her eyebrows and said with deep dimples on her face, "What about you? Did you get any new understanding?" "I've almost gotten it." Lu Chang pretended to be calm as he answered. He had some clues about his subsequent training now and finally understood why he wasn't able to make the great leap in one fell swoop when he disintegrated the Jindan previously. To put it simply, it is because he wasn't coordinated. The root pulps of his mind weren't coordinated with his actual condition. He had achieved balance to form Dan and had used the cosmic universe to achieve resonance with the external world. However, when he did his visualization, he had practiced Emperor Yen and Ice Spirit. The two of them were used interchangeably and each had their own force which mutated accordingly. At the very end, he would then use force concentration to rotate and maintain them, forcefully combining them into one. Therefore, there was some separation between them. The most important thing to do now was change the visualization diagram and combine ice and fire into one from the source. After which, under the guidance of the mind and root pulps, he could then let them metamorphosize into the cosmic universe. As to how should he go about changing the visualization diagram, it would obviously be based on the conditions while executing force concentration. And as he achieved balance to form Dan, he could still adjust based on the resonance of his body with the external world to make his cosmic universe even more in tune. "Have you gotten it?" Yanjika was surprised and instinctively asked. "Does this mean that Chang will be making the great leap soon?" "Yeah. I can start thinking of various methods and attempt to go for the physical invulnerability stage from now on." Lu Chang raised his thumb and laughed. "I still have to rely on Coach Yen in the end." Of course, Yanjika raised her head proudly. "I'm the pillar of this house after all." Lu Chang gathered his thoughts and deliberated carefully about them for some time. He soon had a clear idea of the conditions needed by a martial artist to advance to the physical invulnerability stage. First, the strength of the body had to reach a certain level with the mutation of one's root pulps and personal training. Achieving connection with heaven and earth was just like walking in the universe. It would be filled with dangers. If one didn't have a qualified protection suit, how could one walk far in it? Second, the mind and one's root pulps had to achieve resonance with the external world. Moreover, the connection had to be strong. This was the basic condition for achieving the breakthrough. Third, the realm of all-seeing God. Without this, one wouldn't be able to be in control of the minor parts of the body to achieve connection with the external world. With it, the second condition would be much easier by 2, 3, 4 or even 5 times. Fourth, a strong will. This was the crux to break through the final barrier, the same way a ship that had been well supplied would still need someone to drive it if one wished to cross the river. Due to his third supernatural ability awakening, the strength of his body had long exceeded the requirement. He had also fulfilled the third condition. The only thing he needed now was to change his visualization, adjust the minor parts to achieve resonance. At this point, everything was in position and he was just lacking of one final factor. Among these conditions, other than the all-seeing God realm, they were all about polishing one's martial arts. Therefore, the earlier one reached the higher tiers, the more time they had to polish them and the easier they would attain physical invulnerability. There's no wonder that there were many inhuman stage experts who dived deep into the war-torn zones for real practical trials. The stimulation during life and death situations could indeed effectively strengthen one's will and help them take the final step out. Obviously, the breakthrough was a process and not just a single moment in time. Even if one might have broken through the barrier, he would still need 10 to 20 days to achieve connection with the heaven and earth and adjust according to how his body reacted. This was also to consolidate the connection. When everything was complete, he would then be a real physical invulnerability stage expert. At this point, Lu Chang smiled and Yanjika and continued, "Help me keep a lookout. I'll like to give it a try." "All right." The new dance stage expert, Yanjika, was eager to prove herself as she surveyed the surroundings carefully. Lu Chang entered solemn silence, retracted his breathing and blood flow into his midsection, allowed the darkness to sink in, formed the brightly lit stars of the universe and made them rotate gradually. This time, he didn't trigger the 9 words formula. He merely increased his will to disrupt his mind and spread it throughout the Dan world within him. The universe contracted and expanded in sequence, and the stars shifted accordingly. Feeling the total silence around him, Lu Chang truly felt as though he was standing outside the atmosphere and in the chilling and dangerous darkness. Far away, the scorching and brilliant sun was breathed at the same pace and expanded. Lu Chang seemed to have felt a hidden connection between his body and it. He tried to experience this type of resonance and the feelings of it. After several minutes, he finally ended his attempt and released his overflowing force. He activated the confrontation formula to clear his mind and body before doing the visualization again. This time, he wasn't tracing Emperor Yen or Ice Spirit, but the combination of the two. The former appeared as stars that were heavy and scorching hot, while the latter as the space that was chilling cold and dark. They connected and guided each other, inducing changes. As they rotated and achieved balance, they became in line with the universe Lu Chang achieved with force concentration. Through attempt after attempt, Lu Chang gradually felt the fatigue setting in. He finally completed his new visualization diagram. Visualizations polished the mind while it led the changes in one's root pulps. By making minor adjustments to the original balance of ice and fire, they rotated more in tune. Yen Zhuke, who was at his side, surveyed the surroundings from time to time and also listened for any changes. She was focused on completing the mission Lu Chang had given her. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly heard dull thunder sound. Initially, it was sparse. Subsequently, it became more and more intense and gradually became one large cacophony. Amidst the roar of the thunder, she looked back in shock at her husband. She realized the surrounding air around Lu Chang had started rotating without any wind anywhere else. It was both chilling and scorching hot wind. Can it be? Yen Zhuke was shocked and dumbfounded. At this moment, everything settled down. Lu Chang opened his eyes gradually. Deep in his eyes, a small bright light was well complemented by the surrounding darkness, just like the perfect night skies one would see in the high grounds. You have broken through? Yen Zhuke asked. How can it be? Lu Chang shook his head and laughed before continuing. However, it might be that during the third awakening of my supernatural ability, my root pulps changed under the guidance of the Jindan. The roots of my body were already a combination of ice and fire, and it isn't difficult for it to achieve resonance. Therefore? Asked Yen Zhuke with a lost look on her face. Lu Chang smiled joyously and replied, Therefore, with just 2 or 3 more adjustments, I will have fulfilled all the preconditions to go for the physical invulnerability stage. It might be by tonight or even tomorrow morning. I see, muttered Yen Zhuke, excited and motivated. She then looked up in thought. Are you going to throw yourself into mortal combat for the final breakthrough? Before Lu Chang could answer, he heard a sound. He grabbed and pulled her behind a dune, where they concealed themselves. 20 seconds later, a few figures dashed past them, sweeping up sand and stones as they headed for the port city, Fartuat. Yen Zhuke appeared at them, then whispered, They aren't weak. 3 Quasi-Dan stage experts. They don't seem like Nile natives. Probably travelers eager to get out of this mess. Lu Chang rubbed at his swelling temples. Cuckoo. I'm gonna take a nap. Stay on watch. While preserving the wholeness formula, he wanted to confront any arising situations in his best form while they were in Fartuat. Got it. Yen Zhuke agreed without making a fuss. She had forgotten about her question from before. Lu Chang crossed his legs and sat down. He then visualized the confrontation formula which cleansed his body and mind. Soon, he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Just like that, he slept in the scorching desert under the blazing sun for an entire hour. He woke up reinvigorated and refreshed. Cuckoo, get some rest. You'll need to be in your best form, said Lu Chang, rotating his neck without standing up. Yen Zhuke nodded obediently. Taking cover in the shade and snuggling against Lu Chang, she soothed her excited nerves. Slowly, the tension and exhaustion from the day melted away as she entered the land of dreams. She woke up in the evening. The great sun descended in the west, painting the golden sand in a sea of scarlet. The desert looked like raging flames and was beautiful and magnificent. "It's pretty," said Yenjika. Waking up to such a sight made her feel as though she was still dreaming. This was the calm after the chaos, the relaxation after long periods of being high-strung. In her eyes, that was the most beautiful scene she had witnessed in that Nile trip. Leaning against each other, they admired it for a while, then stood up at the same time. They climbed onto the dune and peered at Fartuet once again. The port city was now a sea of lights. The electricity hasn't been cut off. That means the chaos didn't affect every region. On the whole, there's order, said Yenjika logically. Let's go. Lu Cheng smiled and squat down. She clutched onto him. Cheng, what's the exact difference between cultivation and cultivation with martial arts in it? The question has been on her mind since before. To be more accurate, it's martial arts with cultivation in it. My final breakthrough will be similar to that of martial arts, except I will use force concentration to push forward the resonance with the outside world. That establishes a link between my mind, spirit, and root pulps. In the end, I will still be walking the path of martial arts, but for a subtlety, said Lu Cheng pensively. As he spoke, he rushed down the dune and headed for his destination like a hurricane. Strangely, his voice wasn't in the least affected by the strong winds soughing. Lowering herself, Yenjika moved her lips to his ear. Does that mean you created a new path in martial arts? I guess you can say that, said Lu Cheng hesitantly but proudly. Creating a new path and contributing to martial arts. My Cheng is now a bona fide grandmaster, complimented Yenjika, her eyes shimmering with pride. Save that for when I thoroughly attain physical invulnerability. Lu Cheng shook his head and laughed. He changed the topic thoughtfully. Speaking of which, making the breakthrough to physical invulnerability will involve the brain. Does that mean I have to master this part of the training to reach the forbidden area? Maybe. Yenjika didn't know much about that. Then, rather sentimentally, she said, involving the brain, no wonder there's that saying, you'll never achieve physical invulnerability if you don't do it before 30. Overcoming this hurdle will require extremely powerful inner strength and resolve. To enter the forbidden area, the complex human brain is involved. For an adult of around 30, even if he appears exuberant, grows physically, or shows signs of becoming more powerful, the body's shapeability decreases over time. Training's effects on the mind becomes minute. If the resonance to the outer world cannot be established at this time, it would practically be impossible. Yeah. Reminded of his cousin-in-law, Xiao Ming, and other martial artists on the same path, Lu Cheng felt sentimental. The couple, without any more words, crossed a few more dunes before getting onto the main road. They were nearing Fartuet. 10 minutes later, with Yenjika on his back, Lu Cheng entered the port city. He avoided the main entrance, skirted around the chaotic regions where occasional gunshots were fired, and searched for the way. At last, they made it to the heavily guarded China consulate in Fartuet before night fell. The consulate teemed with refugees, some local and some from neighboring cities. Some slept on the ground over makeshift mattresses. Others sat around in boredom, waiting impatiently, toying with their phones that often lost reception. They were greeted by the consul, Mao Xiaoling, who grabbed Lu Cheng's right hand and engaged him with a firm handshake. You are finally here. I was worried that something might have happened. He wore casual attire rather than suit and tie. His tennis shoes were blotted with stains, and his hair, which was usually slicked back and spruced up, was in a mess. It was apparent that he didn't have the time to worry about appearances. We wanted to avoid constant exhaustion since we could have ran into trouble any time. Resting in between caused some delays, explained Lu Cheng. Mao Xiaobing led them to the interior buildings. He spoke as he was walking. Everything's been arranged. Tomorrow afternoon there will be a fleet of ships coming here, across the Dead Sea. They'll evacuate you to Wei City, where you'll take a plane home. Okay, replied Lu Cheng and Yenjika at once. The girl's eyes moved in thought. Rather embarrassed, she made a request. Mr. Consul, is the landline working? If there are any satellite phones, I would like to make a call to my family to tell them I'm safe. Certainly. Follow me. Senior G and Senior Sher has called multiple times. Mao Xiaobing led them into an office and pointed to the desk. By the way, the group that was with you earlier on, the one with Ma Chaoyang, they have reached Kukang and met up with the main troops. I got the news when I contacted the Kukang side, added Mao Xiaobing. Good to know. Good to know. Yan Zhika, relieved, picked up the phone and dialed her house number. Hello. From the other end of the phone came Ji Mingyu's grave and tense voice. Mom. I'm at Fartuet. At the consulate, said Yan Zhika quickly. Phew. Ji Mingyu heaved a long sigh of relief. Are you all right? Of course. I'm a Dan stage mighty one after all. Yan Zhika couldn't help but brag. Ji Mingyu smiled and made a spitting noise. Are you mocking my attainments in martial arts? Enough of that. Give my thanks to little Lu. What thanks? There's no need for thanks between the two of us, said Yan Zhika in a hushed voice, glimpsing to make sure that Mao Xiaobing had left the room. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded in an assenting manner. That's true for you, but not me. Am I not allowed, as a mother, to thank him for protecting my daughter? Said Ji Mingyu in amusement. They chatted a little longer before the phone was passed to Yan Kai. Exercising self-restraint, the girl hung up after a while and turned to Lu Cheng. Your turn. Emicham. Lu Cheng first called his family, lying to them that the tourists weren't affected. Then he buzzed Geezer Sher. Heh, I knew you'll be fine, smelly brat. With the pandemonium in Nile, who would have the time to target you? Said Geezer Sher smugly. His voice then turned grave. Listen, smelly brat. I have a task for you. What is it? Asked Lu Cheng, surprised at the sudden request. I want you to find someone called Cirrus. He should either be in Kukang or Dika. He has helped me in the past, and I regard him as my savior. Now he's stuck in the chaos and asked me for help through the embassy. You help me find him and bring his family to evacuate safely. I'll get the military to pass you the details. How about it? Not getting cold feet, are we? Confident about the task? Chortled Geezer Sher. Right now I'm confident that I can escape even if I run into a physical invulnerability, mighty one. Thought Lu Cheng. Don't worry, master. I'll do my best. Unless it threatens my life at some point. Good. At least you still remember to give back to your master. Shi Jiangwo clicked his tongue. Wait, don't hang up yet. Geezer G's beside me right now. He wants to speak to you. Kuku's grandpa? Lu Cheng waited in slight confusion as Yan Zhika gazed at him blankly. Ji Jianzhang's voice was loud and clear. Little Lu, we are family, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. Lin Ke sighed. After Lin Ke made the breakthrough to Inhuman stage, he sneakily went to the war-torn zones. With his current standard, it's very dangerous for him to be there now. Plus, it's likely that he'll head to Nile and look for fights amidst the chaos. Try to find him along the way. If you run into him, bring him back. The fuck? This cousin-in-law of mine simply does what he pleases. It does sound like something he'll do, thought Lu Cheng reprimandingly. Yes, Senior G, he said earnestly. The call ended. In the military base, Shi Jiangwo and Ji Jianzhang exchanged a glance and laughed. If we don't find him something to do, this smelly brat will follow your granddaughter right back. He won't even realize what he's missing out on. The chaos in Nile, is packed with chances for mortal combat, said Geezer Sher contemptuously as though he knew everything about his disciple. Ji Jianzhang sighed and smiled. It's all we could do for him. Whether or not he can make the great leap depends on himself. When Lu Cheng laid down the phone, Yan Zhika, who was eavesdropping, covered her face and smiled helplessly. What's my brother doing? How are you planning on bringing him back? She didn't mention anything about the task. That was understandable. Knock him out cold and drag him back, replied Lu Cheng without hesitation. That was when Mao Xiaobing knocked on the door and came in with a smile on his face. Someone wants to meet you. Who is it? Said Lu Cheng, concealing his confusion. You know each other? Mao Xiaobing smiled, turned, and began walking. Lu Chang and Yan Zhika followed him blankly. When they were on the second floor, he opened the door to a small conference room, revealing a figure-dressed blue martial arts suit. There, with short hair and looking fresh, was no other than Peng Liyun. Life returned to this heavenly son of China's eyes. It was dark around him, and a heavy aura outside the windows. "Priest?" exclaimed Lu Chang in joy and surprise. Then, rather shocked, he blurted, "You attained physical invulnerability?" It felt as though Priest could communicate with heaven and earth at any time to cast down a bolt of lightning. "Yup," nodded Peng Liyun with a smile. "I spent a period of time in the war-torn zones and fought against a number of mighty ones. I met Vagar too. He's been improving fast. By fully exploring his supernatural abilities, he's around the standard of a physical invulnerability mighty one now. Heh. Seems like we are not the only ones who improved rapidly through chance encounters. Anyway, in the process of hunting and being hunted, I managed to make the great leap." "Congratulations," said Lu Chang and Yan Zhika warmly. "Aren't you almost there too?" chuckled Peng Liyun. He felt Lu Chang's connection with the environment. "Indeed," admitted Lu Chang. "So why are you here in Nile?" Peng Liyun smiled. "Previously, when I was in the war-torn zones, I received many favors from the military. I'm here to return the favor by saving some people. Plus, I'll get to challenge many renowned mighty ones in Nile amidst this chaos." He said it with great gusto, reminding Lu Chang of someone else. "Did Renli's enthusiasm rub off on you?" teased Lu Chang, smiling. "Possibly." Peng Liyun fell into deep thought and readily spaced out. After a long time, he returned to his senses. "Perhaps we have all been learning from each other." He then made a suggestion with great enthusiasm. "Husky, since you are about to make the breakthrough, you'll need Mortal Kombat as a catalyst. Why don't we team up?" "No, thank you. I have a sect task to complete," declined Lu Chang with a smile. "All right then. I have been waiting for Renli here. We agreed to meet before the Fartuak consulate, but she's almost a day late. She's about to make the breakthrough too," explained Peng Liyun. "I don't think she'll ever reach here. She probably went to North Pole by now." Lu Chang could hardly believe how Renli could get lost in war-torn zones. They shot at the breeze for a while before the couple left. Under Mao Xiaobing's arrangements, they had a tiny room to rest in. Lu Chang was in a good state, so he began visualizing the cosmic universe diagram once more, adjusting his mind and root pulp. This time he went late into the night, slept 2 hours, then woke up and resumed practice. When the sky was dimly lit, Yan Zhika, who slept without changing, opened her eyes. She saw Lu Chang demonstrating a set of moves in the narrow space. His movements were natural and relaxed. He seemed vigorous. "The adjustments are complete?" she asked in elation. "MHM." Lu Chang stopped, nodded, then smiled. "Cuckoo. Didn't you ask me if I was going to throw myself into Mortal Kombat to make the breakthrough? I forgot to give you an answer before this, so I'll give it now." Yan Zhika was rather stunned. Lu Chang began in a low and gentle voice. "I have to thank Gu Hui for this. During the Mortal Kombat against him, I clearly realized what I cared about and worried about at what could have been my last moments. And after that fight, I hit rock bottom. Had my hopes shattered one after the other. But that made my mind crystal clear. That gave me time to thoroughly study my cultivation kung fu. It made me understand what I truly want, what I was protecting, and why I fought. It was the first time I saw these so clearly. The first time I gained such resolve. With that, I have taken the courageous first step. That was when I was reborn. Since I have already taken that step, why would I need to seek the thrill from Mortal Kombat?" He paused, and in a deep and steady voice, announced, "I'll make the great leap with my own strength. Right here, right now." Yan Zhika, taken aback at first, became ecstatic. A sharp gleam gathered at Lu Cheng's eyes. Between his brows, a colorful light seemed to be blooming. The air around him swirled intensely. In another room a few meters away, Peng Liyun, who had been stretching, suddenly stopped. Perplexed, he opened his window. There, on a blazing summer day in a desert continent, blew a frigid, frosty wind. Realizing something, he looked towards the room where Lu Chang and Yen Zheka were staying in with startled eyes. He made the great leap without any combat. The formless barrier was resilient and solid. It was one's innate ability to protect oneself and also the restraints formed from one's past knowledge. Without a strong will and clear confidence, one would definitely not be able to break through it. However, in just a split second for Lu Chang, it had already collapsed. It was shattered by the resonance of the crazy and torrential mind with one's root pulps. In that instant, Lu Chang was just like a newborn baby exposed to the scorching hot sun and immersing in the bone-freezing chill. Every part of his body had become very fragile. He felt horrible and on the verge of falling. However, his body had been well polished and trained. Despite the injuries to it, they quickly recovered at the microscopic level, allowing him to successfully pass the adaptation period. Bump, bump, bump. Lu Chang could only feel that his pituitary gland in his brain was beating at the same time with his abstract mind and his body's root pulps. They were beating at the usual pace of expanding and contracting when Lu Chang was making his visualization. Bump, bump, bump. The space around him shook as though it was responding to the changes in him. At this very moment, in the senses of Lu Chang, the surrounding heaven and earth had already changed. The cosmic seemed to have been pulled to him. Pitch-black darkness had engulfed everything around him with only patches of scorching hot suns decorating it and warming the small area where his body lay. This was an illusion and also a reflection of stars in the universe. They had appeared because of resonance. Bump, bump, bump. Every single spot of Lu Chang's mind and root pulps had turned into an independent, balanced and rotating universe. It was becoming more and more in tune with that illusion, gradually forming a mysterious connection. All the pores on his body had opened up and started breathing. When they breathed in, gusts of air flooded in, and when they breathed out, cold and hot air would intertwine. Small sparks of fire could be seen in the shadows. Yen Zheka stood by the side and watched as the scene unfolded. She felt a little like she was watching fireflies dance in the night sky. However, the sensation she got from switched between chilling and scorching. The inside of the room had turned dark. White frost formed and snowflakes fell. With them as complements, the room gradually brightened up. Part of them started to melt, but they were well coordinated and in balance. So beautiful! So this is the connection with the heaven and earth, mumbled Yen Zheka. Controlling her muscles, she wriggled them slightly, rebounding off the micro things that were falling on her skin. In the consulate, the people who were sleeping in the main hall and corridor suddenly shivered in cold and could feel the chilling north wind blowing past. They opened their eyes, still lost at what had happened. All they could see was white snow falling sporadically, showing the most beautiful side of it. I must be dreaming, the people mumbled to themselves. The reality was that they were in the middle of the hot summer in August. This should be an oasis that is surrounded by desert. It's real, it's real. Someone extended their hand and touched the falling snowflakes. They could feel the cold and the dampness after the snow melted. At this moment, a ray of light rose up like a replicate of the afternoon sun. It lit up the consulate and brought warmth to the people who were shivering in cold. However, this did not affect the devastation of the north wind. It was as though the cold and the heat had separate territories. However, the boundary was still blurry as they gradually took shape. The people around were dumbfounded. They were shocked by the illusory and beautiful scene in front of them, but were filled with doubts and questions. A blizzard in June often signified huge grievances. In that case, what would snowing in August and under the hot scorching sun mean? Physical invulnerability. There are physical invulnerability experts fighting. A man, who had been watching top-tier professional leagues, was struck with a sudden realization and exclaimed frantically. It would be difficult for a fight at this level to not affect the surrounding areas. The consulate might just collapse in the midst of it. Yeah. Physical invulnerability. Several people had regained their consciousness and seconded the view. Just when they were thinking of running out, they were afraid of encountering the fight directly. Just as fear and panic quickly spread among the people, The light ray turned dull and the wind got weaker. Everything dissipated quickly and the environment returned back to the typical conditions of 6 o'clock in the morning. Dawn had just broken, but it was still a little dim outside. Peng Liyun stood at the side of the window and stared blankly into space. No one knew where his thoughts floated to. After a period of time, his eyes finally regained some vitality. He heaved a sigh emotionally. The encounters and situations have all become part of his wealth, a blessing in disguise. Lu Cheng opened his eyes gradually as the illusion faded away. All he could see was that he was in a small room that could only fit a bed and a chair and a beautiful girl smiling radiantly and looking at him. This was the truth. How was it? Yen Zhika was restraining her joy and asked with anticipation. Not too bad. Lu Cheng controlled himself and smiled faintly. The great leap had been made and all that's left is the process. 9 o'clock in the morning. Ship after ship approached the jetty of Fartuet, covering the sea surface. They were flying the flags of China and drew cheers from the crowd. Lu Cheng bade goodbyes to Peng Liyun and accompanied Yen Zhika to board the passenger liner that was evacuating. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at the ancient Wei city. The Shushan study had already made arrangement for Yen Zhika's return flight back to China. It was a flight managed by the military. At the entrance of the airport, the couple stayed together for a while. Yen Zhika smiled faintly, waved her hands and said to Lu Cheng, "Go now. I'm more assured that you can finish your mission now. I have always given my all under the condition that I wouldn't place my safety in jeopardy." Lu Cheng sent off his wife with a smile, after which he took out his phone and called his master. "Hey, brat, have you sent that Yen brat to somewhere safe?" Geezer Sure asked carefully. "I have sent her to the airport in Wei City. She will be boarding the flight in just a while," answered Lu Cheng. After which he continued, "Master, there's something I have to tell you." "What's the matter? Could it be that you don't want to return to Nile?" asked Shi Jiangwo calmly. Lu Cheng cleared his throat before answering, "Master, I have made the great leap." "What?" Geezer Shi dug his ears and coughed violently. After some time, he asked, "You have reached physical invulnerability?" "Not yet. I still haven't consolidated the connection stage and can't be considered a real physical invulnerability expert yet," answered Lu Cheng honestly. After which, he described the cause of his transformation. "After Ko had achieved balance and formed her Dan, I realized what I'm lacking in and found the uncoordinated point that resulted in being unable to achieve the breakthrough. The details are, after making adjustments to the new visualization diagram, I have all the conditions and therefore attempted the breakthrough by myself." He illustrated the whole process without hiding anything and covered all the details. Attempted the breakthrough by myself. Geezer Sure didn't speak a word and continued listening. In the end, he laughed twice before continuing, "Not bad. Not too bad." Speaking to this point, he emphasized and added, "You have not let down your master's hopes on you." Lu Cheng smiled joyously. Without further ado, he asked about the proper business. "Master, have you passed the information with regard to Cirrus to the military? Will it be all right for me to contact him based on the original plan? I have given to them. Also, there's no issue to contact him as planned." Geezer Sure answered in a daze. "That's great. I'll look for them now." Lu Cheng took the initiative and hung up the phone. Do. Listening to the phone, Geezer Sure stood there for 5 full seconds before drinking a mouthful of alcohol and said, "He has made the breakthrough just like this?" He kept his hands behind him and walked back and forth for some time. He was in a dilemma. "I have to tell Geezer G about it. Forget it. How do I bring it up? I don't even know where to start. That stinky brat. It will just be a matter of time before Geezer G finds out. In that case, I shall not tell him then." After contacting the military and getting the information, Lu Cheng read through it and had a rough understanding of the situation. Cirrus was an expert in Nile and he was approximately 40 to 50 years old. He had not reached the demigod level and typically lived in Dika. On the night the turmoil erupted, he took the initiative and contacted the Chinese embassy, providing them with substantial confidential information. With his strength, as long as he wasn't targeted by other experts, it wouldn't be a problem for him to evacuate from Nile. His core request was for shelter and protection. After some discussion, the military agreed to his request. After which, Cyrus had headed to Cukhang in the middle of the night and intended to leave together with his son and family. However, he had not returned from the trip and couldn't be contacted. Seems like I have to head to Cukhang first? Lu Chang sat in the room of the passenger liner heading towards Fartuat. His eyes were closed and he tried to connect with the heaven and earth, strengthening it little by little. Surrounding him, the sunlight dulled and the shadows darkened. From time to time, the light would turn radiant and shimmer. Cukhang, within a building. Constantine, who was wearing a black tuxedo, looked at the direction of the military base. Holding on to a cup of alcohol that was as red as blood, he said, "Satha has discovered the problem and the security is very tight." As he spoke, his dull red mantle was moving slightly with the wind and seemed to possess vitality of its own. To the left of Constantine, a mummy completely wrapped in bandages, who only revealed a huge beard, answered calmly, "We will have assistance." Constantine sipped on the wine and asked concerned, "Would it be too obvious for the dissenters of the pharaoh and the leaders of Brotherhood to die one after another? There are also people who appeared to be loyal to pharaoh among the people who died." The mummy replied with a, "You don't have to worry about this look. All right, just make sure I get to drink the blood of Satha." Constantine laughed nonchalantly. The mummy waited for assistance to arrive. At the meantime, he commented, "Information from the war-torn zone reported that Pang, a heavenly son of the era from China, had become a demigod. That's fast." Constantine was initially shocked but soon was immersed in his thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "A terror grade, heavenly son of the era. His blood must be very delicious and worth the attempt." Lu Chang was back at Fartuat port by noon. Without informing Consul Mao, he took the long way and went through the streets where occasional gunfire could be heard. He then left the city on his own and entered the desert region beyond the oasis. At that time of the day, the light from the blazing sun, unsifted and unimpeded, ignited the air and scorched the sand. Everything seemed distorted to the eye, like a mirage. As he ran, Lu Chang felt a significant change in his resonance with heaven and earth. The darkness was fading, the coldness diminishing. What became amplified and defined were qualities such as brightness, hotness, and denseness. It was as though someone had zoomed into the cosmic universe diagram and focused at the area surrounded in a cosmic storm. So that's why physical invulnerability mighty ones put so much emphasis on having the home ground, that is, terrain advantage. Certain environments can empower you and weaken the enemy, which adds up to a significant advantage. However, since I have balanced and intertwining ice and fire forces, I shouldn't be affected by it that much. Lu Chang nodded pensively. He had accelerated to the speed of a train and was presently whistling through the golden sands. He left a staggering trench in his trail, which, as soon as it formed, got filled and smoothened out by the sand whipped up by frigid wind. After making the great leap, the outer world, heaven and earth, had been interacting with and refining his body, which made his physique even stronger. But, compared to before, there wasn't a solid improvement. It will be the same even if he trained endlessly and approached the forbidden area. There'll be a cap to how strong he can get. The greatest improvement was in his mental prowess. The gurgling stream had turned into a raging river, increasing Ice Mirror's reflection range from 1 or 2 meters to around 10. Also, he could now use resonance during combat to draw corresponding power from nature. Resonance could also increase the power of his melee and ranged attacks, or reshape the environment to impede his opponents. Since he wasn't considered a true physical invulnerability mighty one yet, his connections with heaven and earth weren't stable. Thus, the latter applications were unstable. He had, of course, come up with an emergency plan. By imitating cultivators and forming a balanced, swirling dam with force concentration, he could temporarily strengthen that connection. His thoughts race as he crossed dunes and the occasional oasis like a slithering earth dragon. This time, before sunset in less than 2 hours, he discerned the city known as the Central Pearl of Nike, Cukhang. To its west was the famous Great Desert, to its east the River of Isis. Cukhang was rich in mineral resources, flooded with firms, and choked with skyscrapers. A modernized city only second to Nile's capital, Dika, in this region. Twilight ruddied the sky in a magnificent, burning red, enveloping the city in a scarlet dome. Circling the vast oasis, Lu Chang discovered that checkpoints had been set up on all main roads. At those checkpoints, soldiers were disciplined and never did anything out of the line, except occasionally stealing or accepting bribes. It was a stark difference from the ones in Tetons and Fatuat. The first word that popped up in Lu Cheng's mind when he saw these was order. Looks like the actual power holders in Cukhang are very capable, he thought. He avoided the main road, vaulted across obstacles, and stealthily entered the city. Along the way, he noted traces of gunfights. Troubled residents were queuing for water as protesters, some in a frenzy and others emotionally numbed, marched down the streets. The people at the Chinese consulate in Cukhang were organizing a massive evacuation party to Dika. So Lu Chang didn't head there. He followed the map and found his way to 63 Gunam Street. That was where Cyrus's son, Jeru, resided. However, it seemed like an intense battle had taken place here. There were char marks on several buildings, and nearly all the windows were shattered. Bullet holes could clearly be seen. In that environment, one of the units stood out, the third floor of apartment 63. The walls there had fully collapsed, revealing the ruined mess inside. It was redolent of the work of a demolition team, even affecting the units above and below it. There must have been a fight between Inhumans. The fight didn't last long. Otherwise, the entire apartment would have been in shambles, analyzed Lu Chang. When Uncle Cyrus was here to fetch his family, he encountered an ambush. With his family held hostage, he soon yielded, but who could have done it? Lu Chang glanced around. The place had been ravaged by rioters. There were gruesome corpses, wandering dogs, scurrying rats, and fluttering bugs. He didn't see anyone. It felt even quieter and more forlorn with the occasional gunfire in the background. That was when he felt a presence. He looked over his shoulders. "Who's there?" he said slowly. From a shop with a half-collapsed door came a man of 30. He looked rather haggard, with dark hair and resolved black eyes. He was obviously Chinese. Special Military Investigator Wang Dong. "You must be Lu Chang?" he said with a smile as he displayed his identification. By then, Lu Chang had kept his influence on the surroundings in check. He nodded gravely. "Yes, you are here, I assume, to locate Cyrus." With his ability, he wasn't afraid of any surprise attacks, so he openly took the identification and verified it with data given by the military. Wang Dong furrowed his brows slightly. "I came to Cukhang and began my investigation right after we lost contact with Cyrus, which was way before you came. At that time, there were some residents who had yet to evacuate. After some snooping around and verification, we know that Cyrus and his family were captured by the high priest of the Iris Holy Chapel. They are currently held captive inside the chapel." "Iris Chapel? High priest?" Lu Chang returned his identification. Wang Dong ruminated. "When Cyrus asked us for protection, he gave away many secrets. One of them is the cultural conflict in Nile. The Iris sect are loyal to the pharaoh. The pharaoh wants to revert the state of religions to that of the past. In a way, the high priest of the Iris sect carries out the will of the pharaoh. He's strong, nearly at the level of physical invulnerability. Before this, General Satha of Brotherhood wanted to do away with him, but for some reason failed to do so. Other than him, there are 3 to 4 inhuman mighty ones in the chapel. You'll have to be careful if you are going on a rescue mission." "Got it. Any more information on the chapel and the high priest?" inquired Lu Chang. "Quite some. That includes the satellite picture of the chapel, a visitor's sketch, and a blueprint of the building." Wang Dong rifled out a number of items from his backpack. With those items, Lu Chang roughly knew what he needed to know about the chapel before nightfall. But he didn't act rashly. In the cover of darkness, he went one time around the building. A gap had seemingly formed at the center of his forehead, from where invisible hands of the mind extended and enveloped a 10-meter radius. Every nook and cranny was reflected, either clearly or blurrily, through the ice mirror in his mind. No danger premonition, quite a bit of distance between the inhumans. Lu Chang stopped in his tracks. "Have you made the preparations for follow-up evacuation?" "Yes," replied Wang Dong. "I'm going in," nodded Lu Chang. "Be careful." Wang Dong couldn't help but advise him again. "I will." Without another word, he turned, pressed on a protruding part of the wall, then vaulted into the air. He landed on the edge of a window on the 3rd floor. Jerking his shoulder and using a precise amount of force, he removed the window and laid it aside noiselessly. He flipped inside. There wasn't anyone there. He stuck his ear to the door, listening and sensing for a moment. Suddenly, he pulled the door and barged in. The 2 guards in the corridor looked over spontaneously. Visualizing an ancient character, Lu Cheng's gaze became frigid and sharp. He merely glanced at the 2 beefy guards, which was enough to make them lose their minds, wailing as though they saw a monster from the depth of hell. With the qualitative change of his mind, Lu Cheng's simplified army formula had become by far more powerful. He stepped forward, raised his hands, and delivered a knife palm to them each. After knocking them out, he skirted the circular cloister and proceeded forward stealthily. "That's the High Priest's room." Lu Cheng's plan was to take down their leader right off the bat, so he didn't have to waste time questioning guards, who may or may not know, on where Cirrus and his family were confined. He avoided detection from the infrared alarm using his power of cold, which reduced his heartbeat, softened his breathing, and lowered his body temperature. "There's more than one person in the room." Lu Chang stopped outside the door. Like a hovering god, he saw what was going on in the room with ice mirror. There was a concrete difference between Inhumans and physical invulnerability experts in this aspect. 2 Inhumans, but they are in different rooms. One is more powerful. There's also a few with average power, even powerless. They are together with the weaker Inhuman. By then, Lu Chang understood the situation. Cirrus and his family were confined in the secret room at the High Priest's residence. Perfect, thought Lu Chang. He thought through some possibilities, then barged in suddenly. The High Priest realized at once and stood up from his lounge chair. He saw a shadow approaching him, and heard a loud, shrilling wind. He extended his arms flexibly, one above and one below, one blocking and one attacking. A dark glow gathered at his arms. He put all his strength in that, hoping to create a bigger clamor to attract the other mighty ones. That was when a chilling gale, as though from the North Pole's innermost, blustered against him. He shuddered. The shudder made him weaker and slower. Lu Cheng's right fist skirted around his head and chopped at his forearm. Before entering, Lu Chang had readied a severe warning, through which he altered his surroundings and summoned a northern gale. Bam! In the dull sound of the collision, the unprepared High Priest entered a frozen-like trance. Lu Chang would never let a chance like this go. His left palm struck at lightning speed and knocked out his opponent. The results of the match had been decided in a breath's time. Certainly, being the surprise attacker gave him an overwhelming advantage. He stretched his feet out, cushioning the High Priest's fall to prevent any noises. The High Priest fell and went into a lying position. Without dallying, Lu Chang found the secret room. He broke the lock and entered. "Who's there?" asked an elderly wanli. He was swarthy and muscular, with dark hair and blue eyes. He seemed to be under the effects of drugs. Before Lu Chang could reply, the elderly had discerned his appearance. "Shur's disciple?" he cried. "Yes, and you must be Mr. Cirrus?" inquired Lu Chang. The blue-eyed elderly, feeling the frigid wind and the interaction between Lu Chang and his surroundings, nodded in joy and wonder. "I'm Cirrus." He then muttered covertly. He never mentioned his disciple was this powerful. "Anyway, let's get out of here," decided Lu Chang in a glance. In a building close to the military base, Constantine threw a bored glance at the mummy. "When will the reinforcements arrive?" "At around daylight," replied the mummy calmly. That was when someone came and whispered something to the guard outside. The guard then turned around, knocked, and requested for the mummy. A moment later, the mummy was back. "It's the chapel. Some pests were meddling around. I'll go take care of them." Constantine shrugged. "Come back before I die of boredom." Within the sacred temple of Isis, Lu Chang and the group walked out from the secret chamber. Cyrus looked around and saw the high priest lying unconscious on the deck chair. He didn't say much and continued forward with light steps. When he walked past the deck chair, he suddenly lowered his stance and leaned to the side. Mustering all the remaining strength he had, he smashed his elbow on the neck of the high priest. The high priest's neck shattered and his spinal cord broke. Without even giving out a last cry, the high priest was dead. Such a development was beyond Lu Chang's expectation. He looked at him with shocked and surprised and asked, "Mr. Cyrus?" To prevent the high priest from causing an accident when he woke up, Lu Chang had been reflecting the surrounding and surveying him. He had not expected Cyrus to strike suddenly. When he thought of stopping him, it was already too late. Cyrus held on to the handle and struggled to get up. He revealed a smile and continued, "If he was alive, he would have revealed our true strength. I'm sure you wouldn't like to have 2, 3, or even several demigods as our pursuers, right? Obviously, there aren't that many experts at this level in Kukhang, and I'm just giving a more extreme example." His son and son-in-law were all terrified. Both of them covered the mouth of a child to prevent them from screaming out of control. Lu Chang thought about it for a few seconds and nodded his head. He turned around and led Cyrus and his family to the trail that he came from. From the place where the window was removed, he threw them down one after another, and the special investigator caught them accordingly. The whole process was done in complete silence and hadn't alerted any of the stray dogs or cats in the vicinity. At the very end, Lu Chang created a ruckus while communicating to his partner, "You guys can leave first. I have some loose ends to tie up. Let's meet at the predetermined location later." What kind of loose end? Wang Dong felt lost and had lots of questions. However, his professionalism reminded him to not waste any time. Leading Cyrus and his family, they disappeared into the darkness of the night. Lu Chang turned around and re-entered the room of the high priest. Due to the privacy of the higher management, only the secret chamber had surveillance devices. This time he controlled his muscles, tendons and force while swinging his fists and legs. Using the friction between them and the air, he canceled the sound caused by the breaking of the tables and chairs and the explosion of the wall and floor. If there was someone else in this place, they would definitely be surprised and terrified. This was because Lu Chang was moving like he was having a battle with a formless phantom. Everything was just like the silent picture films of the early century. The requirements of control were extremely high to achieve this. Lu Chang did not have the supernatural ability of sound waves. If it wasn't because his mind had mutated and the realm of all-seeing God had improved once again, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do this. Even so, he still had to slow down his action in exchange for higher precision. At the very end, he was already sweating profusely. After ransacking the place for a while, he filled a suitcase full of gold and jewelry. They all had the unique cultural characteristics of Nile, and there weren't a lack of antiques among them. After completing this, Lu Chang left the room of the high priest. He moved through the circular corridor like a phantom and reached the place he had first arrived from. From the third floor that had the window removed, Lu Chang jumped down. In midair, he retracted his breathing and blood flow and landed steadily and quietly on the floor, after which he agilely blended himself in the darkness. After several minutes, the patrolling guards found their unconscious partners. From this, they also noticed the abnormalities of the high priest's residence. After another 15 minutes, Lu Chang met up with Wang Dong, Cyrus and the group at a car park in a certain location in Kukhang. A commercial car that had been modified had its engine running was ready to set off any time. "What did you have to do?" Wang Dong pretended to be casual and asked. Lu Chang took a glance at Cyrus, heaved a sigh, and answered in Mandarin, Thanks to the teachings of Senior Cirrus, I have learned a lot. I went back to leave some evidence for them. Evidence? Wang Dong repeated. You are trying to mislead our pursuers? Yeah, under the presumption that there are experts which specialized in tracking, it's better to be prepared than sorry, explained Lu Chang. Wang Dong nodded his head while still thinking about it. He pulled open the door to the driver's seat and said, Let's talk as we move. At the site of the sacred temple, the mummy had arrived in the room of the high priest and scrutinized the space. The skin that he exposed outside his black mantle, other than his face, was all wrapped in the yellowish bandages. The thick beard on his face masked his features. An intense battle, but no one heard anything, mumbled the mummy as he formed his own judgment. The assaulter should have supernatural ability relating to hiding sounds. He should also be slightly stronger than the high priest. Considering the fact that it was an ambush and the state the room was left in, it was enough for him to determine the level of the other party. At the thought of this, the mummy turned his head to the remaining priest and asked, Did the surveillance device record anything? Yes. A skinny priest, who was in charge of this aspect, brought his laptop in and replayed the surveillance video. There was a part where Lu Chang jumped to the third level and removed the window, a part on him attacking the two guards and knocking them unconscious, and a part where he returned and ransacked away a suitcase of trophies. In these videos, as Lu Chang had deliberately avoided, his face wasn't captured by the surveillance device. One could only tell that he was from the eastern countries from the shape of his face. Why didn't anyone find out when this happened? Asked the mummy. It happened too quickly. It was in the blink of an eye. Without replaying in slow motion, it was hard to tell if it was an illusion or it really happened. The surveillance supervisor frantically explained. What was more important was that there were too many surveillance devices and too many screens to be managed. The sacred temple had also chosen to not rely on the power of technology. Coupled with the fact that he did not have much manpower and it was late at night, how could anyone discover something that happened in the blink of an eye? The mummy looked coldly at the supervisor. In that case, the problem lies in you. As he finished his sentence, he extended his hand and grabbed onto the neck of the surveillance supervisor, lifting the fat and round person up. No. The voice of the surveillance supervisor was stopped by his throat. It was just like the wailing of chickens that were being culled. After struggling a little, he quickly lost all strength. His luster skin quickly weathered and dried up. In less than 30 seconds, he had completely lost all signs of life and become a real and true dried corpse. Plop! The mummy relaxed his hands and let the surveillance supervisor fall to the ground. I'll go and capture them, said the mummy, after which, he mumbled angrily with disdain. An inhuman from China, a greedy inhuman. He took out his bandages and wrapped them around his head, leaving only his eyes. Looking at him now, he was a real mummy. Even his breathing had become dulled and faint as though he was really dead. Signs of life. Taste of life. The mummy extended his arms and embraced nature. He was constantly mumbling the same words. The surrounding area suddenly turned dark. At the microscopic level, there seemed to be oil stains shimmering and sparks lighting up in different colors. They were swaying and were different from one another. It was as though Hades had descended, inducing the few priests to lower their noble heads. I've found you, the mummy suddenly said. Before his voice moved through the room, he had already disappeared from the room. Under the night sky, the heat from the day had dissipated and the surrounding yellow sand was quiet. A modified commercial car was cruising on Public Road 76. When Lu Chang gave his comments on the evacuation route, he had taken into account the chaotic situation of Dika and that they might be prone to being stopped. In this case, it would be better for them to head south towards Pori before heading towards the port city, Fartuet. With regard to this, Wang Dong and Cirrus had both agreed to his views. As the car cruised past, a part of the silent and desolate desert showed disturbance and the human form of a sand sculpture appeared. The sand sculpture wriggled its body a little and all the sand on him fell, revealing the face that was wrapped by bandages and the eerie-looking eyes of the mummy. He had run full speed like a blitzing engine and finally caught up with his target. As for those priests, he found them to be a burden and believed that they would slow him down. Therefore, he had not brought them with him. Looking at the tail light of the car from afar, the bandages on the mummy were stretched. The mummy had seemingly revealed a hard-to-notice smile. Tisk! He moaned softly and sank into the yellow sand once again. In the commercial car, Cirrus couldn't help but compliment Lu Chang after hearing what he had done. Not bad. This would make the people from the sacred temple believe that their enemies aren't as strong and the pursuers they would send would also be relatively weaker. Hopefully, if several priests are to come at me together, I probably can only choose to run. Mr. Cirrus, how's your recovery so far? Asked Lu Chang concerningly. Once the injections stopped for more than an hour, the drugs wouldn't be able to suppress me? Cirrus rolled up his sleeves and showed his muscles. He laughed joyously. I've probably recovered half of my strength. Just as Lu Chang was about to speak again, he suddenly felt his heart twitch. He had a premonition and turned his head to look outside the window. The gentle and quiet yellow sand started raging violently and turned dark. Moreover, they were flying towards him one grain at a time. No. That isn't yellow sand. Those were little bugs that had been fully covered in sand. There were countless amount of them and they were tightly packed, making it really uncomfortable. Oh! Cirrus' grandchild saw the scene and let out a horrifying scream. Lu Chang decisively opened the door and jumped off the car. Landing on one knee, he smashed his fist onto the ground. Bam! As his fist connected, rings and rings of scorching flames instantly moved outwards. With the support of heaven and earth, its might become even more widespread. The flames spread outwards like ripples, passing through the car and into the dark waves. Pa 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 pa. Wherever it made contact with the bugs would immediately move away. The flames raged on without missing any of the bugs. However, the bugs did not leave behind a corpse. It was as though they had returned to the underworld directly. Circles after circles and waves after waves. With Lu Chang as the center in an area of 50 to 60 meters, the black color turned into powder. The ground was cleaned, revealing the yellow sand below. After a single punch, Lu Chang made his visualization, adjusted his organs and threw a punch aiming at the other side of the floor. This time, he treated the floor as his opponent and given him an internal explosion punch. An internal explosion punch at the level of a physical invulnerability expert. Rumble. Explosions went off at the surface of the ground, sending violent shocks to the area. Just a short distance from the back of Lu Chang, a black figure felt the pressure and subconsciously dug out from the yellow sand. The yellowish bandage covered his face, making him look monstrous and evil. The mummy squinted his eyes and almost blurted out, "Demigod!" A physical invulnerability expert from China. At that moment, everything. What he saw in the tapes, clues discovered at the scene, and the reality before him, flitted across the mummy's mind. He was certain he had walked into a cunning trap. His specialty lay in mental prowess. Against someone who hasn't been through qualitative changes, what they call an inhuman in China, he would have an overwhelming advantage. Even if he took on a few of them at once, he was certain he could make quick work of them. However, his powers were much less effective against a demigod, even if it wasn't a full-fledged one. He could win in the end, but not without a tough fight. And if he was caught in a tough fight, he would be at a disadvantage in numbers. If Cirrus and his companions fought well, he could even be in grave danger. Moreover, covering a long distance to chase them down had taken a toll on his energy. Even if it was one-on-one, he wasn't certain if he could defeat the well-rested enemy. More importantly, who knows if they had other demigods? Retreat. He had to retreat. As quickly as possible. The mummy had made up his mind in an instant. However, in a fight of the same league, focusing solely on retreating would only put him in greater danger. Not only would he be surrendering the aura fight, he would also be giving his back to the enemy. If he wanted to retreat, he had to first attack. Only by pushing back his opponent could he create a fleeing opportunity. The mummy flashed forward, crossing over 20 meters, and punched at Lu Cheng's face. He left afterimages behind him, some parts clearly visible and some parts fading. The layers of afterimages formed a long strip of film stock. These shadows, like wake turbulence from a jet aircraft, pushed each other, giving the mummy a violent forward momentum. In the blink of an eye, he had closed up to Lu Cheng. He first tried to intimidate him by releasing a hellish gas. His fists were reflected in Lu Cheng's eyes that contained a starry night sky. The mummy had white bandages wrapped around his fist. Corpse's oil seeped from the inside, staining the outside in a revolting yellowish brown. The air around him was filled with a nauseating, headache-inducing stink. Whoosh! A wind began to blow around him. Black gas gathered and formed small worms. With the mummy's punches, they crawled into every part of Lu Cheng's body, especially through his eyes, nose, ears, and temples. Dark mantra of the dead man's punch. A vicious and cunning move, slightly shaken by the sinister, horrifying power. Lu Cheng's movements were a tad slower than usual. He only came back to his senses when the punches drew close and black worms infiltrated him. He hastily raised his right arm, jamming it before himself to block. Bam! Right as the mummy's fist contacted his sleeves, he bent his arm backward at a similar speed. Like that, he didn't receive too much impact, as though he was performing in an act they agreed on. As Lu Cheng retracted his arm, his chi, blood, mind, force, and the black worms that snuck into him all gathered at his dantian. His willpower control and mind guidance were by far more powerful than before. Within his vast starry sky, the brilliant stars quickly shifted to form an indomitable, ancient fighting character. Zap! At that instant, the black worms at the back lost target, scattering helplessly as though they had entered a lifeless body. The black worms that were already inside him melted from the fire force. Right before Lu Cheng's arm recoiled to his chest, his muscles bulged by more than 3 times its original size. Blue and black veins protruded filled with pure strength. Boom! Lu Cheng snapped his wrist joint and reverse swung his arm. It collided straight into the mummy's fist that had lost its momentum. A thunderous explosion sounded from the distorting muscles and fascias. The yellowish-brown bandage quivered gently. The mummy fancied hearing a weird crack from his bones. He quickly jerked his shoulder, pulling his fist back with borrowed strength. He floated back 10 or so meters like a broken kite flying free. Lu Cheng stepped forward with his right foot, his entire body shifting flatly across. In between the retraction and release of his Dan force, a dense and heavy white-hot flame enwreathed his left fist. He punched at the air between them. Whoosh! The air in a 10-meter radius around him was ignited at once, turning into countless incandescent flame spirits. Commanded by Lu Cheng's fist, they flew towards the mummy from all directions. Flying Moth. The 116th style of fire sect, Flying Moth. After making the great leap and connecting heaven and earth, Lu Cheng could now cast it without making preparations. When it came to dealing with evil and sinister objects, fire is always the way to go. In the mummy's eyes, a mass of suicidal flying moths swarmed towards him. The high temperature curled the edges of his bandage. The yellowed bandages turned moist, as though some sort of fat was melting. Rage came into his eyes. He suddenly raised his arms and let out a terrifying roar. The black gas sprang up. A dark hurricane suddenly formed around the mummy. It swirled upwards uncontrollably and expanded outwards, swallowing all flying moths. In the distance, Wang Dong and Cirrus, who wanted to assist, were taken by a sudden giddiness. They fancied they saw a scythe-wielding, wolf-headed god of death. The lag in their brain made them space out, nearly driving the MPV out of the road. Dark mantra of the dead, Anubis's call. Lu Cheng quickly visualized a forwarding character, repressing all his fear. On his right hand, a white-hot fireball with a hint of purple formed. He threw it at the mummy who was in the eye of the hurricane. The 36th style of fire sect, Devour. That was when the mummy suddenly stomped forward. He seemed to be using a lot of strength, but his foot landed onto the ground without a sound. Whoosh! The howling of the wind grew extremely loud. The dark tornado dissipated at once and spread towards Luchang. At the same time, the desert sand turned into numerous hidden weapons that whooshed towards Luchang. It was even more clustered and dangerous than flying moth. Dark mantra of the dead sandstorm. Boom! The saturated fireball exploded. A bright, white-hot flame flashed past, nearly blinding the mummy. The non-stop shock wave whipped up a wild barrage of sand that rushed towards him. Scarlet flames tumbled in the wind, threatening to devour. The mummy shut his eyes and raised his arms to block. Dark light flared. The shock waves blustered against him. He flew back with the momentum, borrowing strength from which to wheel around. In that split second, he dashed to the desert and sprinted north for Kukhang. It was the first time Luchang encountered a mighty one who didn't hesitate to run. It made him wonder if he could have chosen a better move. Thoughts racing, he gave chase in the trail of sand and dust. He couldn't let him escape that easily. Things would get troublesome once he returns to Kukhang, for he had excellent tracking abilities and potential reinforcements. Killing a physical invulnerability expert is no easy feat alone. He might not be able to retain the mummy-dressed mighty one. However, he had to at least make him run in the wrong direction like a headless chicken to buy time for Cirrus and his family to evacuate. Bam, bam, bam. A condensed wind formed as Luchang moved and turned agilely, scattering the raging sand. Thump, thump, thump. As he chased after the mummy, his large strides split the golden sand apart. With one on the run and one on the chase, the two soon disappeared from the eyes of Wang Dong and Cirrus, leaving behind only a trail of sand that resembled a dragon. Let's get a move on. Wang Dong was experienced, so it didn't take him long to understand Lu Cheng's intentions. He decisively started up the MPV and drove at a staggering speed. Shouldn't we help? Asked Cirrus, puzzled. No, we won't be able to catch up with him. Even if we do, we won't be able to retain that physical demigod. If we get tangled up in a fight with him, we'll be trapped when his reinforcements arrive, explained Wang Dong as he drove. If Lu Cheng's alone, he'll have to freedom to fight or retreat. That way, it's actually safer and more flexible for him. We have to reach Fartuats and leave Nile as soon as possible. That's the greatest help we can give him. Cirrus also once lived on the edge, so he immediately understood the rationale after some calm thinking. He protested no further. Two sand dragons appeared in the desert. Sometimes the distance between its head and tail increased, sometimes it decreased. After turning and skirting around a dune, there was only bright moonlight before Luchang. The desert was peaceful. He could no longer see the mummy's traces. An idea flitted across his mind. Expanding the reflection range of Ice Mirror, he felt like he can hear the tiny movements of insects deep in the sand. He felt a soft, fleeting movement below his feet. A gleaming light gathered at his eyes. He suddenly retracted his chi and force, forming a human body Big Dan that was like a concentrated universe. This time, without having to use external forces, he used his own willpower and mind to gather the stars internally. Absolute darkness and coldness formed at the edge of the universe. Bam! Luchang lifted his right foot and suddenly stomped down. His foot disappeared into the sand. In the time of breath, with his feet as the center point, the sand froze, forming ice crystals. It spread in all directions and dug down deeper. Self-created secret arts, lament of the Ice Queen, full power. Snap! 10 meters away, the layer of ice above the golden sand shattered and rained at Luchang from all directions, like bullets. The mummy leaped out in another attempt to escape. Luchang scattered the hidden weapons with a devour punch, then went on chasing. 3 hours later, at the edge of the desert outside Kukhang, Luchang stood on the spot, frowning. He had completely lost the mummy. It's so hard to kill a physical invulnerability expert. Lu Cheng's flashing thoughts ultimately turned into a sigh. On the way, he blocked off and engaged the mummy a few times, forcing him to run in circles. By the time the mummy reached Kukhang, Wang Dong and the others would have to crash to not be near Fartuet. Now, even if the mummy's reinforcements arrive and cross the desert, they wouldn't be able to stop them in time. Once the group made their way there, the military will immediately arrange a ship to leave at night and send them out of Nile. This arrangement, of course, hasn't been premeditated, so it might take some time. That leaves a chance for the mummy and his reinforcements to strike. I'll hide east to Kukhang City. If the mummy gathers reinforcements, crosses the desert, and rushes for Fartuet, I'll buy time by harassing them along the way using guerrilla attacks, thought Lu Chang. He skirted to the east of the city, adjusted his breathing, and channeled his ice force. Using the technique from Cultivation Kung Fu, he hid his presence and blended into the darkness. He rested while keeping an eye on the edge of the desert. Back then, Gu Hui had slipped past his danger premonition with similar techniques. After Lu Chang got a hold of the complete cultivation manual, he naturally devoted a lot of time into this area, turning it into his own strengths. In a building close to the military base, Constantine had a glass of red in his hand. He was rather surprised at the sight of the battered and exhausted mummy. Big pests. China's Lu Chang. He promoted to a demigod, though half-fledged, replied the mummy moodily. Thankfully he had bandages around his face. Else Constantine would have seen his face flushed with anger. In the 3 hours of seesawing with Lu Chang, he almost succumbed to exhaustion, which had been accumulating since his arrival. He nearly got killed by Lu Chang. If Kukhang was 10 more miles further, that would most likely have been a one-way trip. Lu Chang's terror grade 2? Asked Constantine with a twinkle in his eye. You are interested? Asked the mummy shrewdly. Constantine sipped at the red in his glass. There was a craze in his eyes when he smiled. Of course, I have wanted his danger premonition skills for the longest time. In the past, if not for China's Ji and Shur getting involved with the Grand Cultivator and Kontsev, I would have used his girlfriend to corner him. Well, to be frank, when I noticed him, he was already a tad stronger than me. As for now, the taste of his blood could only be better. You are both terror grade, newly promoted ones, reminded the mummy coldly. You might not win against him. Constantine wasn't rankled by his comment. He laughed, then spread his arms. The Savior's blood flows in me. That naturally sets us apart. The mummy was going to speak again, but something distracted him. Reinforcements here, he said in a deep voice. Reinforcement? Upon hearing the mummy's definitive words, Constantine was clearly shocked for a moment. This was because he did not notice any expert approaching. In this aspect, he was confident that he was several notches stronger than the mummy. How could he possibly speak out first before he even noticed it? Could it be that the reinforcement was so strong that he was able to escape my senses? And that he had used a special method to inform the mummy? Seeing the doubts in Constantine's eyes, the mummy opened his mouth, pulling the bandages near his mouth in the process, and said, Listen carefully again. Listen. Constantine closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and listened attentively to the changes to the surrounding. However, he still couldn't detect any signs of a terror-grade expert. On the other end, the roar of the engine could be heard from far. There were also the sounds of tanks' tracks rotating and uniform and orderly footsteps. An army! Constantine opened both of his eyes. Nile's 35th fully motorized division. The mummy gave a definite answer. They are one of the 5 ace armies that are the most loyal to the pharaoh. By now, they should have set up a wartime airport in the wild. Their commander, Lieutenant General Amon, is also a demigod, the equivalent of your terror grade. Constantine drank a mouth of red wine and asked with doubts, Isn't this a secret mission? Why are we getting the army involved? Are you trying to stop me from getting back to America? Satha stays in the military base and so are the leaders of the Brotherhood. They have many troops, various types of high-tech equipment and powerful weapons. If we encounter them in the wild and aren't trapped in a certain area, there's nothing we would need to be worried about. However, if we wish to sneak into the base or even attack them directly with just the two of us, we would just be dying in vain. Even with Amon, the outcome will not change at all. To deal with a military fortress, the best way is still to use a fully equipped regular army and using fighter planes for airstrikes. The mummy explained. After finishing his lines, he added, Satha has noticed the pharaoh's intention and will definitely take counteractions. We can't let this drag on any further. After all, as long as we can tidy up this place, there will only be one place left. When the situation stabilized and the pharaoh returns, it doesn't matter how the international community would find this. In the worst case, we just have to get some scapegoats. All right, Constantine turned around and walked to the window. Through the thin curtains, he looked down to the streets. He saw armored vehicles, main fighting tanks and artillery launching cars moving through at a steady speed towards the military base that was some distance away. The war was going to start any second. Within the building, the footsteps of one wearing leather boots resonated. It was as though they were announcing the arrival of an expert. Knock, knock, knock. In less than a minute, someone was knocking the door. The pace was slow and extremely polite. General Amon, please come in, the mummy said politely. Following the creaking sounds, the door was pushed open, revealing a man in a brown and green general uniform. He had hair that touched his ears, blue eyes that looked like gems that formed from the ocean, and deep facial features. He could definitely be considered as a suave and charismatic man with Nile style. Satha has made use of his personal channels to inform various countries and accused Pharaoh of creating the mutiny and slaughtering his own people. He had requested for the international community to send an observation team to investigate. Moreover, he claimed that he has complete and definitive evidence. Lieutenant General Amon took a look at Constantine before continuing in a low voice. We don't have much time left. As he spoke, several formations of bombers, under the cover of fighter planes, whizzed past the window towards the military base. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lu Chang, who was hiding in the east part of the building, could hear explosion after explosion and felt the earth shaking lightly. He was rather surprised and left his hiding spot. He climbed to the top floor of a tall building and looked towards the direction where the sounds of explosions came from. From his location, he saw flames raging from time to time at the location of a military base. Towards the end of it, they no longer stopped. As for the skies, airplanes were roaring past at low height. The rebels and the regular army were exchanging fire again? It looks pretty intense. Lu Chang didn't have the support from the intelligence unit and could only make a rough conjecture based on the signs shown. However, there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that the mummy from before shouldn't have the time to look for reinforcements and pursue him at Fartuet. In other words, Cyrus and his families were completely safe. Should I take this chance to find a physical invulnerability expert to spar with? Or should I leave Kukhang and find another opportunity in Dika? It's easy to get injured or be disturbed in a battleground with fighter jets flying over. Lu Chang mumbled to himself while being in deep thought and was a little hesitant. Just as he pushed off with his hand and landed on the ground from the external side of the tall building, he suddenly noticed a trail of sand dust approaching quickly from the desert that was east of Kukhang. Another physical invulnerability expert? It seems like she's not completely there yet and was at a similar state as I. Lu Chang acutely judged. Silently, he moved through complete darkness and arrived at the position that figure was expected to enter into Kukhang. A strong gust of wind exploded as the figure approached quickly from afar. Lu Chang squinted his eyes and was shocked. The incoming person was actually Ren Li. Sunny Star Ren Li. Why is she here for? Lu Chang quickly released his technique that hid his presence. He strode out of the corner and revealed himself. Ren Li slowed herself, frowned and asked before Lu Chang could speak, "Why are you here?" She was wearing a light green martial arts suit and carried a bronze-yellowish sword scabbard. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, making her exquisite face look like a Barbie doll. Despite running through the desert, there wasn't any trace of dust on her face. Her pair of big and bright eyes were full of vitality, just like her nickname, Sunny Star. Lu Chang thought about it for a few seconds before seriously asking in an indirect manner, "Where do you think you are?" Isn't this place Dika? Ren Li seemed to be experienced in such situations and instantly returned a question. I knew it. Lu Chang almost covered his face and sighed. He turned to Ren Li and answered honestly, This is Kukhang. Kukhang. Which country is Kukhang in? Asked Ren Li while feeling a little guilty. It's also part of Nile, but it's 300 kilometers south of Dika, explained Lu Chang patiently. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but curse silently. How strong a heart and how obtuse are the seniors of Kongtong School to agree to letting such a clueless person head to the war-torn zones for training. Aren't they afraid that she will just make her way to the headquarters of a strong enemy? Runli had a sudden realization and said confidently and righteously, They didn't remind me. They? Lu Chang looked around as he replied. Runli felt a little embarrassed and explained, I have a global positioning device on me and a satellite phone. If I head in the wrong direction, they would call and correct me. It isn't that bad. Look, you just have to make a turn, keep going straight and you will be at Dika, said Lu Chang perfunctorily. Theoretically speaking, these words would apply to any other place. So that's how it is. So I wasn't lost. Renli mumbled to herself as she slowly regained her joy and confidence. She scrutinized Lu Chang for a while before replying with a faint smile. I heard from Priest that you happened to make the breakthrough too. That's great. Me too. Because of this, I got delayed a day and took an unnecessary route for a day. In the end, I couldn't meet up with Priest at Fartuet and could only agree to meet in Dika. Based on the way you travel, you might not even be able to meet him at Dika too. Lu Chang was about to speak again when an explosion erupted from the faraway military base again. Wave after wave of explosion came, seemingly forming a wall. Instantly, they accumulated into violent tremors, making it felt like the whole city was shaking. Did the ammunition depot get bombed? As Lu Chang was still making conjectures, Ren Li's eyes brightened up and asked, There's a war going on over there? It seems pretty intense. Yeah. Lu Chang didn't try to mask the fact. Let's go take a look and learn from it, suggested Ren Li excitedly. If we encounter a physical invulnerability expert that lagged behind, I'll let you give him a shot first. She makes it sound like a present to a kid. Lu Chang had the same thoughts initially and did not hesitate any further. He made his decision decisively and said, All right, but you definitely cannot be rash. Yeah, don't be rash. He kept the words cause trouble back. Relax, I have tons of experience, replied Renli sincerely. I'm a martial artist that has been through lots of trials in the war-torn zones. Lu Chang kept his thoughts to himself and rushed towards the location of the military base in front of the highly confident Ren Li. They both controlled their speed as they diverted some attention to guard against the surrounding and hid their movements. It was as though they had blended into the darkness, moving within it like ghosts. As they approached the battlefield, they found a tall building in the vicinity. From the outside of the building, where the windows had all shattered, they arrived at the balcony by jumping and leaping in less than 20 seconds. From the balcony, they looked towards the military base. There was fire everywhere and thick smoke filled the air. Sounds of explosions and gunshots were incessant, making everything seem like scenes from a big film. This caused Lu Chang to be a little lost. At this moment, Lu Chang noticed from his peripheral vision that there were also flames rising and sounds of explosion erupting from a place not too far away. The surface of the buildings in that direction had been turned to dust. Strong winds were blowing intensely and fire sparks and black fog would appear from time to time in midair. A battle between physical invulnerability experts, said Ren Li. She had also noticed the situation there and her eyes were shining terrifyingly bright. Without needing her to suggest, Lu Chang said directly, Let's go and take a look, but be careful and don't let them notice us. All right. Ren Li carried her sword, took a step forward and rushed to the edge of the balcony. Leaping into the air, she jumped towards a relatively lower building several tens of meters away. She was just like a gust of wind and was extremely fast. As she descended, she landed safely and stood firmly. Lu Chang knew that he did not have such an ability. After all, everyone had things they specialized in. Therefore, as he ran, he retracted his breathing and blood flow. Exerting strength from his Dan and pushing off with both of his legs, he successfully jumped to the side of Ren Li as the edge of the balcony he jumped off from collapsed. Through their respective methods, the two of them cruised through the city and quickly approached the battlefield of the physical invulnerability experts. They stopped at a tall building and looked down from the high ground. At this moment, Lu Chang used a technique that cultivators use to hide their presence and mind. Suddenly, his existence became faintly discernible. Ren Li also used the unique technique of Kongtong School. Incessant strong winds started blowing around her, covering all her motions. Looking afar, Lu Chang saw someone familiar. It was that mummy expert that had pursued Cyrus and his family. Satha had not expected Pharaoh to be so ruthless and directly mobilize his ace army to attack his base. As the situation got chaotic and he was on the verge of losing, he led a group of leaders of the Brotherhood and attempted to escape quietly from the fortress. However, he had underestimated Constantine's extremely strong senses in the dark and the mummy's ability to detect. He was quickly discovered and suffered an ambush, resulting in two of the leaders being killed in an instant. And now, Satha was facing off against Constantine and Lieutenant General Aman at the same time. He was in a tight spot but still constantly sought an opportunity to escape. He knew that once the mummy had finished off the other two leaders, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wished to. As compared to the young Aman and newly promoted Constantine, Satha was way more seasoned as a physical invulnerability mighty one. If he was based in China, even if he couldn't win a title, he would certainly be a first pin. Dexterous and agile, he took on both of them without showing any signs of defeat. Still, he was at a disadvantage. Flames spurted from his fists and disturbed the air around him. Even the environment had been affected, with scarlet rain falling like a meteor shower. While hindering his enemy's movement, 6 even wings rapidly formed on his back. The wings, scorching and steaming, were made up of tumbling flames. He looked like an angel walking on earth. When all 6 wings had fully taken shape, Satha violently jerked his back without hesitation. The scarlet feathers whooshed towards Constantine and Aman like arrows. The feather arrows glowed red and exploded instantly on contact. The ceaseless explosions were similar to hundreds of RPG being fired at once. It wasn't as powerful due to the scattering, but certainly spectacular. Satha's signature ability, Fire Angel's Rage. Boom, boom, boom. Clustered beams shot out and torched the air in a tempestuous sea of flames. Neither Aman nor Constantine dared to take it head-on. They backed off, evading and defending. Right now, Satha stepped into the floor, shattering the cement ground, and bolted forward like a phantom. Suddenly, a gloomy light flashed, then turned scarlet. In a breath's time, Constantine was tailing Satha. His full-speed sprint was like man-made lightning, faster than even a senior demigod. Suddenly, Satha drove his feet into the ground and stopped in his tracks, as though he wasn't actually running away. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. All of his joints crack at once. He suddenly turned and punched at the nearing Constantine. All of his inertia was converted to accelerate that punch. In a hum, his fist was enveloped by a white-hot flame. The inertia gave Constantine only one option. He threw a right palm, grabbing for the enemy's fist with dark glowing fingers. Boom! The white-hot flames on Satha's fist exploded prematurely and diverted his wrist. In a phantom-like motion, he avoided Constantine's grab and caught his enemy in the abdomen. He was feigning to flee for the counterattack. Earlier, he had realized Constantine's horrifying speed. Thus he knew he would be caught up to and delayed if he focused solely on escaping. Then, it would all over when Aman and the mummy engaged him in a pincer attack. If he wanted to retreat, he had to first attack. He had to seriously wound Dark Knight Bat to stop him from chasing. For that, Satha was willing to use the Hassani Sabaha's assassination technique. In a moment, the senior demigod had demonstrated his wits, determination, and power. Every physical invulnerability mighty one lived up to their name. Bam! Flesh and blood burst apart, revealing his intestines that wriggled like snakes. Constantine looked incredulously at his gaping wound. Satha, without even looking at him, delivered a back kick at his crotch with legs taut like steel. If the kick connected, he would borrow strength and run forward to flee for real. Pomph! Satha's right foot missed. His heart tightened. A milky white light burst forth and dazzled him. He sensed that the flaming rain around him had been fully smothered, as though it had been put out by powder or ice water. Shit! Before his right foot was fully withdrawn, a white-hot jet stream erupted from his left foot and hit the ground. Borrowing strength from that, he went forward and leapt far away. A figure flashed past. Constantine had cut him off. He was regenerating at a staggering speed, his fractured intestines automatically wriggling and reconnecting. Flesh and blood were growing and gathering at his gaping wound. It seemed like he would be good as new in a few seconds, but for his clothes. "You dare harm the Savior!" he shrieked in rage. His shrilling voice echoed. He grabbed at Satha with bulging palms. Constantine, shrouded in a white, holy glow, was a stark contrast from his evil and sinister appearance. His eyes that had a natural rueful look were presently dripping with scorn. Damn it, thought Satha. He knew he had to go out. The pores on his right arm expanded, from which spurted white-hot flames with hints of blue. It gave his punch incredible speed and power. At the same time, it caused his surroundings to burst into flames, weaving a fiery web. The fiery web shrunk quickly, condensing into a brutal, palm-sized fireball. It struck Constantine from the side. Constantine, ignoring the fireball, clenched his outstretched hand into a fist. Gouts of blood seeped out of his pores, flowing as if it contained life, and turned into an eldritch glove. His fist collided into Satha's. Boom! The flames dimmed. The blood glove scattered. Constantine took a few steps back from the impact. His shoulders were mangled in flesh and blood after getting hit by the brutal fireball. Satha stood firmly. He wanted to finish things off by striking again, but a shapeless force that came out of nowhere pushed him back. The air around his shoulders exploded eerily, ripping his general uniform apart and damaging his skin, muscles, and fascias. What's going on? It was the first time Satha encountered something this odd, and for a moment he was startled. "Those who harm incur retribution," shrilled Constantine. He moved to entangle Satha again. Only the milky glow around him had dimmed considerably. That was when Aman caught up as well. Satha could only give up on the thought of escaping, holding a tough defense against the two demigods. On the building's rooftop, Run-Li's eyes were sparkling. She was raring to go with her hand on the hilt of her sword. "It's 3-on-3, she suggested softly, turning to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng thought about it, then shook his head gravely. "Forget it, there will be other chances. That's most likely Dark Knight Bat, the American. If I can't finish him off here, I fear that he might take revenge on Cuckoo, my girlfriend. Plus, there isn't bad blood between us. Sparring is fine, but I have qualms about killing him. Well, in the situation Niles in, it's hard for us outsiders to judge who's on the right side. It might come back to bite us if we act rashly. It would be a pain in the ass to be mortal enemies with a physical invulnerability one. For them, if they are prepared to lose everything, killing weak martial artists and the defenseless is a walk in the park. At most, they would pay blood for blood if they fail to escape afterward." Earlier, when Lu Cheng thwarted the mummy, they were both acting for their own causes, so it didn't leave too much animosity. Had his enemy sworn revenge on him, he would not only have to worry about Cuckoo, but also his kiths and kins. After all, he couldn't be by their sides protecting them at all times. On the same note, the enemy would also have to consider these things when dealing with Lu Cheng. Run-Li was momentarily silent. Then, pursing her lips tightly, she nodded. "Fine." She looked reluctantly at the battlefield. "Then let's watch a little longer." "Sure," agreed Lu Cheng readily. The fight was at its climax. The mummy was fighting his last opponent. Trapped in a reactive position, Satha was boiling with rage. His hair stood on its ends. "Die with me!" he roared, as though a fuse was blown within him. Boom! A massive fireball rose from where they fought, expanding into a mushroom cloud and silencing the white noise. It was loud yet quiet. Self-sacrifice. He was planning to take the opponent down with him. Boom! The accumulated noises shook the building. Cracks formed on the walls. Pieces of the ceiling peeled off. Satha's executing a killer move by self-detonating. Lu Chang and Ren Li exchanged a glance. From the edge of the flames emerged two bolting figures. One was Constantine, the other Lieutenant General Amon. Covered in dust and dirt, they were both gravely wounded. Scorch marks and dents matted their skin, their arms drooping unnaturally. The former couldn't recover in time even with his incredible self-regenerative ability. The milky glow around him had fully dissipated. A third figure sprang out and fled into the distance. It was no other than General Satha. It was hard to tell that he was a person with his burnt skin mixed with blood and dirt. He avoided death by controlling the power of his self-sacrifice, escaping with mortal wounds. Right as the injured Constantine and Amon let their guards down thinking it's over, he broke through the encirclement and made a run. The sly move of an experienced one. Thud, thud, thud. He ran at top speed, paying no attention to his grave injuries. Suddenly, a hand in yellowed bandage shot out from the ground and grabbed his left ankle. Then came another hand clamping his right foot. The mummy had caught up after finishing off his last opponent. Under normal circumstances, the friction in the sand would prevent him from catching up to Satha. However, his opponent, presently gravely wounded and thoroughly weakened, failed to outrun him. Satha jerked his feet, but his opponent didn't budge at all, as though he was forged with metal. Constantine approached at top speed. He finally gave up. Closing his eyes, he looked up and shouted the holy name. He then began burning. Boom! The explosion was even more intense than the one before. Satha was reduced to mincemeat at once. His fingers, flesh, and blood flew and landed in every direction. Below him, the mummy was nearly killed along with him. His bandages had been reduced to ashes, revealing burnt skin and a hand with only one finger. The bones in his arms were shattered completely. After the second impact, Constantine's clothes were in tatters. A third of his hair remained. I wouldn't expect less from General Satha, puffed Amon, looking around. The three demigods almost let their opponent escape. His wounds were the lightest out of the three, and he had troops to command. Knowing Constantine's incredible regeneration, he nonchalantly excused himself and left for his military base. The mummy emerged from the ground and hobbled to the nearest plaza. Constantine ambled by his side, stretching his neck. What a dangerous fella! The pharaoh should have dealt with him himself, he complained. Relax, he will take care of the last target himself, gasped the mummy. Lu Chang and Ren Li retracted their gazes and squatted down with their backs towards the parapet. They eavesdropped on the conversation between them with their superhuman senses and amplifying techniques. The building was, after all, only 12 stories. That's good to hear, said Constantine, massaging his temples. I need a good break. The mummy's lifeless nature made it possible for him to talk normally despite his injuries. Didn't you want to take on Lu and Peng for their blood? Constantine didn't simply suck blood. With a dying opponent's energy, he could better steal their abilities. If he relied on blood alone, he would have a high chance of failing. Even if he did succeed, the effects wouldn't be optimal. It was different for the Savior's blood on the Holy Grail. As someone who created a system of martial arts without referencing to his antecedents, he was by far too powerful. That's why what remained of him remained fresh after 2,000 years. If not for that, Constantine wouldn't have succeeded. Still, he got much less out of it than expected. Constantine smiled at his question. I have a lot more opportunities to deal with them. Take Lu, for example. He frequently visits his girlfriend in Connecticut, so I'm not missing the chance. His girlfriend is granddaughter to 2 terror grades. I can make do with her blood too. Aren't you afraid of them taking revenge? Asked the mummy, puzzled. My kith and kin are better off dead, replied Constantine indifferently. On the rooftop, Run Li suddenly felt a piercing presence from Lu Chang. Her eyes twinkled. She clenched her fist and communicated through telepathy. "Shall we do it?" "MHM," said Lu Chang, narrowing his eyes. He had made up his mind to hunt down the Dark Night Bat, even if he had to go to the ends of Earth. "We take one each?" asked Run Li through telepathy. Lu Chang pondered and shook his head. "The mummy's heavily wounded. We will first take him down with a surprise attack. Things would be easy afterward." After a short discussion, they decided that Ran Li would continue on the balcony while Lu Chang would make his way to the other side. Pushing off with his hands, he jumped off and landed accurately on the extended portion of the 10th level. He was almost completely silent when he landed. Moreover, the gunshots and explosion from the direction of the military base had further covered all signs of movements. He was just like an agile ape and fell constantly down the exterior of the building. In just a few seconds, he landed solidly on the ground and stood firmly. Keeping his breathing in check and freezing the surface of his body, he isolated his scent. After which, Lu Chang executed a cultivation technique to prevent others from noticing his lethality. He made his way around the building and snuck to the front. In the end, he had his back against the wall, hid himself in a corner and the shadows while waiting for Constantine and the mummy to walk past. In the whole process, the vitality in his eyes seemed to have been frozen like the water of a lake. They were quiet and chilling. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Lu Chang counted down quietly. Suddenly, Constantine stopped. He cleared his throat and raised his voice slightly. Although Satha had chosen to explode his body, he wouldn't be completely vaporized. There should still be some flesh and blood remaining. "What are you trying to say?" asked the mummy as he was using the realm of self-reflection to slowly repair his arms that had suffered comminuted fractures. "My initial reward is supposed to be Satha's flesh and blood. Who would have expected him to choose the most intense way to retaliate?" said Constantine as he shrugged his shoulders. "I got to look for any remaining parts of his body and absorb the blood in it. This would still be better than nothing." The mummy thought about it for a while before nodding his head reluctantly. "Make it quick. I have to head back into the stone coffin for recovery immediately." "No problem. I'm very sensitive to the smell of fresh blood," laughed Constantine before walking back towards the last position where Satha had chosen to sacrifice himself. As he walked, he squinted his eyes and wriggled his nose to detect the faintly discernible scent in the thick smoke. Lu Chang stopped his silent countdown and raised his back slightly. He bent his knees slightly and was ready to strike. "Over here," mumbled Constantine, after which, he walked to the edge of the explosion and picked up half a segment of a finger from the opposite roadside. The edges of the severed finger had been badly burnt. This was one of the few remaining traces of Satha that was left behind in this world. Squeezing his fingers, the skin on the severed finger cracked and the few remaining drops of blood dripped down. Constantine sniffed intoxicatedly before stuffing the severed finger like an ice popsicle into his mouth. Despite seeing internal organs that were dug out frequently, the mummy still couldn't help but felt nauseated. "It's now." Lu Chang retracted his breathing and blood flow before exploding them in an instant. Pushing off with his legs and straightening his back, he pounced towards the mummy in a crazy manner, leaving afterimages as he moved. In his mind, he had started visualizing. However, this hadn't affected his advancing speed. The mummy instantly felt his heart skip a beat and noticed something was not right. However, before he could make his response, the assaulter had rushed to him and occupied his entire vision. Lu Chang. The sense of danger he felt turned into a cold wave that traversed through his spine. As both of his arms had suffered comminuted fractures, he could no longer exert strength. Decisively, he raised his right calf and swung it fiercely on the spot. Pa! The air split and the faint light turned into a blade. The kick blade moved fiercely towards Lu Chang, enveloped within corrosive black gas. Facing such an attack, Lu Chang didn't care at all. He simply tilted his body so that he avoided his vitals. Crack! The kick blade smashed onto the ice armor on his ribs and crushed the ice crystals. Lu Chang could felt a jerk of pain from his muscle and bone. In that instance, his killing intent grew stronger. He swung his right arm, which was kept behind his back previously, and his fist flew towards his opponent like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding temperature was decreasing rapidly as the fist landed on the chest of the mummy. A kick for a punch. His punch didn't seem to have hit someone with flesh and blood. On the contrary, it felt like it had sunk into a rotten wood. Nonetheless, the power that could freeze one's mind and organs started spreading. Severe warning. The chest of the mummy cracked and his heart turned black. In an instant, his eyes lost vitality and he felt just like he had returned to his usual slumber. However, as a deceased, he had extremely strong resistance against freezing, stiffening, and slumbering-related powers and had not lost his innate conscience. Without further consideration, he followed the impact from Lu Cheng's punch and retreated backwards, opening up some distance. He planned to wait for reinforcement and not give Lu Cheng the opportunity for a subsequent move. At this moment, Constantine had also reacted. Holding Sathu's finger in his mouth, he turned around and pounced rapidly towards Lu Cheng. His cape spread out due to the wind, just like the wings of a giant bat. At this moment, a flicker of light flashed past and dispersed the surrounding darkness. From the balcony of the tall building, the clear light from a sword shot down. The green light of the sword started spinning rapidly, causing a violent and strong hurricane. Originating from the top, it enveloped the mummy, whose thoughts had slowed. Swish, swish, swish. The flash from the sword and the hurricane arrived at the same time. If the enemy was enveloped in it, he would definitely be ripped into countless smart pieces. Wind Sex 112 move, Heaven's Burial. The killing intent of the sword struck the mummy's brain, jerking him awake. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he could only endure the piercing pain of needles striking his brain. He struggled to wriggle his shoulders and lift up his fractured arms, after which he corroded the surrounding surface and created countless sand. The sand scurried upwards and enveloped the mummy while dry and scorching winds surrounded him, carrying countless sand grains. A blunt knife cutting meat instantly sounded unceasingly. Strong winds leaked out, carrying sand grains, flesh and blood out before falling to the ground. Bam! After an explosion, the light from the sword and the strong gust of wind dissipated. Carrying the long sword in her arms, Ren Li did a somersault in the air as she descended suavely. As for the mummy, he had lost his yellowish bandage. Even his charcoal black skin was almost completely shaven off. There were also several palpable wounds on his body and head, exposing his dull-colored organs and grayish-white brain. His left arm was severed from his shoulder while his right arm was missing the hand and wrist. He looked extremely wretched, but what was creepy was that he had not shed a single drop of blood. Instead, he followed the force of the impact and leapt towards Constantine, who was quickly approaching. To him, the blood-sucking bat was unprecedentedly cute and handsome. Lu Cheng's eyes clearly reflected the figure of Constantine, and his speed was truly terrifying. Suddenly, Ren Li, who was still suspended in midair, seemed to have turned into a gust of unrestrained wind and changed her direction. Using the momentum of falling, she invoked the green light of the sword and slashed toward the Dark Knight bat. Wind Sex 26th move, Unfettered Shift. As for Lu Cheng, he had completely ignored Constantine, who was about to attack him. He bent his body until he was almost parallel to the ground before retracting his breathing and blood flow. After which, he straightened his back fiercely and raised both of his arms with momentum. In that instant, extreme darkness emerged and surrounded him. However, in the midst of the darkness, it was also decorated with bright and hot stars. It was as though the miniature version of the universe had descended. The cosmic shot up as Lu Cheng raised both of his arms. It immediately expanded and enveloped the mummy in an instant. The surface of the mummy was instantly covered by a layer of frost, and he felt just like his body was sealed. Coupled with the fact that he was in mid-air, he had completely lost his ability to change his direction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Those stars expanded rapidly, turned into Emperor Yen, and smashed crazily onto the body of the mummy, causing violent explosions and igniting flames that could bury everything. No! The wail of the mummy ended suddenly. Amidst the terrifying consecutive explosion, his body was blown into pieces and turned into dust by the scorching white flames. This was the unique skill of combining cultivation and path of martial arts and the foundation that Liu Chang had relied on to make the great leap. Cosmic universe! Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the severed left arm and right palm finally fell to the ground, raising sand into the air and desolately told the story of a past physical invulnerability expert. Bam! Constantine naturally wouldn't allow Ren Li to split him into two in a strike and quickly dodged to the side. As his afterimages slowly faded, he clenched his fist had hit the side of the sword of his opponent. His opponent was sent flying away but still managed to land safely on the ground. Just as he was thinking of turning around to attack Liu Chang, he heard the shriek from the mummy and saw the rain of flames falling. Constantine's hair stood up in horror. He quickly stomped his legs and dashed away, leaving only his afterimages behind. He was decisive and wanted to use his speed to shake off the two assaulters. At this moment, strong gusts of wind started blowing crazily. In just several instances, Ren Li had caught up to Constantine. She was equally apt in speed and specialized in movement technique. Ren Li, who had just broken through, was supposed to be slower than Constantine in theory. However, her opponent had suffered grave injuries. Seeing that Ren Li had managed to impede the Dark Knight bat, Liu Chang used his current attainment and imitated Satha. He opened up all his pores below his feet and behind his back. By releasing controlled Emperor Yen force through these pores, bluish-white flame darted out. Using the reaction force, Liu Chang seemed to have turned into a rocket that was launched. He clenched his fist tightly and smashed it to the side of Constantine's face after covering several hundred meters in a single leap. The sudden flames limned Constantine's slightly pale face. The shadow from an incoming fist, gradually increasing in size, rapidly spread across the side of his face. Even before contact, it exhibited a horrifying power and promised an impact that could easily shatter a thick steel board. At the same time, Ren Li stabbed 3 times. The green wind blade, thin yet sharp, went out horizontally, threatening to split her enemy into 4. In such a scenario, Constantine dared not hesitate. He decided at once. A dark, glowing gas, thick and sticky, sprang up around him. The black gas permeated the air and enveloped him. Bam! Liu Chang's jet spray punch landed on the dark glowing gas on Constantine's side. The gas dispersed quickly, splattering black blots everywhere. The clangor from the rapid collision sounded like construction work. Pom, pom, pom. The 3 sword strikes landed on Constantine, shaving the dark glow into fluttering, black butterflies. In exchange, the sword lost its momentum and power. In a breath's time, Constantine's dark glow and black gas dissipated completely, revealing his ragged tuxedo and dusty collar shirt, exposing his mirage-like body. His face was as white as a sheet, almost transparent. The finger fell from his mouth. As though deprived of all weight and existence, he glided rapidly into the distance. Just as Liu Chang and Ren Li were about to give chase, the surrounding dark light and black blots spiraled suddenly, like countless, alerted bats in a cavern. They were clearly dangerous, with their fangs bared and a dark sanguine glow. The two were compelled to act while chasing. Liu Chang threw heavy, burning punches, rising rings of flames around him. Ren Li weaved her sword around her, advancing like a rampant tornado. Still, they were both hindered. Swish, swish, swish. The numerous tiny dark night bats rapidly gathered and crawled within Constantine's body. It gave him substance, taking away the mirage's qualities. Color began returning to his face, reassembling night. It was a brilliant move from Constantine to negate Liu Chang and Ren Li's attack, all while repositioning himself into a safe spot. Constantine saw Ren Li striking with her sword and fireballs circling around Liu Chang. A dark light flitted across his pupils. He suddenly snapped with his right hand. Pa! Liu Chang fell into darkness. He lost sight of the lingering sparks from the explosion, of the dangling moon and scattered stars, and of his enemy. He stopped hearing guns and cannons from the nearby military base. It was as though he was stripped of his senses. He couldn't see, hear, smell, or touch anything. Even his ice mirror was impaired, its reflection range reduced to 1 meter around him. Thinking quickly, Lu Chang channeled his chi and blood and formed a starry sky to amplify his danger premonition ability. He then began inspecting. Constantine, at the edge of this absolute darkness, heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have the luxury of time to make his exit with a graceful bow, so he immediately turned to flee. His ability was known as the Dark Sex Moonless Final Curtain in China and Blood Race territory in the Samano royal family. It was capable of draining a small area of light and sound and causing hallucinations by meddling with human senses. A person caught in it would be stuck running in circles. That was when a green, metallic luster flashed across Constantine's eyes. Ren Li, eager with her sword in hand, had dashed out of the darkness and was lunging at him. She had a vacant look in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by pleasant surprise and confidence. She has scary instincts, thought Constantine. Behind Ren Li, Lu Chang ran out in large strides, the white-hot, bluish fireballs ready to be launched. Narrowing his eyes, Constantine ignited his blood. Suddenly, he squatted down and punched at the ground. Bam! The earth before him, like seawater, was sliced apart by an invisible sword. A crack of about 4 inches formed and stretched forward in a tapering fashion for about 100 meters. The air above the crack was split in two as well as the balconies for several levels up. Lu Chang and Ren Li immediately dodged to the side. The attack missed by hair's breadth. The wind from Ren Li's swordplay split apart and dissipated quietly. The fireballs around Lu Chang stopped moving, then crackled from within like damp squibs. Ultimately, they were reduced to sparks. Constantine's fist recoiled from the ground. Crossing his arms, he grabbed his flesh and ripped 2 chunks off, throwing it at his opponents on both sides. The 2 bloody lumps of flesh seemed to contain life. Squirming, they expanded into 2 sanguine skin-shaped figures mid-air. They went towards Lu Chang and Ren Li like target-seeking parasites. The vivid blood drops seemed to be a warning of its evil nature and danger. After that move, Constantine immediately turned without looking back. Like a floating light in the night, he made a dash for it and swerved into a street nearby. Lu Chang punched at the monster spawned from flesh and blood. White-hot, bluish flames condensed on the surface of his fingers, continuing until saturation. Boom! White light flared and lighted up the surroundings. The tossed flames and shockwaves swallowed the skin-shaped figure, burning it to a crisp. On the other side, Ren Li swirled her sword, stirring up a green tornado that went upwards. Whoosh! The sanguine skin was caught in it. As though thrown into a blender, it was reduced to countless blood droplets in seconds, spraying in all directions and landing as far as 10 meters away. Neither Ren Li nor Lu Chang wasted a moment. One cast the attainment formula while the other used wind step. They hastened across the road and entered the street where Constantine's presence lingered. They chased on for a few hundred meters before reaching a crossroad. They stopped at once and exchanged puzzled glances. At that place, Constantine's presence had split into 2. One went straight while the other turned right. Both trails seemed authentic, shored up by shreds of evidence. After using their tracking techniques respectively, they deduced that he could have gone either way. Lu Cheng's danger premonition wasn't of use either, since there wasn't any direct stimulus. We each take one way, then backtrack back here once we can confirm it's fake. Lu Chang trusted that they could both withstand a desperate bout of attacks from Constantine until the other arrives. The tricky part was whether Ren Li can never find her way back. However, since Constantine had left his presence along the way, she would have something to guide her, so most likely she wouldn't lose her way. Hopefully. If they dragged any longer, the enemy would have fled too far. He would even have the leisure to cover his tracks and presence. That's the reason why Lu Chang didn't waste time on that issue and put his full trust in Ren Li. Pushing off from the ground, he turned right with howling wind around him. Ren Li, looking motivated with bright eyes, ran forward, raising a blinding green gale. After almost 1,000 meters, Lu Chang encountered another three-way road. Constantine's presence and tracks had, once again, split in opposite directions. Which way should I go? He felt a little lost. The Dark Night Bat is extraordinarily tricky. Not one physical invulnerability mighty one is easy to kill. Guess I'll have to leave it to luck and pick blindly, muttered Lu Chang. He chose left out of habit. At a time like this, making a wrong decision was better than stopping. If he made a wrong decision, he could at least determine which side was real. He would have only wasted some time. If he stopped completely, he would not only be wasting time but also be none the wiser. Just as Lu Chang was going to move off, he heard a loud howling wind approaching. Ren Li had caught up after finding out she was on a fake trail. He used his blood and flesh to fake the presence and trail, said Ren Li, her ponytails bouncing up and down. Enlightened, Lu Chang made a quick decision. He used it again here. We split up once more. Ren Li didn't move. I have a way to track him down, she declared smugly. What way? Asked Lu Chang, surprised and overjoyed. Ren Li opened her left fist, revealing a portion of Constantine's squirming blood and flesh. Smiling, she said, It's a method from the plague sect. It's hard to place a curse with only flesh and blood, but it's easy to track him down within 10 kilometers. Impressive. Lu Chang raised his thumb and said no more. Ren Li smiled smugly. She clenched her left fist and began visualizing. A poisonous light shone in her eyes. After a few seconds, the flesh and blood spontaneously combusted, turning into crimson ashes. The ashes fell to the ground, moving as though they were alive and formed a red arrow that pointed to the right. Lu Chang and Ren Li began chasing at once, deploying tricks of their own. They were in hot pursuit like high-speed rails. After a few crossroads, with the guidance of remaining ashes, they managed to overcome Constantine's diversion techniques. After 3 minutes of chasing, they found their opponent, who was slowing down and attempting to heal himself. Constantine's eyes gleamed. You will all die, he said hatefully. When he said that, a milky light surrounded him. He seemed like a deity on earth. All of his wounds and exhaustion disappeared rapidly. In a matter of seconds, he was back to his peak form. Doing so took a toll on the powers he gained from absorbing the Savior's blood, which would permanently weaken him. Milky white light sprinkled down, illuminating a radius of 50 meters with Constantine in the middle. It was just like a reflection of the heaven on earth. Within the Holy Light Kingdom, Constantine, who was wearing a tattered tuxedo and dirty white shirt, suddenly disappeared. A short moment later, he creepily appeared to the side of Lu Chang. He clenched his fist tightly and smashed towards the side of Lu Chang's face with a straight punch. The supernatural ability of the Savior, Flash. With the change in Constantine's position, the area where the holy light also shifted. Lu Chang's ice mirror clearly reflected his surroundings to him. When Constantine suddenly appeared, he noticed him instantly. Pulling back his body, which was facing sideways to Constantine, turned and faced him directly. After avoiding the attack of his enemy, he struck out his punch from his waist towards Constantine's abdomen. He hid Emperor Yen force within his punch, restraining it from exploding and giving him room to make changes. Ren Li, who was just a short distance away, took a step forward, after which she wasn't in a hurry to turn her body. Swinging her arm and slashing her sword in the opposite direction, she sent a thin but sharp green blade towards the neck of Constantine. Despite facing a pincer attack from both sides, Constantine did not adopt any defensive moves. His joints cracked and his arm bent like a snake. Shifting his punch that Lu Chang had avoided, he hit towards his opponent's head. Seeing this, the scene from before flashed past Lu Chang's mind suddenly. While being enveloped by the milky white light, Satha suffered a creepy explosion at the same position where he landed a fireball on Constantine. Without further analysis and not considering the cause and effects, Lu Chang relied on his innate battle senses and made a decision instantly. He ignited the Emperor Yen force in his wrist and propelled his fist upwards towards Constantine's right arm. The milky white light swayed and flickered as Constantine's punch deviated from its trajectory. At the same instant, a mysterious airflow exploded, and Lu Chang felt pain surging in his right forearm. He almost lost his defensive stance as a result of this. Indeed, by now, Lu Chang already understood the situation. At this moment, the green wind blade from Ren Li had also hit Constantine in the neck, split the milky white light apart, and made Constantine tilted his head subconsciously. Swoosh! A thin blade appeared out of nowhere, split the defensive winds around Ren Li, and left a deep cut on Ren Li's white and fair neck. Fresh blood instantly gushed out. Ren Li immediately wriggled her muscles to seal the opening, leaving behind a hideous-looking scar. Failing to connect on his attack, Constantine disappeared immediately, appeared behind Ren Li, and swung a straight punch towards his opponent's spine. His fist was covered by a layer of creepy red light and appeared to be poisonous. Ren Li didn't flinch and only tilted her body slightly. Pulling her arm back, she quickly crashed the hilt of her sword onto his fist like a hammer. Constantine was shocked for a moment but disappeared instantly. As for Ren Li, she felt excruciating pain through her fingers and almost lost control over her long sword. Pa pa pa! Constantine kept flashing around in different areas. It was as though he had split into two and was fighting with Lu Chang and Ren Li at the same time. This was to prevent them from having an opportunity to attack him at the same time. In addition, every punch and claw of his had the power of darkness and venom blood. These invaded the two and brought upon various persistent negative impacts. If it wasn't because of the fact that Lu Chang's Emperor Yen and Ren Li's plague sects were resistant to these attacks and the ability of force concentration to neutralize the negative impacts, they would probably be suppressed by Constantine alone. Even so, considering the terrifying and creepy reflection, the two of them felt a little helpless. SSK, SSK, SSK. Ren Li looked around and noticed that the milky white light was melting the accumulated snow rapidly. Moreover, her hidden scent, which she had been releasing secretly, had been completely neutralized. Bam bam bam. Lu Chang focused on defending and managed to withstand the crazy barrage of attacks from his opponent. He had initially thought of spreading flames around and triggering rain of fire to accelerate the disappearance of Holy Light Kingdom. From his observation of the previous battle between Constantine and Saga, a territory like this could be affected by external forces and wouldn't last long. However, after exchanging a few blows, he acutely noticed that the fighting skills of the Dark Knight Bat weren't outstanding at all. He seemed to be more reliant on his different types of supernatural abilities. In less than 30 seconds of battle, he had used over 6 types. As for his fighting skills, it was at the standards of one who had just reached the Dan stage. He might be well-versed in his abilities, but his skills weren't strong. Also, he might have studied them and had some practice, but he had definitely not spent the majority of his attention on it. As the thought flashed past his mind, Lu Chang raised his forearms to form a guard as Constantine's palm struck towards him. As the two of them were about to collide, Lu Chang suddenly released his hidden Emperor Yen force that propelled his forearms upwards. After which, he extended his 5 fingers and grabbed Constantine by the wrist after breaking through the thin layer of milky white light to complete his capture. Lu Chang could feel that his other hand was stopped by something. However, this didn't affect him. He relaxed his other hand, moved it like a praying snake, grabbed onto Constantine's joints and successfully restricted Constantine's flash temporarily. While executing big and open moves, the shortcomings of Constantine weren't that obvious. However, once he was in close combat fight, they were completely exposed. At this moment, Ren Li stomped her legs, changed her direction and darted towards Constantine's side with her sword. At the same time, she made visualization in her mind. In the split moment before striking the milky white light, she suddenly changed her piercing move to a flick. With the blade as the lever, she flicked Constantine up violently. Phew! Green winds erupted from his feet before turning into a tornado that enshrouded him and lifted him to the skies. As for Lu Chang, he released his grip in time and wasn't affected. Wind Sec's 10th move, 9 Heaven's Breath. Ren Li was still affected by the endless hurricane and was drifting uncontrollably. Lu Chang bent his back and became almost parallel to the ground. As the power of 9 Heaven's Breath raged in Constantine's body and restricted his ability to move freely in his holy light kingdom, he could only stand still and watch his body rising to the skies. As for Lu Chang's prepared attack, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he was still covered by that milky white light and the one who hurts would be hurt. Moreover, he had an extremely strong recovery ability. Exchanges of blows? Not a problem. As dull red light shimmered Constantine's eyes, Lu Chang opened his. He straightened his back violently and raised both of his arms. He was surrounded by a reflection of the universe. The darkness was mainly comprised of a chilling cold but was decorated with scorching hot spots. Following the direction of his arm, this scene shot out and darted into the holy light kingdom, enshrouding Constantine. The combination of cultivation and the path of martial arts, cosmic universe. In an instant, the milky white light was completely frozen. It was as though it had turned into a coffin made of ice with Constantine frozen in it. He really dares to? Just as Constantine was struck with fear, countless stars started collapsing inwards and clobbered the ice coffin. They were striking from all directions without any signs of stopping. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Flames erupted in mid-air as the scorching bluish-white fireworks bloomed and swallowed the holy light kingdom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lu Chang seemed to have been frozen to the ground and found it hard to make other moves. Nonetheless, the surrounding air ignited by itself and shot out fireballs out of thin air like cannons to Constantine and caused endless explosions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The shock wave from the impact propagated outwards with the raging flames. Lu Chang enshrouded himself in a layer of ice armor and rushed in without any reserve. Layers of ice crystals were replaced by others as they melted. At this moment, Ren Li landed on both of her legs. Swinging her long sword, she created a strong wind and blew away several fireballs. Feeling that his ice spirit force was close to depletion, Lu Chang stomped and darted out of the thick smoke. There were many burnt spots on him and he had suffered a certain degree of injury. As for Constantine, the milky white light around him had completely disappeared and he no longer felt holy and sacred. His tuxedo and dark red cape had completely turned into shreds and drifted downwards. Several spots on his head were still burning. He stood on the ground with his specially made leather shoes completely cracked and broken. There weren't many injuries on him and the decrease in his aura wasn't apparent. At this very moment, he was no longer the savior. Squinting his eyes, Constantine leapt forward. He avoided Ren Li and pounced towards the tired Lu Chang. He aimed to eliminate or seriously injure one of them first. This was because when it became one-on-one, it would be much easier for him no matter if he chose to fight or escape. At this moment, Lu Chang raised both of his hands, pointed to himself before letting out a low moan, "Wholeness!" In a short instant, Lu Chang had regained his vitality. He was full of spirit and his ice spirit force was replenished. Other than some lingering injuries, one couldn't tell that he had just undergone an intense battle. Seeing Constantine approaching him, he rapidly retracted his breathing and blood flow and kept them below the universe below his abdomen. After which, he shifted the stars and traced out the fighting formula. Suddenly, Lu Chang's muscles expanded exaggeratedly. Strips of nerves were revealed and moved like dragons within his muscles. Bam! He swung his fist towards Constantine, bringing with it a hurricane that put out the surrounding flames. Constantine knew that Lu Chang was apt in the 9 words formula, but had not expected that it could be used in such a way. The shadow from the fist in front of him grew larger and larger. It was as though he had encountered a real giant recorded in the legends. At this point, Constantine couldn't stop his momentum. Pushing his right foot into the ground, he punched out with both fists to block Lu Chang's iron hammer fist. The brutal strength made his muscles and fascias tremor like guitar strings. He couldn't get the loud buzz out of his head. Boom! Where they connected, The air currents blasted apart, sending passages of white waves outwards. Constantine felt like a pyramid with his fist being the tip of it. Under Liu Cheng's horrifying strength, the impact quickly shifted from one point to spreading across the whole of it, causing the whole structure to disintegrate and collapse. Constantine didn't dare to resist. Lowering his arms, he floated backward as though he was sent flying. However, the push from the air swarming around him allowed him to be out of Liu Cheng's reach as the latter gave chase. If it had been a one-on-one, his supernatural ability would have gotten him out scot-free from Liu Cheng's follow-up attacks. Then he could turn the tides. However, he wasn't against one person. A sudden pain penetrated his back. The pain spread across his spine, causing his skin to horripilate. Run Li, weaving her sword, had stabbed his hips. The strike was quick but silent. The gleam in Constantine's eyes condensed. A sanguine light sprung up around him. He managed to stop his backward inertia at once in an eerie, physics-defying manner. Bam! Releasing all his stored-up energy, he swerved and avoided Renli's lethal sword strike. However, in that moment of delay, Liu Cheng had closed in once more. Concentrating his chi and blood, he visualized a fighting formula formed from stars. Bam! He grew above 2 meters, muscle-bound with bulging, blue-black veins. He looked very much like an ancient giant from the depths of hell. Jerking his shoulder and clenching his fist, he dealt a hammer fist. The shadow enlarged in Constantine's eyes. He drew a sharp breath, letting the air inflate him like a balloon. He went over 2 meters and was a few times more muscular. His white shirt and casual long pants, not as flexible as a martial arts suit, ripped at once, revealing his pale green skin and incredible muscles. He had stolen the ability from one of his victims. He named it the Hulk. Swinging his arms like a baseball bat, he struck at Liu Cheng. The fists from the two veiny, muscular giants collided, stirring up a whirlwind and producing a thunderous explosion. Boom! Liu Cheng's arm recoiled and took a step back. He was back to his 1.8-meter appearance. Constantine took multiple steps, leaving 2 vivid, gigantic footprints in the ground. His body began to shrink. At that time, Renli struck again. There was a green flash from her sword. She chopped straight down, wanting to split her opponent in two. Learning from the pincer experience from earlier, she didn't strike together with Liu Cheng. Instead, they adopted a tag-team approach so Constantine couldn't stop them both with one supernatural ability and make a run. The goal was to not give him a chance for a breather. With the remaining power from the Hulk ability, Constantine slapped at the side of the green blade. Renli's long sword curved to the side, nearly falling out of her hands. However, Renli's straight chop was merely a blind. Her killer move was her kicks. She kicked out continuously, spreading the impact across a small region, creating 2 sharp but thin wind blades that cut towards her enemy's solar plexus. Pomph! Pomph! It left 2 hideous, gaping wounds on Constantine's abdomen. Like a balloon leaking, he reverted to his original size. Before he could grab at Renli, she had retreated using the wind. Liu Cheng stepped forward once more, using force concentration to activate another fighting formula. Bam! 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 His defined muscles bulged, producing a loud boom. His martial arts suit clung tightly to his body, accentuating his manly and muscular body. Seeing his enemy transforming into a giant once more and punching at him, Constantine gnashed his teeth. A tumbling, glowing black gas sprang up around him, turning everything sticky. Boom! Liu Cheng's punch caught his opponent in the forearm. The savage force shattered the dark glowing black gas around him, reducing it to fluttering butterflies. Reducing the impact and mitigating the damage with reassembling night. The dark glow and black mist scattered at once. Constantine's face turned awfully pale. His body lost existence and went with the wind like a mirage. Renli, with her wind steps, chased forward before the countless vampiric bats could reassemble. She leaped into the air, turning mid-air so her body was upside down. Whoosh! The wind's howling grew louder. A shining sword light swirled, forming a tornado that spread towards Constantine. The 12th style of the wind sect, Heaven's Burial. The tornado intensified, the sharp intent increased. The sword's intent penetrated Constantine's mind, giving him a stinging headache. He let out an angry roar, calling the bats to hasten their return. Slash, 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 slash. The loud sound of cutting through flesh came almost at the same beat. The black, crimson-glowing bats that were caught into it were immediately blended to dark drops and black mists. They vanished. When the wind had stopped and the light was gone, Renly's figure appeared. Sword in hand, she did an air somersault 4 inches above Constantine, landing steadily behind her enemy. Constantine, head buried in arms, had a blank, unfocused look in his eyes. Before Lu Chang could attack again, an even cut formed on the surface of his skin. After that, a loud howling of wind erupted, shredding his body to pieces. Constantine's arms were cut into 5 pieces, his body in countless pieces. Only his legs were somewhat unharmed. Along with his innards, they flew and landed in every direction. Bam! Constantine's head was the last to touch the ground. It wasn't heavily damaged due to his protection, but life faded from his eyes, leaving only lingering regret and confusion. Phew, what a tough opponent, praised Renly, sheathing her sword. The Dark Knight Bat was not only powerful but also had many tricks up his sleeves. They almost let him, who was at the same stage, escape even when they were working together. Let's leave this place first. That military officer might turn back if he hears something, suggested Lu Chang, looking around. Okay. Renly, fairly fatigued too, lost interest in going to the military base. She left the place with Lu Chang. They went to the north of the city, to the highway entrance towards Dika. Renly, looking at the sky, said, I'll be meeting with Priest in Dika, so I won't be there for long. I'll consider going back to the war-torn zones after mastering the Wind Sect's physical invulnerability chapters. Or I might go for the national title right away. We haven't mastered our respective physical invulnerability chapters, so there's a stark difference when we are against opponents of the same league. If he didn't rely on Cosmic Phantom, a quasi-physical invulnerability secret art he derived after making the breakthrough, he couldn't have taken down either Dark Knight Bat or the Mummy for certain. Lu Chang went on. I won't be going to Dika. I'll head to Fartuat to get some information on my brother-in-law Lin Quebec. I need to know where he was last seen, then decide whether I'm heading into the war-torn zones. If possible, he wanted to have Master grant him the Ice Sect physical invulnerability chapters. After grasping the basic concepts, he will dive deep in the war-torn zones to find him. Okay, I'll be off then, smiled Renly. She waved handsomely, then confidently bolted south for Cukhang. Mouthing twitching, Lu Chang quickly halted her to point her the right direction. When Renly was far gone, he pondered, then returned to Cukhang and took shortcuts to the place where they battled Lu Chang. When the Dark Knight Bat died, Lu Chang didn't felt relieved. Instead, he felt a vague, lingering danger premonition. Hence, he decided to visit the battlefield once more for a careful inspection. He also wanted to preserve a piece of Constantine's flesh with his ice powers for the military's research. Back where the physical invulnerability mighty ones once battled, there was gunpowder smoke. The floor was littered with pieces of the corpse. In the surrounding area, some flames burned faintly. All was quiet like an oil painting. A few minutes later, Constantine's head suddenly moved. A crimson light filled his eyes as life returned to him. He spat out a thin, scarlet mist that shrouded the area around him. Pieces of flesh, wriggling creepily, slowly returned and reassembled. When he failed to heavily wound his enemy with Holy Light Kingdom, Constantine already knew he couldn't escape using usual methods. So, without making unnecessary attempts, he set up the stage to perform the Savior's last and most unusual ability. It was the last resort for him to escape his predicament. Revival. As long as his head wasn't shattered and his flesh and blood were available, he could revive. For that, he acted as though he was in a rough spot, sometimes haughty and sometimes shocked. After 10 minutes, the bloody Constantine finally stood up. All his incision marks remained, making him look like Frankenstein. He was at his weakest state, so his self-regenerative abilities weren't sufficient to heal himself. "You'll pay for this," he said resentfully, hobbling away. Right now, he was very weak, so he didn't want to take any risks or run into a mon who might be attracted to the noises. That was when he felt something. Looking north, he stared right into the eyes of a confused Lu Cheng. Blank stares. "No!" yelled Constantine, attempting to escape with unsteady steps. Why did he come back? With an attainment formula, Lu Cheng raised wind and rushed forward. Jerking his left arm, he punched at his creepy enemy's face. Constantine raised both fists to block, but his hands were knocked away by Lu Cheng's right fist. Surrounded by a dense and white-hot flame, it landed on his nose. Snap! His nose bridge caved inwards. His deformed face then cracked, his eyes filled with terror and despair. After that, the white-hot flames exploded. Boom! Countless pieces, stained in red and white, sprayed everywhere, painting a beautiful abstract oil painting. Bam! After shattering Constantine's head with a punch, Lu Cheng lifted his left leg and swung it like a whip on his opponent ruthlessly. His leg was covered in a layer of scorching bluish-white flames. Upon impact, smoke rose and dismembered the body that had just glued together. The pieces fell sporadically on the floor and started burning. At this moment, Lu Cheng finally heaved a sigh of relief and let his guard down. He had never heard of any expert being able to resurrect after being dismembered. Even the vampire king of Samano royal family couldn't achieve this. The only related rumor was from the Mission sect, which claimed that the savior from 2,000 years ago could have achieved it. However, they had added too many religious and mysterious elements to it, making it hard for others to believe. Who would have expected Dark Knight Bat to be capable of such an incredible thing? He had simply demonstrated the acts of God again. If it wasn't because of his innate intuition for danger that prevented him from letting his guard down, he wouldn't have returned to check. Constantine would probably have escaped, leaving endless possible problems in the future. Just when Lu Cheng was about to completely burn this creepy enemy into ashes, he suddenly noticed that the blood he shed was different shades of red. There was red, dull red, rusty red, faint red, and even bright red blood. They were interacting with one another, resulting in dots of dull blue and faint gold patches. How is this still blood? It looks more like some chemicals that are randomly mixed. As for the flesh and tendons, they were wriggling and growing uncontrollably. Some of them formed a meat lump while others grew a new finger. This gave Lu Cheng goosebumps just from seeing. Genetic collapse, mumbled Lu Cheng as he mumbled. From the research information he received from the military, he had seen the miserable state of victims of genetic collapse. They were similar to what he was witnessing now. It was just that the blood of Dark Knight Bat was creepier. Several tens of seconds later, all the transformation had disappeared and Constantine had lost all signs of life. Some of the flesh rotted rapidly while others were still preserved in good condition. "It's really darned creepy," Lu Cheng couldn't help but curse. After finding a piece of flesh the size of half a palm, he froze it in layers of ice and kept it in his pocket. For the remaining parts, he burnt them into ashes with flames he sent out after punching down on the ground. This was to eliminate all mediums for resurrection. After doing all these, he finally had the luxury to think deeper about the issue of the resurrection of Dark Knight Bat. Could it be that his body structure had become similar to an earthworm? As long as he was not split horizontally through the middle, it doesn't matter even if he was cut into two in other ways. But his heart is still a heart, his lungs are still lungs, and liver is still liver previously. There's nothing special about it. Or could it be that his root pulps after mutation had made him similar to a single-celled organism? As long as he could regather his parts within a certain amount of time, he could survive for a while and will also not lose his life completely. As for this type of gathering, it's dependent on the mind to lead the process. Therefore, as long as the brain is not damaged, he would have been fine. Forget it. I will stop making wild guesses. I'm not a professional researcher after all. It's better to leave this for the military to research further. However, one thing's for sure. The resurrection ability of the Dark Knight Bat requires time to prepare. Otherwise, he could have just risked injuries in exchange for an opportunity to kill us. Although Run Lee's Heaven's Burial is powerful, it wouldn't threaten one's life from the beginning. It's more of a consecutive cutting style. At this point, Liu Chang still did not know the names of these two opponents and could only use nicknames to address him. After looking around for a while, Liu Chang did not linger and left Cukhang at high speed towards the port city Fartuat. He only took a rest after entering the desert and found a hidden spot. He used the confrontation formula, cleansed his mind, and accelerated the recovery of his injuries. After Lieutenant General Amon's command team occupied Sathua's military base, he returned to the temporary base amidst the remaining gunshots and explosions. After waiting for a good portion of the day, he still hadn't seen Constantine and the mummy return. He doesn't want his stone coffin anymore? He was so gravely injured. Doubts rose within Amon. He instantly felt something wasn't right and stood up immediately. Moving through the buildings of the cities, he returned to the battlefield where Satha had self-destructed. He looked around and soon discovered the severed arm and palm of the mummy. The yellowish bandage had disappeared and his charcoal black skin was cleanly shaven off, leaving only his flesh and blood behind. He's dead. Amon's eyes opened widely as he felt shocked and angry. There was definitely an intense battle in this place. However, the explosions of cannons and gunshots were louder and the flames at the war scene were brighter. Because he was in the midst of the war zone, he had not discovered anything. Nonetheless, even if the mummy was severely injured, he was still a demigod. He couldn't possibly be killed off so easily. Could it be that it was the Dark Knight Bat who did it? Following the signs around, he investigated further. However, the incident had happened a while ago and the scent had already dissipated. He chose to give up halfway through his investigation. Nonetheless, he discovered the area where Constantine had split the ground and the array he left behind for his flesh and blood. This made Lieutenant General Amon reject his previous conjecture. However, the thought of this made him feel even colder. Dark Knight Bat is dead too. Lieutenant General Amon took a deep breath and his heart skipped a beat. After fighting together, he had a rough understanding of Constantine's strength and what he specialized in. Moreover, from the mysterious actions of Constantine, he definitely had other hidden abilities. Even he couldn't confidently claim that he would win against him, let alone actually kill him. To be able to kill two demigods in one go was definitely not something simple. In fact, this was extremely difficult. This would hold true even when taking into account the fact that one of them was seriously injured and the other was weakened. Just the thought of an enemy hiding in the dark was enough to send a chill down his spine. After keeping silent for a few seconds, Lieutenant General Amon returned to the temporary base. He did not investigate or pursue further in fear of encountering the enemy accidentally and dying in vain. At the heavily guarded headquarters, he reported to the Pharaoh. At the other end of the telephone, it was silent at first before the question, "Do you have a clue?" "Nope. They have eliminated the corpses and destroyed all signs. However, from the severed arm and palm, there is at least one enemy who specialized in cutting," answered Amon honestly. At the other end of the phone, there was silence once again. After a while, he finally spoke. "Put that aside first and continue to maintain the order in Cukhang. Wait until everything has settled before investigating further." "Fair enough." Beyond the Fartuat port on a passenger liner, the sun was hung high up in the sky and the waves were high. The scenery was extremely refreshing. Liu Chang stood on the deck and admired the waves of the Dead Sea. After which, he took out the satellite phone that he borrowed from the consulate and called his master. After recuperation, he had completely recovered and changed out of his torn and tattered martial arts suit. He felt refreshed and was leaving with one of the last few batches of evacuation ships. "Hello!" The coarse voice of Shi Jiangwo sounded from the opposite side of the phone. Master, it's me. Cyrus and his family have evacuated from Nile. Lu Chang explained the outcome of his mission. I knew about it last night. Not bad, you've done well, laughed Geezer Shur. It was initially an extremely difficult mission filled with danger. He might even have had to spar with physical invulnerability experts in the process. With the body that had undergone the third awakening of supernatural ability and polished with the Jindan, he wouldn't die easily. However, there would definitely be stimulations, and these were beneficial to arouse his fighting will to make the great leap. In the end, he had made the breakthrough in advance without external forces. Not only that the mission had become redundant, but the difficulty of it had also plunged. Lu Chang summarized and explained the situation in a simple manner before asking, Master, is the issue with Lin Ke urgent? Should I practice the physical invulnerability chapters or look for him first? With the strength of cousin-in-law, he wouldn't get into trouble that easily in the war-torn zones that easily. It should be a problem even with some delays. Shi Jiangwo coughed once before saying, There's no hurry. Geezer Ji has changed his mind and has asked the people from Shushan study in the war-torn area to keep a lookout. He has also asked the military for help and might even head there himself. There's nothing for you to worry about. Come back and practice the physical invulnerability chapters first. At the same time, you have to consolidate your connection with the heaven and earth too. That arrogant brat was secretly allowed to sneak to the war-torn area by Geezer Ji for exposure. Asking you to find him was just an excuse to train you. And for now, what is there for you to train on? All right. Lu Chang heaved a sigh. If it wasn't because he had awakened his supernatural ability in advance for the national championship, his cousin-in-law should at least be at the level of a top-tier inhuman by now. With another 2 years of training in the war-torn area, he might just be at the brink of reaching physical invulnerability. In the end, he had just reached the inhuman stage and consolidated himself at this level currently. As for physical invulnerability, it felt so distant. Closing his eyes and recalling the cold and reserved looks of Lin Ke, Lu Chang suddenly felt that Lin Ke would likely not return before reaching the physical invulnerability stage. Let's hope that everything will turn out well. Geezer Shur did not stay on this topic for long. He thought silently for a while before continuing. After getting an initial mastery of the physical invulnerability chapters, are you returning to the Longhu Club? Yeah. There are too many things that I owe to Dragon King and Longhu Club, answered Lu Chang definitively. That's fine. You have not started on the Fire Sect's physical invulnerability chapters after all. After completing another few secret missions, you might just be able to view the restricted godly technique, replied Geezer Shur heartily. Secret mission? Lu Chang asked with curiosity. They should have told you about it previously? After joining Longhu, you might be assigned a mission from time to time. For an inhuman, the missions are all very simple, like helping out for security and cooperating for an experiment. When you have reached the physical invulnerability stage, there would be a certain level of difficulty. However, it wouldn't be too dangerous. For those dangerous missions, you will definitely not be the only one. Dragon King might even be part of it. To sum it up, after accumulating contributions, you could then view the Taoists' restricted godly techniques. Geezer Shur explained the gist of it. With a rather emotional tone, he continued, Just come back quickly. After consolidating your connection with the external world and getting initial mastery over the physical invulnerability chapters of the Ice God Sect and Fire Sect, you will then be considered as a real physical invulnerability expert. At that time, you will have plenty of opportunities to spar with opponents at the same level. There would also be plenty of life and death matches. Don't be like that Brat Peng and Brat Ren who anxiously asked to challenge physical invulnerability experts. Lu Chang suddenly felt guilty. Master, there's something I have to report to you. Yeah. Geezer Shur's instantly tensed up. This brat rarely speaks in such a tone. What kind of big mess did he cause this time? Lu Chang cleared his throat and said, I met Runli last night. Together with her, we killed 2 physical invulnerability experts. What did you say? Geezer Shur's tone suddenly went up. Lu Chang, startled from his master's reaction, quickly began from the start. I had to buy time for Cyrus and his family, so I chased the mummy for a good deal. Then, I ambushed at the east of Kukhang City to rout any pursuers and deprive them of opportunities. Afterward, I unexpectedly ran into Ren Li, who was lost. It was then when we heard an intense gunfight from the military base. So, driven by curiosity, we went to spectate. Halfway through, we ran into the mummy, Dark Knight Bat, and a physical invulnerability mighty one in general uniform ganging up on Satha. At least it should have been him. He gave a long and boring explanation, mainly to give his master time to recover from the shock. Then Satha self-destructed. The mummy was gravely wounded, and afterward general outfit left. At first, we didn't intend on making a move, but then the Dark Knight Bat mentioned Peng Liun and my name, saying that he was interested in our blood. He even wanted to use Cuckoo as a bait to get me. You see, master, it had to be done. Towards the end, Lu Chang tried to justify his actions by a little. Geezer Sher's voice had returned to normal. And that's why you went for the kill? The mummy first? Tell me more about it. He tried to sound like it was nothing new to him, but in his heart he was cussing. If physical invulnerability experts are easy to kill, they wouldn't be given that title. In all my years roaming the war-torn zones, I haven't killed more than 10 of them. That includes solo kills, cooperative kills, and group kills. You only made the breakthrough recently, and you already have 2 kills under your belt? Ridiculous. Even with Witch Cheese Disciple, that Renbrat assisting you, even if the opponent was heavily wounded after an intense fight, this is still big news. Lu Chang retold the whole event at length, including his self-created Cosmic Phantom and Dark Knight Bat's revival. How he sewed himself back into one piece after being dismembered. That drew Geezer Sher's attention. Shocked and amazed, he said, "The black bat that popped up of nowhere. Not even the Americans figured out who he was. He's a product of their prevalent superhero culture. In the past, we have sent agents to investigate the deaths of some murdered physical invulnerability experts, and found out that the black bat was indeed powerful and not the kind who just made the breakthrough. Tisk tisk. The mission sect always talked about how the savior revived, and how his remaining blood hid the secret to life. Who would have thought a vampiric black bat would have the same abilities? Smelly brat, you didn't forget to bring the black bat's flesh back, did you? Whether I can recuperate from my old wounds could be riding on this." Delighted, Lu Chang said, "Of course not. I brought back at least 2 to 3 grams. Don't make it sound like you are buying meat," chided Geezer Sher. "Master, could this really be the key to curing your old wounds?" asked Lu Chang, concerned. Geezer Sher was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Back then, I was among one of the best in the war-torn zones. A man with unbeatable vanity." He paused in reminiscence of the prime of his life. "I don't think vanity was the word you were looking for there," thought Lu Chang discreetly. "Sigh. Unfortunately, I ran into a forbidden mighty one. Memories from that fight will follow me to my graves. I made it out alive, but not without suffering grave injuries. His mysterious strength infiltrated my body, fusing into my root pulp like a sort of cancer. If not for Elder May confining it in my lungs, I would be long dead by now. Since then, the external root pulp could not be removed, and has almost become a part of me. Even if we killed all cells in that area, it will appear again when new cells. Getting a new lung was also out of the option, since my mutated root pulps will drive out and kill all organs that don't belong to me. Cough, cough. Nourishing the body with the mind has heightened my tolerance level, but I still couldn't fully digest it. If the military can discover something from Black Bat's flesh and blood, it might be able to solve this once and for all." It was the first time Lu Chang heard about how his master got injured. Curious, he asked, "Master, who is the forbidden mighty one who did this to you?" "Hey, what now? You want to avenge me?" scoffed Geezer Sher. His tone softened. "I'll tell you when you reach the forbidden area. If I tell you now, I wouldn't be able to stop you from acting on impulse." "Don't make it sound like I'm a mad dog," protested Lu Chang silently. He didn't ask anything else and settled on a date to return. He hung up and gazed at the waves glimmering in gold. He then made a call to Yenjika. "Hello." Her silvery and gentle tone was slightly tense. Retracting his gaze, He stopped smiling and quickly said, I have completed the mission. Yenjika's tone immediately became breezy. Awesome. See? I told you it will be simple for you after advancing to physical invulnerability. She paused. Are you going to the war-torn zone next to find my brother? There's no need. Master told me that our Gramps decided to find him himself with the help from some other Shushan sect members. He wanted me to return to my sect and study the physical invulnerability chapters. That would fortify my foundations in this stage, said Lu Cheng smilingly. His expression gradually relaxed. That's great. There's nothing Gramps can't solve, said Yenjika lightheartedly. Then, rather worried, she said, but my brother is really stubborn. It would be hard to bring him back unless he's knocked out cold. Lu Cheng expressed his thoughts without mincing his words. I think they'll probably allow him to stay there in the end. But they'll get the military or Shushan sect physical invulnerability experts to secretly protect him. With brother-in-law's disposition, I don't think he'll come home before reaching physical invulnerability. Sometimes my brother pushes himself too hard, sighed Yenjika. They went on about Lin Ke for a while. Then, amused and sentimental, Lu Cheng said, Cuckoo! Our summer trip got interrupted right after it began. It's all right. The encounters we had this time beats 10 trips. Plus, we saw the northern lights and the pyramids. It's good enough for me, comforted Lu Cheng. I'll be training at Mount Yanbing next. Why don't you come over too? Just treat it as a vacation. I can't be training the whole day after all. Physical invulnerability secrets arts take a toll on one's mind, suggested Lu Cheng, grinning. That sounds great, replied Yenjika, delighted. After confirming the details, Lu Cheng began bragging. Cuckoo! I bumped into Runli yesterday. She was lost. Then, we killed 2 physical invulnerability mighty ones together. Yenjika froze in astonishment. No way! She murmured blankly. Good reaction. Lu Cheng felt pretty smug. He then retold the entire story, emphasizing on Dark Knight Bat's ill intentions. Yenjika listened with intervals of being shocked and touched. To her, the enemy's supernatural ability sounded unworldly. The wind was extremely loud on the deck, and Lu Cheng was alone. They stayed on the phone for a long time. Lu Cheng even had to generate frost to cool down the satellite phone. When the call ended, the ferry was almost at bay. That's when he began to seriously consider claiming call reimbursement from the military. In Tignes City, Lin Ke punched at the chest of his restrained enemy, crushing his heart. Bam, bam, bam. He punched and kicked continuously, mutilating his body. After all that, Lin Ke doubled over, breathing heavily with his hands on his knees. His hair, which he hadn't groomed in a while, streamed down, nearly covering his dark and untelling eyes. He was basked in sweat. There were glaring wounds on his body. A slight amount of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. A few seconds later, he made himself stand. He gazed at what remained of his enemy. A mafia that abducted adults, traded children, and harvested organs for the rich, had easily sent out an inhuman mighty one. Is this what it's like in the war-torn zones? Retracting his gaze, Lin Ke veered into a shabby street. The people guarding the entrance were merely children of about 10, armed with real guns and real bullets. Walking unsteadily, Lin Ke's silhouette disappeared at the end of the street. Wuyue Province, Shangao Airport. Lu Cheng unboarded the plane. He traveled light, only carrying his phone, wallet, and souvenirs bought from Wei City. They were milling people around him, so he didn't have to worry about missiles and explosions. All around him was peace and smiles. As he walked, he tapped on his phone and chatted with Yenjika. He sent a text to the driver he contacted before boarding the plane. I'm here. The driver replied quickly. He said he was standing by a pillar across the entrance of the departure hall. He didn't describe his clothing since he trusted he could be recognized. Lu Cheng, the former heavenly son of China. It's almost been a year since he left the martial arts scene due to injuries. Now that he's making a re-entrance, I wonder if he's in a good state, thought the driver. After a few minutes, he recognized Lu Cheng walking out at first glance. He wore an outlandish white t-shirt, casual ankle-length long pants and dark-colored running shoes. He looked calm and peaceful. It was hard to tell that he was recently at the lowest point of his life and went through a lot. "Hello, Marshal Uncle Lu," said the driver, approaching with a smile. He was somewhat an ice god sect disciple after servicing them for almost 10 years. "Hello." Lu Cheng smiled and nodded amiably, but it was obvious that he didn't have any intentions for small talk. The driver remained tactfully quiet as he led Lu Cheng to the car park. He pressed the car key and opened the door, then waited for his passenger to board first. Lu Cheng sat in the back seat and leaned back comfortably. Sometimes he chatted with his wife, sometimes he closed his eyes and meditated. The driver stole occasional glances at him through the rearview mirror. He sensed a scholarly air empty of haughtiness or insecurity that befitted a grandmaster. "Looks like the injury has matured him a lot," thought the driver. He began driving more steadily. After a while, the car drove by Mount Yanbing. The scenery made Lu Cheng rather sentimental. The last time he came was when he just recovered from his sequela and underwent treatment. At that time, he felt a little uneasy despite being mainly relaxed. But now he was healthy, at ease and enjoying life. Physical invulnerability experts are considered upper class wherever they go. Lu Cheng got out of the car when they reached the sect. Smiling, he crossed halls and rooms. Amidst greetings from other disciples and helpers, he stopped at the Ice Queen Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Geyser was tipsy on wine. He, with scarce white hair, walked towards the entrance. He took a deep look at Lu Cheng. The younger generation is to be reckoned with. After hearing He's emotional words, Lu Cheng would definitely be lying if he said that he wasn't contented and happy. However, he had been through a lot. On the surface, he maintained a faint smile, greeted and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Marshal Uncle, for the compliments." Geyser looked with disdain while he shook his head and laughed heartily. "You don't have to be humble about this. Anyone with a mind can see clearly. It's impressive to reach physical invulnerability before 23 years old and half a year earlier than Wisdom King. Even if we are to look back in the past 1,000 years of history, there aren't many similar cases." At this point, Shi Jiangwo interrupted and said, "Sect Master Marshal Sr., don't praise him like this. This stinky brat is going to get arrogant. Advancing to physical invulnerability is indeed something, but from here onwards, you have to forget about your past achievements. This is because your opponents will all be physical invulnerability, and which physical invulnerability expert isn't a giant within the men and did not have experience. Although you were able to kill 2 of them together with Ren Li, don't forget that they had gone through a tough battle previously. Master, you are right to say that. However, why do I feel that you are praising me in another way?" Lu Cheng cursed silently but still respectfully said, "Thank you, Master, for the teachings. Then you better go and practice the physical invulnerability chapters," said Geyser as he stared at him. In the end, he asked concerningly again, "Have you passed the flesh of the Dark Knight Bat to the military?" "I gave it to them at Wei City," answered Lu Cheng honestly. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse silently. If I didn't give the flesh to the military, how was I supposed to board the plane? I couldn't possibly tell the security personnel that this was a fresh piece of beef, right? I don't want to be seen as a psychotic murderer. "You're still quite reliable," complimented Geyser unwillingly. He did not nag on and led Lu Cheng after turning around. After getting past several layers of checkpoints, he entered the secret hall. There hadn't been many changes since Lu Cheng was here the last time. It was still filled with howling freezing wind and falling snow. In the middle of the room, the ice essence bead was placed in a transparent cabinet. The visualization diagram corresponding to the 9 unique physical invulnerability skills was hanging by the wall. Each drawing had a stone platform in front of it that gathered the secondary moves, detailed explanation of practice notes by the predecessors and other items. Make the best use of this opportunity. However, try not to exceed 3 hours each day. He reminded with a faint smile on his face. There's a distinct difference between grasping the concepts and being able to directly practice them. Yes, Sect Master Martial Uncle. Currently, Lu Chang no longer needed to circulate his fire force while standing in the chilling environment to warm himself. He seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth and became one entity. After seeing He off and waiting for the heavy door to close tightly, he walked to the vicinity of the fifth move, enemy heart freezing move, and looked at the surreal ice heart. The surrounding white frost fog contracted and relaxed, making it seem just like a real heart. He chose to practice this move first because he had the corresponding encountering gods in the void realm. His mind had also changed distinctively with him making the great leap. Therefore, he should be able to master this move quickly. He sat down with his legs crossed on the floor covered in snow. His dull eyes seemed to contain the titanic starlit skies and reflected that mysterious, crystal clear and transparent heart. Gradually, the suspended visualization diagram didn't change, but the enemy heart freezing move in Lu Chang's eyes started contracting and relaxing at a slow and regular pace. Plop, plop, plop. The hearts from two spots seemed to have become one. All he could feel was the dust on him being swept away, making him feel refreshed and clear. Subsequently, his surroundings became clearer to him and started to appear. This was a little similar to the confrontation formula. Lu Chang mumbled to himself. Using his experience in mastering the confrontation formula, he started trying to understand the enemy heart freezing move. Once he started, time flew and everything had gone silent. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chang suddenly felt something. Despite being separated by several layers of thick metal doors, he could hear the footsteps of the approaching He. In addition, surreal images of several small bugs crawling slowly on the surface covered by silverish white ice appeared vividly in his mind as though he had seen it with his own eyes. When everything was silent, everything that was happening around seemed to be in peace and was amazing. Lu Chang felt like he had a new understanding of the natural world from a different perspective. So this is the enemy heart freezing move. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh with content. Leveraging on his experience with the confrontation formula and his solid foundation in Ice Mirror, he managed to reach the minimum bar of understanding in just 3 hours. With another 2 to 3 practices, he believed he would be able to achieve a preliminary mastery. Other than having the ability of self-reflection, enemy heart freezing move also possessed part of the effects of the confrontation formula and all the characteristics of forwarding formula. Using gaming terminology, it would be having increased resistance to negative emotions and impacts to the mind. Other than that, the enemy heart freezing move was also capable of reflecting one's opponent, senses their emotions and made judgments in advance like a god. Its intuition ability seemed to have improved too. Shaking his slightly inflated head, Lu Chang stood up and walked to the door. While training attentively, no snow had accumulated on his body surface. This was because his muscles and skin had instinctively reacted. By wriggling slightly, they had shaken off every piece of snow that fell on his body. Walking out of the secret hall while feeling refreshed, Lu Chang noticed that his master had already left. He tucked both of his hands into the pocket and walked slowly towards the Songtao pavilion. From time to time, he would take a scenery shot and sent it to Yanjika to share with her every joyous event he experienced. As for Yanjika, she had just reached the dance stage and was busy practicing the dance stage skills of the fighting sect and the Ji family. She was living each day to the fullest and was satisfied with it. While making his way past the corridor, Lu Chang saw a martial arts training ground. There were quite a number of disciples of the Ice God sect practicing under the guidance of their coach. They sweated profusely and were full of vitality and youth. The real headquarters of the Ice God sect was located in the Ice God Tower, in Moshang City currently. Other than a few ceremonies, the majority of the events were settled there. However, the ancestral ground was away from the noise of the city, and was the most suitable for newly joined disciples to focus in practice and lay down a strong foundation. Noticing Lu Chang walking over slowly from the sight of his vision, the coach quickly turned back, greeted and said, "Good afternoon, Martial Uncle Lu." The other disciples followed the rules and did not stop their training. However, they couldn't help but glance at Lu Chang. Seeing them, Lu Chang recalled the past. His heart was filled with joy and said while nodding slightly, Train hard, everyone. He carefully stood there and watched on for a while before leaving quietly without alarming the hard-working disciples. After passing by the corridor covered by the shadows of the tree, he reached the Songtao Pavilion. This place was surrounded by bright green trees like always. Ice God Tower. Zhu Tai, who had become the supervisor for several properties, suddenly saw his Marshal Jr., Lei Fong, as he walked out from the lift and was on his way to the office. Witnessing how the confident and bright Lei Fong had turned into the current steady and reserved person over the years, Zhu Tai heaved a sigh. He pushed his degreeless pair of spectacles before greeting with a smile. "Why didn't you head there?" "I'm here to collect some pocket money." Lei Fong smiled faintly and answered composedly. He had officially joined the Wuyue Club just a few months ago and was arranged to fight in several high-standard professional competition. Zhu Tai nodded his head and encouraged, "Work hard. A 26-year-old Inhuman still has the opportunity to go for physical invulnerability. Unlike me, who no longer possesses any hopes." He was already 32 years old and could clearly feel the stagnation in the growth of his mind and the solidification when he made visualizations. Initially, Zhu Tai wasn't very pleased with Lei Fong. He felt that his master was vaguely showing favoritism towards Lei Fong. However, when his hopes were all gone, he gradually brightened up and became at ease with it. When he couldn't sleep at night, he still felt depressed and disappointed while feeling difficult to get over it. "In that case, I'll thank Marshal Sr. for your good wishes in advance." Lei Fong lowered his head and smiled. "However, I'm not the one with the greatest hopes of making the great leap. Zhang Yu is 28 this year and is a senior fourth-pin professional. He's also close to the physical invulnerability stage now. Chen Qiue is just 25 and has been at the Inhuman stage for a year." After saying 4 to 5 names, he laughed self-mockingly. "I often regret my initial decision and should have joined the Wuyue Club earlier. With the stimulation from competing with so many people that are stronger than me and the environment of chasing one another, I might not need to take 3 years to advance from professional sixth pin to the Inhuman stage." Lei Fong had stayed in the Ice God sect in the previous few years and participated in a few low-level professional competitions. "You're still better than me." Zhu Tai heaved a sigh while shaking his head. After chatting for a while, the two of them separated. They were already on 2 very different paths. The next day morning, bird chirps sounded across the mountains. Lu Chang received a message from Yanjika the moment he woke up. She said, clenched fist expression, "Another great day of working hard." She had intended to achieve a preliminary mastery of the Dan stage skills from the fighting sect and Ji family before going to the Yanbing Mount for holiday. Subsequently, she would head to America and sought guidance under Aunt Du. Seeing the message, Lu Chang subconsciously smiled. He replied, handshake expression, "Together." After his morning practice, he had his breakfast and took a short break. Subsequently, Lu Chang entered the secret hall again to practice the enemy heart freezing move, after which he viewed the unique movement technique, the second move, mesmerizing snow step. When he ended his early afternoon practice and returned to the Ice Queen Pavilion, he smiled at him and said, "Let's go to the Wuyue Club in the afternoon." "Ha!" Lu Chang was completely lost. Shouldn't the current focus be on training? Why are we going to the Wuyue Club for no reason? Speaking of which, I haven't been to that place. He smiled and explained, "To and experience the Polar Laboratory. This can help you in consolidating the connection with the heaven and earth quickly and accelerate your progress in practicing the physical invulnerability chapters. Naturally, since you have only made the advancement recently, you shouldn't use it too often. It would be better to use it once in 3 days." Lu Chang was filled with anticipation upon hearing it. He quickly nodded his head and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Martial Uncle, for the reminder." After lunch, Lu Chang packed his clothes and martial art shoes into a bag. Inhaling the mildly chilly mountain breeze, he ambled out of the ancestral grounds, where he saw the MPV awaiting him. He leaned back comfortably in the back seat and took out his phone. Then he sent a text to Yanjika. "I'm about to witness Wuyue's Polar Laboratory." Yanjika had just spruced up after a session of training. She wore a crimson ankle-length dress. Her eyes were eager as she waited for her food to arrive. She read the message, which for some reason set her off in a fit of laughter. Then, she consciously covered her mouth with a hand. When she had recovered, she replied with feigned seriousness. "Not bad at all. I think you'll be very compatible with the place." "Really?" asked Lu Chang confusedly, not realizing the significance behind her words. Yenjika sent a thinking emoji. "Absolutely. What would be a better place for a husky?" "Oh, so you were making fun of me," realized Lu Chang. What a silly answer. Yenjika habitually looked away and saw her smiling reflection against the marble pillar. Almost forgetting about her hunger, she initiated a serious discussion with Lu Chang on the possible scenarios in the polar laboratory. She only laid her phone down when plates of food were served successively. She took small, elegant bites but at a high frequency. The car drove in the autumn heat. Full and content, Yenjika snuggled into the sofa and dozed off. Lu Chang also shut his phone and eyes before taking a quick wink. 20 minutes later, the Wuyue Club was in sight. The car slowed down and pulled up by the main entrance. Before he could turn to wake up Lu Chang, he realized that the latter's eyes were already open. His eyes were dark and profound like a bottomless, ancient pool. There wasn't a shred of grogginess in him. "Marshal Uncle Lu, we are here," he whispered after spacing out momentarily. "Thank you," said Lu Chang politely. The car door automatically opened, cutting off his connection with the outer world. He marched on with his bag in hand. An elite-looking man in suits and ties welcomed him. The Wuyue Club had many greeneries. If not for its logo, most people would mistake it for a golf course. It was interspersed with a couple of low-rise buildings scattered with a natural touch. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Su Chun, a manager here. Sect Master, he informed me about you yesterday. I have reserved the laboratory for you according to your schedule." The man of 30 was amiable but reserved. Lu Chang thanked him with a smile. They skirted around a small, white building, then went towards the largest structure near the lake. Along the way, they only occasionally ran into a few staff. The green grass and gentle breeze evoked serenity and peace. "This is where we welcome our guests. The Mediterranean-style building over there is the staff's dormitory. Every physical invulnerability mighty one owns a mansion here. Over there, that ancient-looking castle belongs to President Huang Ku. The large building near the lake has the polar laboratory and physical invulnerability training grounds. The East region is for the inhuman members." Su Chun casually rambled on. Lu Chang didn't pay much attention, nodding occasionally when staff greeted him. It grew even quieter when he entered the building. The interior design was rather drab and dingy. It was spacious and cool to walk in. At the inhuman members' training ground, Lei Feng moved like the northern winds, shrilling as he made rapid turns. He then stopped to review on his movements and catch his breath. After a morning of training, even with a siesta and breaks in between, he felt a little tired. His body was no longer in peak form. In the past, he would definitely have ended his session and not rush things. But presently, looking at Zhenyu, Chen Chiue, Wu Xiaoyan, and Xiao Jianliang hard at work around him, he abandoned the thought of leaving. Once again, he plunged into monotonous daily training. He even got a private trainer to spar with him. Everyone there was working hard to make the great leap. He couldn't fall behind. After reaching the north region, after going through a few modern metallic doors, Lu Chang finally arrived at the polar laboratory. More precisely, a part of it. The place was spacious. In the exterior area, there were cold air generators, supercomputers regulating the polar lab systems, and many panels displaying different data. There were countless of these, making Lu Chang feel as though he had stepped into a sci-fi world. The interior was relatively simple. Through the observation glass, he saw that the place was fairly spacious with silvery walls. Other than tiny holes on the wall and the occasional glimpse of wires, there wasn't anything else. The two scientists in lab coats waited for Su Chen's instructions at their seats. Su Chen pondered. "Mr. Lu, how about we set it to -75 degrees? That's a temperature comparable to the actual North Pole. During random simulated blizzards, It can go down to -90 degrees. He smiled and explained more. The polar laboratory can go as low as -150 degrees, or even lower. However, that's mostly for applying temporarily shock a patient to aid recovery. In that kind of environment, even a physical invulnerability mighty one wouldn't be able to stay for long. They would have to come out for a break once in a while. It was Lu Cheng's first experience, so he didn't bargain. He smiled gently. Okay, you decide. No problem. Su Chen turned and went into the control room. He briefly relayed the request to the lab staff. A while later, the polar environment took shape. All parameters were ready. A staff unlocked the complex sealed door and ushered Lu Cheng inside. Lu Cheng laid down his bag, phone, and wallet. Looking inside, the interior was clean and purified. There wasn't fog or mist, but he felt a chill biting into his bones right as he stepped in. When he breathed, his throat and mucous membrane felt frostbitten. At that time, he wore a thin summer martial arts uniform. Hearing the door shut, Lu Cheng exhaled. He let his mind run free. Instantly, he felt each of his pores and cells reviving and connecting with the freezing air around him. It was as though he was in his natural habitat. This was the first time Lu Cheng felt his connection with the environment so clearly. His body and mind were both contented. Crossing his legs, he sat down and began visualizing to stabilize the connection. Initially, though the place would only increase his affinity with the extreme cold. But after imagining the surrounding as cosmic darkness, the image in his mind changed spontaneously, leaving only a dense great sun to drive away the cold and bestow light. Around Lu Cheng, white mist began to swirl. It formed a small region where temperature regressed. The nearer it was to his body, the closer it was to normal body temperature. 30 minutes later, a violent blizzard that seemingly came from the Arctics suddenly manifested. Lu Cheng opened his eyes slowly. Looking at the snow matting all tracks, his understanding deepened. He stood up to demonstrate a set of moves. Su Chen waited at the lobby in the exterior area of the laboratory. He lit up a cigarette, poured himself a glass of water, and played his phone while waiting for Lu Cheng to come out. An hour quickly passed. He glanced at his watch. Puzzled, he walked out of the lobby and looked into the observation window. The snowstorm in there devoured everything. He could vaguely see Lu Cheng's figure turning in circles at an increasing rate. Awestruck, Su Chen drew his gaze away from the observation window. He returned to the lobby with increased admiration. He sat down again and tried to focus on his phone, but couldn't stop himself from occasionally gazing outside to see if Lu Cheng was done. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Impatient, Su Chen walked to the observation window, then bent down and looked inside. The snowstorm had ceased. Lu Cheng was sitting with his legs crossed. There wasn't any ice or storm on him. Is everything all right? Su Chen turned to the lab staffs in the operation room. A man with straight bangs glanced at the surveillance data. Of course. He's doing great. Shaken and shocked, Su Chen's eyes darted between the observation room and operation room. He made a few surmises of his own. Retracting his thoughts, he returned to the lobby and toyed with his phone absently. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Time passed quickly. Su Chen gradually got used to it, but his face was still dazed and lost. At 5:20 p.m., he finally heard the airtight door being unlocked. He bolted there to see Lu Cheng marching out in drenched clothes. Set it to -90 degrees in the future, nodded Lu Cheng pensively as he took his bag. Su Chen, thunderstruck, only managed to answer after some buffering. Okay. He left the polar laboratory with Lu Cheng like a zombie, then brought him to a private lobby. All these were done on autopilot. He only recovered after Lu Cheng had showered and changed. Mr. Lu, would you like to have your dinner here? The restaurant's right ahead. Lu Cheng smiled. No need. I have other plans. He planned to test out all the good food in Moshang in preparation of his vacation with Kuku. Understood. Without another word, Su Chen led Lu Cheng to the exit. At that time, Lei Fong, Zhang Yu and the others had just recovered from their fatigue after a session of professional massage. They headed to the restaurant for a meal. When they were at the entrance of the restaurant, Lei Fong suddenly saw a familiar figure coming from the other direction. He peered and blurted astonishedly, "Little Martial Uncle! Why is Little Martial Uncle here?" His exclamation made Jinyu, Chen Chiue and the others all look in that direction. They saw someone they hadn't seen in ages, Lu Cheng. Despite being astonished and puzzled, they noted his ruddy complexion and steady gait. He didn't look like he suffered from any injuries. The recovery went well indeed, they realized. It was testamental to Lu Cheng's proclaimed return to the scene in August or September. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded at Lei Fong. Seeing that he was too stunned to be conversational, he merely gestured a greeting to them before crossing the restaurant and going for the door. Watching him leave, Zhang Yu said to Lei Fong, "Why is your little martial uncle here? Is he going to start over in the Wuyue Club?" Lei Fong shook his head unintelligibly. "I don't know." When Lu Cheng had left with his designated ride, Su Chun made a call on his phone. The call connected after some ringing. "Hello, Secretary Zhang." Lu Cheng left. Asked Huang Ku's assistant, Zhang Juetao. He glanced at Huang Ku on the car. The stolid king of spears was leaning back with his eyes closed as though he was napping. Su Chun, pulling himself together and laughed in an ingratiating manner. He just left. He stayed nearly 4 hours in the polar laboratory this afternoon at -75 degrees. He retailed the puzzling encounter at length. -75 degrees, nearly 4 hours. For a moment, Zhang Juetao was absent-minded. He couldn't believe his ears. He subconsciously turned to look at Huang Ku. The king of spears had already, at some point of time, opened his eyes. His eyes were pensive. Zhang Juetao was shocked and quickly retracted his vision. After saying a few perfunctory words to Su Chun, he hung up the phone. The insides of the nanny van suddenly became extremely quiet, and only the sounds of the car traveling could be heard. The Spear King, Huang Ku, had closed his eyes again as though he was never awake. However, Zhang Juetao could vaguely hear a sigh. After returning to his accommodation, Lei Fong sat on the sofa and rested his legs on the coffee table. After resting for a while, he took out his phone and sent a message to Mo Jingting. "I saw Martial Uncle Lu at Wuyue Club." Mo Jingting happened to be free and quickly replied, "Why was he there?" Lei Fong pressed on the voice chat option and said, "I heard that he was here to use the polar laboratory. Little Martial Uncle is about to return to the professional martial arts circle. Using the polar laboratory to eradicate hidden problems and calibrate his condition is pretty normal." Mo Jingting made her conjecture using the voice chat function too. Lei Fong stayed silent for a while before saying, "Sometimes, I'm really impressed by Martial Uncle Lu. He just recovered from a serious injury that took a year. It was 1 full year. During the recovery period, there are also various kind of sequelae and the media sensationalizing things. If I was him, I might not have been able to withstand all of that and would have given up on myself. To truly walk out from such an injury, it would be impossible if he didn't have an extremely strong will and consistent training." Mo Jingting laughed before continuing, "Can you not use such a tone to talk about little Martial Uncle? Even if he was delayed by a year, he is still a 4th pin dan stage expert that's younger than 23 years old. There is still 7 full years for him to go for the physical invulnerability stage and to make the great leap." She had initially wanted to deal Lei Fong a few blows but decided against it. "Yeah, that's the foundation of a heavenly son of the era," Lei Fong said emotionally. "Who knows what kind of impact this injury will bring to Martial Uncle Lu? Even if there was any impact, he should be able to make up for it in a few years, right? Little Martial Uncle still has 7 full years," answered Mo Jingting without confidence. In the villa of the Spear King, Huang Ku, Zhang Yu and Chen Chiue, who were too lazy to return home, were also talking about Lu Cheng. Why did he appear so suddenly in this place? Zhang Yu frowned a little and asked. Over the past year, Lu Cheng's figure had almost disappeared from the eyes of the public. Even his Weibo was updated only once every few days or sometimes every few months. Much information about him came from people around him before being reported. This made it seem like he had really fallen very deep and not appear for a long period of time. However, who would have expected to meet him at the Wuyue Club so suddenly? The baby-faced Qian Chue returned the question with a lost look. Didn't they say that he was here to use the Polar Laboratory? It seems like he is really about to return to the professional martial arts circle. Zhang Yu nodded his head slightly. Yeah, I wonder how much of his original strength he's left with currently, guessed Qian Chue curiously. With such grave injuries, many people have said that even if his body recovered fully, his strength wouldn't return to his peak for a while. Zhang Yu picked up her cup of water and drank a mouth before agreeing. Moreover, being able to take part in professional competition and his body fully recovering are two completely different matters. She put down her cup and quickly added, however, Lu Cheng is still very young and has ample time to resolve the subsequent issues. He still has plenty of time to make the great leap. Speaking of which, his chances are greater than you and I. There's no other options. Comparing ourselves with him would only make you feel angsty. Qian Chue agreed with the judgment of his martial senior. He opened up his palms and continued. This is a heavenly son of the era after all. A camel that died from starvation is still larger than a horse. Just as Zhang Yu was about to continue, she caught sight of a figure standing on the balcony with the corner of her vision. She squinted her eyes, took a look, and mumbled with astonishment. It's Master! Qian Chue followed the direction where she was looking at looked out of the window. Indeed, he saw the Spear King standing on the edge of the balcony almost blending into the darkness. He looked far away. What happened to Master? Mumbled Qian Chue silently with doubts. His master had always been the kind that slept early and woke up early. At this time, he should be in bed. Zhang Yu retracted her vision and didn't dare to look further. Similarly, she shook her head with doubt. For the following 20 days, Lu Cheng headed to the Wuyue Club once every 3 to 4 days to use the Polar Laboratory as assistance for his training. He gradually withstood colder and colder temperatures. For the remaining time, he would view and try to understand the unique skills in the morning while spending the afternoon and night with Yanjika to tour around. They roamed on the streets of Mozhang in search for all kind of delicacies. Or he would share with his little fairy girl the content of his training notes that didn't involve the secrets of the Ice God sect. After all, both of them were taking the path of the cosmic universe. Days like these were amazing and fulfilling. In a blink of the eye, it was nearing the end of August. Lu Cheng had gained a preliminary mastery of all 9 physical invulnerability chapters of the Ice God sect. Obviously, the so-called preliminary mastery would only mean that he could practice without the visualization diagrams. Other than Eternal Ice Wall, Enemy Heart Freezing Move, Ice Spirit Holy Light, and Titanic Starlit Skies, Absolute Frost, which he had a solid foundation in. The remaining 4 moves would still require 2 to 3 months of practice before he could attain an acceptable level of mastery. The training at the level of physical invulnerability was a long and drawn-out process. One afternoon, within the Polar Laboratory, the monitoring screen outside the operations room showed the temperature within. 136 degrees Celsius below zero. This wasn't a very shocking data as the trend for the filthy rich in the professional competition was moving towards extreme chilling healing system, and this data could be easily attained by others. However, those who used this as treatment or to recover from fatigue could only last for a very short amount of time. If they exceeded the time, they might even endanger their lives. Yet, at this very moment, the monitoring screen had shown that the polar conditions had been maintained for 27 minutes. Lu Cheng stood on the cold and solid floor. All he could feel was his heart beating unusually intensely. As it beat, it pumped out warm blood that carried some fire force through his body. If such an arrangement was delayed for even half a second, he might start to freeze one cell at a time and become a true ice sculpture. He was starting to lose his consciousness and no longer had the strength to open his eyes. Surrounding him was pitch black and extremely chilling darkness. At this point, Lu Cheng seemed to be really standing amidst the universe. His body was giving off light and heat as he attempted to illuminate the area and providing warmth to lives just like a star. The two states maintained a very magical balance. Chilling frost represented eternity, and darkness represented the destination. All the heat and light would eventually extinguish. When such a thought flashed past his mind, Lu Chang quickly lifted his almost stiffened right arm and pressed the round button to signal to the operators to open the sealed door. Staggering a little, he relied on his own strength and walked out of the polar grounds. Plop, plop, plop. His heartbeat grew more intense and several stiffened parts of his body started recovering slowly. At the same time, the fatigue in his body seemed to be expelled with the frost. After collecting his thoughts, Lu Chang asked for his personal data before going for a warm shower. After which, he changed into a new and refreshing set of clothes. Every user of the Polar Laboratory would leave behind a set of monitored data. However, it was highly confidential and the operators of the lab did not have the authority to look at it unless they received the approval from the user himself. From the second time onwards, Su Chun no longer waited outside for Lu Chang. He would then return when it was closer to the end. Lu Chang had ended in advance today and didn't attempt again. Lu Chang walked slowly across the corridor of the Wuyue Club building and left this quiet place. At the doorstep, a bright red car lowered its window, revealing Yenjika's sweet and beautiful face. She covered her mouth and waved her hands naughtily. "Hi, are you coming along?" Little fairy girl's imitation on picking him up wasn't natural at all. Lu Chang shook his head and laughed. "You should be saying something like, 'Hi, wanna hook up?'" Yenjika rolled her eyes, threw daggers with her gaze at him before she patted the seat beside her and said, "Are you coming? If you aren't, I'm leaving." Today was the day they were returning to Shoshan. What an overbearing request for a date. Lu Chang made his way to the other side, pulled open the door and sat down. As for his luggage, he had already packed. When they arrived at Shoshan, the couple returned to their respective homes. As Lu Chang took out the key to the main door, he could already hear his mum nagging, "You are such a wretched kid. You didn't even say a word when you encountered danger while traveling." After which, "Why did you stay at the Wuyue Club for such a long time?" Lu Chang laughed and replied, "Didn't I make the breakthrough during the traveling? I'm at the sect to consolidate my state and practice new moves. Yeah, my connection with the heaven and earth has stabilized now. I'm a real and true physical invulnerability expert now." Breakthrough. Chi Fong hadn't reacted to the situation in the meantime. On the other hand, Lu Jisheng, who was acting nonchalantly previously, raised his head. Disregarding the falling gold-frame spectacles, he asked in shocked, "You have reached physical invulnerability? Even ordinary folks would understand the meaning of making the great leap after being involved and hearing about it for so many years." "You have reached physical invulnerability?" repeated Chi Fong. "He's just gone for a holiday and he has suddenly reached the physical invulnerability stage?" "Yeah." Lu Chang smiled and threw his new bag on the sofa, after which he illustrated the cause and effect of the whole incident. Naturally, he skipped the portion that was too stimulating and terrifying for his parents. "Haha, great, great." Chi Fong was overly agitated. After racking her brain, this was the only word she could come up with. Lu Jisheng lifted his personal thermocup and hid his expression behind the actions of drinking tea. However, after trying to drink for a long time, all he could drink was tea leaves. He had forgotten to add hot water. Great. In the end, he seemed to be possessed by Chi Fong and could only come up with this word. When her agitation subsided, Chi Fong asked concerningly, "Chang, you have reached physical invulnerability now. Are you still returning to the Longhu Club?" "Yeah, I am," answered Lu Chang. "Just a while ago, Dragon King gave me a call and I have agreed to his invitation." Without showing any hesitation, he just mentioned that he needed to consolidate his state and would return once he gained a preliminary mastery of the Ice Sect's physical invulnerability chapters. At that time, he would discuss the contract again. That's fine too, commented Lu Jisheng. 2 days ago, I met the kid from Wang family. He has been released for more than half a year, and has since started a specialty snack shop in a mall in Gaofen. I heard that his business is pretty good and there's no one collecting protection fees in big cities. On a good day, he can sell 2,000 to 3,000 servings and at least 1,000 serving on a bad day. Sigh. You all have truly grown up. After hearing about Wang Su's situation, Lu Chang felt deeply contented. That's great. August 30th, in Yan Zhika's room. The couple shared a blanket while listing what they had to do the next day. You have reached physical invulnerability now. Would it be difficult to get a visa? Yan Zhika looked up and asked concerningly. Lu Chang smiled and answered, I have asked about it. I can still get a visa. I just can't go there whenever I like it. Moreover, I can't stay there for too long each time. As Yan Zhika would be returning to Connecticut the next day, he had obtained the approval from his in-laws to stay in the guest room. However, with his personal realm and using the darkness of the night, he snuck into the room of his wife. Yeah, I will treasure every holiday, replied Yan Zhika. After going through so many things together, they were both sure of each other. The next day morning, Lu Chang arrived at the domestic departure hall after sending away his little fairy girl. He arrived at Huaqing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and did not inform the assistant in the Longhu Club to receive him. He carried his luggage and called for a hired car. After cruising through the familiar yet foreign streets, he appeared outside the Longhu Club once again. The scenery of this place had not changed at all. After paying the driver, Lu Chang took a hard look at the signboards engraved with the words Dragon's Den and Tiger's Nest. Carrying a faint smile, he opened up his stride and walked in. Lu Chang wasn't a rash guy. Right after getting off his flight, he called Dragon King and Empress Luo. Giving the club a heads up would likely prevent any snafus later on. He found out that Dragon King had gone to the military base, and Empress Luo was right in the office. He didn't want to wait, so he turned down Ning Zitong's offer to have the assistant team pick him up. Instead, he took a cab to Longhu Club by himself. With a smile, he stepped into the entrance. The security at the guardroom stared at him in astonishment. He walked along the dark-tiled floor in the wide hallway and stopped before the lift. Out of habit, he didn't register himself as a visitor. Similarly, they let him pass. Ding dong. The lift on the left arrived. From the retreating metallic door came a swarthy, thin youth with slicked-back hair. It was no other than Huang Bin from the assistant team. His head hung low as he browsed through the files in his hands. Just as he walked out of the lift, something made him subconsciously raise his head. He came face to face with the visitor waiting for the lift. Mr. Lu? Recognizing Lu Chang, Huang Bin was so startled all the files scattered and fell out of his hands. It's been a while, chuckled Lu Chang. He caught the files. There wasn't anything special about his hands, but it was as though they had the whole area covered. Not a single sheet of paper touched the ground. It's been a while indeed, muttered Huang Bin blankly as he took the files from him. Lu Chang stepped into the lift and nodded at him. We'll talk again. Huang Bin nodded hastily, then stared blankly at the shutting metallic doors. Arriving on the 5th floor, Lu Chang walked through the hallway and arrived at Empress Luo's door. As he knocked on the door, his arrival at the club was disseminated through electromagnetic waves. Huh? Lu Chang came here. In the assistant team's office, Amen and the others were all astonished. At the reserve team training ground, the zestful Lu Xiaofei looked towards the manly Captain Tu who had a rich, bulging forehead. Lu Chang came to the club? She blurted. Tu Zheng furrowed his brows. Someone from the assistant team bumped into him. A year had elapsed, yet he had not reached physical invulnerability. The pressure on him was accumulating. The ones who were famed alongside him had mostly not made the breakthrough either. The only exceptions were Go Wan of Xuanwu School and Meng Liang of Shizhou Island. Ji Run of Daxing Temple, Ming Shi of Shangqing Sect, Qing Feng of Shushan Study, and Wang Xian of Yanzhou League were all still stuck. It wasn't easy to make the great leap after all. So he's really returning to the professional scene, said the muscular and round-faced Yu Wangyuan pensively. MHM, uttered Lu Xiaofei. Seems like he has gotten rid of his sequela. With the rate he was going at the start, who knows what level he would be at now if not for that 1 year of delay, mused Sun Jianlin rather sentimentally, despite being a bystander. Jia Lu, who always appeared detached, giggled while rolling her bright eyes. Either way, he's back now. I was expecting the ones fighting in low-tiered professional matches to come back first. Tu Zheng loosened his brows and said with a captain's air, "As long as he's back, he's one of us. I don't want you to mention his injuries in front of him. And no matter what he went through, I believe he still has what it takes. All of you, and me, we have to buckle up to not lose to him." Being high pins at their young ages, Lu Xiaofei, Yu Wangyuan, and the others were naturally competitive. They answered at once, "Yes, Captain too." Thud, thud, thud. Lu Cheng knocked rhythmically at the door to Ning Zitong's office. "Please come in," replied a voice as clear as spring water. He opened the door and entered. He saw Ning Zitong sitting behind a mahogany desk. Her hair cascaded freely from her shoulders. Her beautiful, elegant features had a multicultural feel attached. Gazing pensively at Lu Cheng, she shook her head and smiled. "This generation's heavenly sons of China lives up to their names. Not one of you fell behind. 2 made the great leap at 23. 1 attained physical invulnerability at 22. As for the living Buddha, there's no need to say much. Renli, around 5 months younger than Lu Cheng, only hit 22 last July. Of course, she started martial arts a lot earlier than Lu Cheng." Everyone's been working hard," said Lu Cheng nonchalantly. He couldn't give a humble reply since Empress Luo wasn't only complimenting him, but also Priest and Chihuahua. Since they returned from Nile later than Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun and Ren Li were still learning the physical invulnerability chapters of their respective sects. They have not yet announced their advancements publicly. Ning Zitong leaned back and curved her lips into a smile. "When I first heard from Dragon King about you making the breakthrough, I almost thought he finally learned to joke after 30 years. But age is catching up to me. I can't compete with you youngsters anymore." The worst part was that the brat before her didn't even require external force and made the great leap by himself. Before Lu Cheng gave an answer, she stood up. "Follow me. I'll bring you to the core team. You'll meet your future teammates there. As for the contract, you can have your lawyer come in at a later time. You don't have to worry about us treating you any less than you deserve." "Okay," replied Lu Cheng nonchalantly. At the reserve team training grounds, Yu Wangyuan was doing cool-down exercises. Whimsically, he said, "Now that Lu Cheng's back on the team, should we host another welcome party for him?" "Forget it. That might remind him of his being injured and rub him the wrong way," said Lu Xiaofei, shaking her head. She went on expectantly. "I wonder how his recovery is going. Captain 2, should we shift the team sparring to tomorrow?" The words sparked eagerness in Jia Lu and the others. Tu Zheng had just ended his training. Phone in hand, he considered the idea. Forget it. Give him a few days to adjust. That was when he felt a vibration in his palm. A message came. Tu Zheng lowered his head and read it. His expression changed. "Lu Cheng went over to the core team," he blurted. "Him? Our new teammate," said Optimus Prime Longzhen, startled. Empress Luo had summoned him from the individual training ground. When he heard about a new physical invulnerability expert joining, he couldn't figure out who it was even after racking his brains. Presently, he was all curious with many questions piled up. The number of physical invulnerability fighters was limited, so they more or less recognized each other even if they weren't associated. Longzhen trusted that if someone hopped into the club, he would have heard about it. As to it being someone who recently made the breakthrough, there were only a few of those every year and they were always fervently sought after. Longzhen wasn't the only one surprised. Martial arts fanatic, Guijie, was equally thunderstruck. She would have believed it if Lu Cheng made the breakthrough after 1 year of hard work from a year back. However, that wasn't the case. He suffered grave injuries and was haunted by his sequela for a long time. How did he suddenly make the great leap? Beside her, the team member, Lu Yan's eyes gleamed. He studied Lu Chang with astonished eyes, not entirely buying the story. He was middle-aged, with half his hair gone white. His chiseled features were handsome, but his face gave away innate defiance. He had always avoided Lu Chang after the Dragon King gave him, a quasi-physical invulnerability at that time, special treatment. Ning Zitong, satisfied with their reactions, gave a silvery laugh. He made the breakthrough in Nile at the start of August, she said curtly. She then gesticulated to Lu Chang by raising her chin. Lu Chang smiled gently. Walking forward, he let loose his mind to amplify his connection. The area around him darkened, giving birth to a bone-biting frost. At the same time, flickers of flames popped up in succession, warming the area around him. That cleared all doubts from Lu Yen, Longzhen, and Guijie. But they were all rather affected, so none of them said anything. Incredible! Incredible! Being able to make the breakthrough after being delayed for a year due to heavy injuries. Truly incredible. Longzhen was the first to give a thumbs up. Now, I have the Dragon King before me and you chasing after me. It's getting tougher for me to reach the top of the club. Huh! He never neglected results produced from hard work, and he never held back compliments. But, at the same time, he never surrendered. He wouldn't let anyone surpass him easily. Without the injuries delaying me for a year, I might not have been able to make the breakthrough in 2 to 3 or even 4 to 5 years. Heck, I might not have even made it my whole life, thought Lu Chang placidly. Guijie loosened her brows and nodded. We'll have a go soon. A martial arts fanatic indeed, thought Lu Chang in amusement. Lu Yen, maintaining his dignity, nodded at him. I admit I underestimated you. Now that you have made the great leap, you are no doubt one of us on the core team. Ning Zitong turned her wrist to consult her watch. All right, about time I bring him to the conference. The reporters are probably mostly here by now. She had instructed the external affairs team to contact the Huaqing media right after receiving Lu Cheng's post-flight call. In Longhu Club's large conference room, the external affairs team had set up the stage for a news conference. I heard this is about Lu Chang? Asked a reporter turning to another reporter. The female reporter with her hair dyed in cranberry red nodded. I was told the same. Before this, Lu Chang announced that he would be returning to the arena in 4 to 5 months. It's the start of April now, about time I would say. Is he rejoining the Longhu Club? Guessed the reporter who made the first question. He wore thin-framed glasses and had a good sense of fashion. I like how you used the word rejoining, laughed another artsy reporter. He's back to his old line of work. There was scorn in his tone. What a pity for him to be delayed by a year. Lu Chang is more or less out of the list of heavenly sons of China now, said Cranberry Head ruefully. That was when Ning Zitong and Lu Chang came in from the entrance and sat behind the conference table. They didn't give him much attention. There's only Empress Luo with him. Thin-framed glasses pointed out shrewdly. The artsy reporter nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Chang doesn't look much different, just more reserved. Lu Chang had already changed into the navy blue Longhu martial arts suit. He no longer had the air of a student. Right now he looked matured and manly. Ning Zitong gestured for everyone to quiet down. This time, I'm the only one with Lu Chang. That's because he no longer needs physical invulnerability experts to control the stage for him. He is already qualified enough to be sitting here. Snap, snap. Camera lights flickered as reporters rapidly recorded Empress Luo's speech. They still haven't gotten the message behind those words. Ning Zitong cleared her throat. I hereby make an announcement. Lu Chang will be rejoining Longhu Club as an official member of the core team. I knew it. He's back in Longhu, thought the reporters as they recorded down those words. Then, realizing something odd in those words, they raised their heads and looked from Ning Zitong to Lu Chang, then from Lu Chang to Ning Zitong. Core team? An official member of the Longhu Club core team? For the various media houses, the core team was a term Longhu Club used in an official news release. Under most of the circumstances, it had a more common, well-known and acceptable name, the Physical Invulnerability Team. All the official members of this team were physical invulnerability experts who had made the great leap. After connecting the dots that Empress Luo suggested, the reporters retracted their gazes and looked at one another. Some of them were lost, some of them were confused, while others were agitated. They felt that they had gotten a thread to something big. Really? Lu Chang had really made the great leap and make it to the top? However, he suffered a grave injury a year ago and had just recovered from it. How is it possible for him to reach the physical invulnerability stage? How low he had fallen could be confirmed with the occasional Weibo update he posted. Coming back and advancing seemed to be two completely different matters. The reporters kept exchanging glances as this piece of news was too sudden, too explosive, and too incredible. They had even forgotten to raise their hands and asked further questions in fear that their conjectures would sound silly to others. After several tens of seconds, one reporter finally stood out. The female reporter with maroon-red hair looked at Ning Zidong and asked with a trembling voice, "Empress Luo, what you are saying is that Lu Chang made the great leap and reached the physical invulnerability stage?" When this question was asked, all the reporters held their breath and focused on Ning Zidong. The conference room was so quiet that one could hear a pin dropped. Ning Zidong looked around before smiling elegantly. Yes. The entire conference room immediately erupted. The reporters were whispering with one another and discussing fervently. Oh my God! He just recovered, right? Was the news of him being injured fake? He wouldn't have to resort to saying goodbyes on Weibo if it was fake. Let me see, based on what Lu Chang said himself, he probably recovered in July or August. In other words, he used just a month of time to reach physical invulnerability stage. This is comparable to the living Buddha's pace. After allowing the reporters to discuss within themselves for a while, Ning Zidong finally continued with a radiant smile. Feel free to clarify any doubts you might have. The subject is right here. There aren't many opportunities. The female reporter with maroon hair took advantage of the fact that she was still standing and asked Lu Chang aggressively, "Mr. Lu Chang, may I ask, when did you make the great leap?" They didn't doubt the authenticity of this incident. This was because Empress Luo attended the news release, and this was equivalent to using the full faith of Longhu Club as backing. Moreover, Lu Chang would definitely participate in top-tier professional competitions and title matches. Even if they could hide it now, they wouldn't be able to do so for a lifetime. Lu Chang moved the mic over and answered honestly. In the beginning of August. Roar. The conference room erupted once again. Every single reporter seemed to be extremely excited. The reporter with a pair of narrow-framed spectacles raised his hand and stood up. After which, he asked with composure, "When did you recover from your previous injury? And what were the reasons for your injury?" Lu Chang ignored the second question and replied based on his memory. "I recovered from my injury in the beginning of the year but suffered from sequelae. To solve this issue, I made an attempt in March. You guys could see it as a surgery. This attempt was very successful and allowed me to completely shake off my injury. After recuperation, I fully recovered around the month of June." In other words, you only took a month to make the great leap and achieve the physical invulnerability stage from the peak of inhuman stage? A scholarly-looking reporter triumphed against all others and posted the question. He had already thought of the headlines for this news conference. If Lu Chang answered, yes, he would say, comparable to living Buddha. Otherwise, he would emphasize, incredible. Lu Chang bit his lips, thought about what he wanted to say, and answered with a faint smile. You can't put it that way. The truth is, I'm grateful for this injury and being at rock bottom over the last year. It allowed me to truly find my own path, understand my inner self, strengthen my resolve, and accumulate enough knowledge to cross into the physical invulnerability stage. This was the true crux behind me making the great leap. He wasn't one that liked to flaunt his learnings, but right now, a sentence he learned flashed in his mind. The sharp edge of a sword comes from constant grinding, and the plum blossom's fragrance comes after the bitter winter cold. Lu Chang's reply was great. He didn't deny or confirm. The scholarly-looking reporter cursed silently and was preparing to ask another question to puff up the content of his reporting. However, at this moment, he discovered from the side of his vision that almost all the other reporters were writing fervently. Clearly, they had started writing their communication news and attempted to be the first to release it. These imbeciles! The scholarly-looking reporter forwent his question and sat down in a hurry to start writing on his content. Core team. Upon hearing Tu Zheng's words, the macho-looking Lu Xiaofei's pitch suddenly increased. This was her dream and long-cherished goal. Yet it was that out of her reach. Sun Jianlin was confused and asked with a frown, "Is he there to pay a visit to the physical invulnerability experts?" Based on the rules, there was such a thing in the schedule for one who had just joined. This might hold too, although this was the second time Lu Chang was joining. Tu Zhang kept his emotions in check before saying with an awful face, "Empress Luo and the rest aren't too fond of the formalities all along." It was clear what he really meant. It seemed that this matter wasn't that simple. Wang Yuan and the rest opened their mouths before closing them. Suddenly, it went silent. The truth was they already had their own conjectures in their heart. It was just that they couldn't believe the answer. It must be a joke. Even if Lu Chang stays healthy for a year, he might not be able to achieve it. Let alone the fact that he had suffered a grave injury for a year. Amidst the suppressed silence, Wang Yuan opened his mouth and said with a low voice, "Perhaps Lu Chang has really reached the physical invulnerability stage. How could it be?" Tu Zhang spoke slower and slower. He didn't seem to want to fact the matter but still had to admit it. Jia Lu kept his spectator's mindset and laughed with a sigh. "Don't say that I'm only saying this now. I feel that this might be true. He's a heavenly son of the era that has been creating miracle after miracle. The injury might have just been a blessing in disguise for him." Tu Zhang opened his mouth and was about to say something when he received a message suddenly. It was from Optimus Prime, Long Zhen. His eyes swept through the message once and again and again. Finally, he believed that he was not hallucinating. After a few seconds of silence, he looked down and said, "Lu Chang has reached physical invulnerability." The 6 simple words reverberated throughout the reserve team training ground. Everyone felt a heavy feeling in their heart. It was another period of silence. Lu Xiaofei looked blankly forward, but her mind was a mess. She didn't know what she was thinking about. Wang Yuan was in a daze initially before forcing a smile and shaking his head constantly. Sun Jianlin took a deep breath and wanted to say something. However, he chose to keep them back in the end. Jia Lu also looked at the green tile in front of him. Suddenly, it seemed like the patterns on it were filled with artistic beauty. She let out a laugh and mumbled to herself, "All right, now I don't have to worry about being replaced by him." Yeah, it wasn't meaningful at all to compare a physical invulnerability expert with an inhuman. He and the rest of the group had been left far behind, so far that they could no longer see the back of him. Yuan Wang forced a smile and said, "Some people are born to deal blows to others. My confidence has been completely shattered by him." Tu Zhang, Lu Xiaofei, and the rest had gone silent once again. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they were more reluctant to deceive themselves. Songcheng University had just started a new semester. Yan Shaoling, who was in her last year in the university, stood by the window of her dormitory. She looked at the faraway Weishui Lake and suddenly, sad and emotions welled up in her. She thought of an elegant and beautiful phrase, but when it came out of her mouth, it had totally changed. "This water is darned clean. The school is so rich. How great would it be if they could subsidize the canteen?" At this moment, her phone, which was placed on the study table, was vibrating incessantly and the notification ringtones kept ringing. "Who's that?" Yan Shaoling mumbled and walked closer to the table to pick up her phone. She glimpsed through it and saw voice messages after voice messages from Brahman. Did something big happen? Yan Shaoling unlocked her screen with a head full of doubts. For her last summer semester, she had entered the late stage of the cancerous disease known as laziness. She had even rarely frequented the QQ group as she was too lazy to type and speak. After clicking on the voice message, she placed the phone beside her ear. Yan Shaoling almost went dead from the sharp voice of Brahman. "Little nightfall, little nightfall, little nightfall. Look at the news. Look at the news. Look at the news." Quick, quick, quick. What the? You are already in the 3rd year of high school. Why are you still acting like a kid? Yan Shaoling silently mocked Brahmin, who was taller than her by 20 centimeters. Several seconds later, her eyes reflected a familiar name and an exaggerated headline. Lu Cheng's ascend to the heavens, comparable to living Buddha. Returning from the ordeal, Lu Cheng reaches physical invulnerability, a blessing in disguise. The name of heavenly son of the era is indeed worthy. What had happened? What had happened? Yan Shaoling was shocked and quickly clicked into the news to browse the content. The Longhu Club held a press conference to announce Lu Cheng rejoining the club. He will be entering the core team. After reading the first few lines, Yan Shaoling finally knew what had happened. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She had really held it back for a long time. After which, a radiant smile appeared as she started walking back and forth. She even started humming a song. I've waited for so long. I finally waited till today. She cried after laughing and laughed after crying. After the cycle repeated itself for a few times, Yan Shaoling sat on the chair in a daze. She wore a silly smile. It was only when Mu Jinyan walked in and touched her hair that she regained her conscience. She logged into the forum and saw that the thread had exploded. Simply, I couldn't find any words to describe my feelings now. Unparalleled Dragon King spoke in a manner that was not seen frequently. Nye Chi posted on the thread, jumping around expression girls. Come and take a look at God. Damn it. This is what you call a dent to his potential. I also would like to have such a dent to my potential. Laughed, all the good names are taken by dogs. Just when Yan Shaoling was about to join them, Poison Milk Hierarch, He Xiaowei was reviewing the relevant Weibo messages. He discovered that everyone was discussing how he could make the great leap so quickly and everyone was feeling emotional and excited. As he had failed miserably because of Lu Cheng several times, He Xiaowei had learned from his mistake. He had chose to stay away from anything relating to Lu Cheng and not to comment before everything had been confirmed. Yeah, now's the time. He typed with satisfaction and posted a message on Weibo. I feel that the focuses of discussions are a little off. Let us make a guess on how long would it take for Lu Cheng to get his first title. After sending that post, He Xiaowei took a sip of water. Then refreshed the page and saw a number of replies. Nah, I don't think Lu Cheng will ever get a title. To the previous commenter, did you forget about his supernatural ability to defy all naysayers? I can't say for other things, but I'm 100% sure Lu Cheng won't get his title this year. To the previous commenter, and why's that? Isn't it obvious? It's already September. He can't just join national title competitions that are already at grand finals. As for the other titles, the main competition is this year but the finals are next year. He won't be able to get it this year even if he tried. Cough. Loyal little fan here. Give him some time, that's my 2 cents. It took Wisdom King 3 years to get his first title. I hope Lu Cheng can do it in 3 years too. That reminds me, the Living Buddha hasn't held any titles. The topics expanded as many pitched in. Some people even began discussing what title Lu Cheng should use if he clinched champion in Battle of the Kings. Gratified, He Xiaowei held up his cup and took a gulp. A person needs to be able to adapt to all situations. You have to admit defeat sometimes. If not, you'll end up like that all-knowing something. If he wasn't so stubborn and prideful at that time, he wouldn't have had to leave the scene after his other accounts failed to go viral. In the Wuyue Club, Lei Fong had just finished training. Looking at his phone, he froze in the shower cubicle for 2 entire minutes. He had undressed to only his briefs, revealing his manly and defined muscles. He was going to shower but forgot to twist the tap on after a glance at his phone. Physical invulnerability, Lu Cheng attained physical invulnerability. The words echoed in his head. Then he realized. Martial Uncle Lu's sudden appearance at the Wuyue Club and his usage of Polar Laboratory. The most plausible and reasonable explanation for that was he had already attained physical invulnerability and needed it to aid his training. Nonetheless, who would have considered this possibility at that time? Even if it did cross his mind, He'll reject it and laugh about it, then rack his brains for a more reasonable answer. Who knew some things simply defied logic? Anything can happen in this vast world. Some people were born to defy logic. Coming out of his stance, Lei Fong drew a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. When he looked at someone like that, he lost all motivation for martial arts. He might not be able to attain physical invulnerability even if he put in 3 to 5 years of hard work. Yet it was like a walk in the park for martial Uncle Lou. So what was the point of him trying? What was the point of him plunging into rigorous training one day after the other, and putting in all those extra hours? Thoughts racing, he was overwhelmed by dejection and disappointment. At last, he turned on the tap and doused his head in cold water. Drip, drop, drip, drop. The coldness gave him a respite from his depression. He kept encouraging himself. What physical invulnerability meant and represented, Lei Fong was well aware of that. The difference in status alone was enough to make him grit his teeth and push on. Shaking off the water droplets from his hair, he suddenly laughed. A bitter laugh. Physical invulnerability was the border that separated a fish from a dragon. Yet some people could make the leap with such ease. In the training grounds, Zhang Yu and Chen Qiue stared at their phones in silence. "So he's attained physical invulnerability," said Chen Qiue emotionally. Zhang Yu raised her head. "Master probably already knew," she said in hindsight. That night, when he stood on the balcony, this was probably the thing on his mind. Was he feeling sentimental at how the new generation surpassed the old one? Chen Qiue had many things on his mind and plenty of emotions to express. Yet, all he could say in the end was, "The gap between us is huge." Back when Lu Cheng won the Xing Province King of Youth competition and became a rising star, he still felt competitive. But, after all these years, he was completely numb and utterly defeated. He knew he could never catch up to him. He had to face the facts and reality. Zhang Yu stole a glance at him, then laughed sentimentally. "This makes me feel dejected but hopeful at the same time. If Lu Cheng can make the great leap so easily, perhaps physical invulnerability isn't that far away from us after all." "Makes sense." Chen Qiue nodded in assent. He turned and walked towards the exit. When he was near the exit, he suddenly heard a melancholic murmur from Zhang Yu. "But when it's our turn to try, we might just discover that attaining physical invulnerability is next to impossible." The evening sunlight spilled into the room, gilding its interior. Kai Zongming opened his eyes lazily after a twitch of his eyelashes. "Shit, I slept this long?" He allowed himself a moment to recover from sleep inertia, then held up his phone to check the time. In the past 2 months, he had been gradually taking over the family business. His schedule wasn't that packed, and he even had time to go on dates with Fang Yuan, who was on summer break. However, with everything being new and all, it was stressful enough to make him quite nervous. He was worn out. He had that afternoon to himself, so he decided on a quick nap, only to find himself waking up after 5. At night, he had to attend a business dinner, and he was dreading it. He was languid and didn't want to get up, so he chatted with Fang Yuan for a while. While he was at it, he carelessly browsed the forums and Weibo. A minute later, a sparkle entered his eyes. He was shocked, elated, and in utter disbelief. He sent a message to Lu Cheng and got an affirmative reply. He didn't congratulate him immediately but rolled and sat up straight. Smiling, he looked through the window. At length, he muttered to himself, "Oh, dreams." His smile widened. Suddenly, he pulled his sheets away and hopped out of bed. He put on his shirt, casual pants, tie, and suit, then applied a little gel to his hair. He admired his zestful self in the mirror. "Not bad. Pretty handsome for a dog," he said, praising himself. He then let out a laugh. "Damn, why am I insulting myself? If Chung heard me, he would tell me I have improved so much as a comedian that I could now do a duo stand-up comedy by myself." Ji House Residence, Jiangnan Province. Ji Zhenjiang paced up and down with his hands crossed at his back. In his elation, he chided in annoyed amusement, "Sure, Jiangwo, you old scum. How could he not mention a word of such excellent news?" He had first gone to the war-torn areas to settle Lin Kei's matter. He couldn't promise his safety, but at least he reduced the chances of him running into great danger. Right after he was back in China, he heard the news about his grandson-in-law making the great leap. To think they wanted to give him more practice before this. Dou Ning, leaning comfortably on the armchair across him, also chided. That cheeky girl Cuckoo. She never said a word. Treating us two like strangers. What's the time in Connecticut? I'm going to call and give her an earful. But then again, the girl's got an excellent eye for people. I would even say it's comparable to mine back in the days. 3 to 4 a.m., replied Ji Zhenjiang tentatively. I will call her when she wakes up. She pushed back the scolding time. After all, she loved her granddaughter too dearly. That was when her phone rung. It was Yanjika. Why are you up this late? Chided Dou Ning right as the call connected. I just snuck out of bed to watch the news conference, replied Yanjika cheekily. You have the gall to say it, said Dou Ning, remembering her previous emotions. It's almost been a month since Lu Chang made the great leap. Not even a word from you. Yanjika giggled and replied breezily. Heh, do you like the surprise? When the news conference had ended, Lu Chang returned to Empress Luo's office. Ning Zitong, rather languidly, propped her head up with one hand as she moved the mouse. The club provides a mansion or high-end apartment for all core team members. These are all company-owned property. You can go pick one yourself later. If you don't like any of the locations, you'll have to make do with it. In the future, it's up to you whether you want to sell it or rent it out, she said casually. Okay, I'm okay with anything at the moment, replied Lu Chang with a smile. His wife was overseas, so it didn't matter where he lived as long as the house had good sound ventilation, no leaking issues, and regular cleaning service. Get your lawyer to come in for the reviewing of terms and conditions. In this time, you will focus on practicing the physical invulnerability chapters of the Fire Sect. You don't have to attend professional competitions with us yet. When you have grasped the basics in late October, there will be Grandmaster title battle open to physical invulnerability experts. Haha, that will be your first time appearing in a top-tiered match, said Ning Zitong, smiling. Make sure to consult Coach Lu when learning the physical invulnerability chapters of the Fire Sect. He's not as strong as the Dragon King, is conceited, and has a stubborn mouth. But he does have an exceptional grasp of the physical invulnerability chapters and a knack for coaching. Back then, the Dragon King learned a lot from him too. If not, he wouldn't have assigned someone this bad-tempered to be the coach. Sister Ning, why are you so harsh on Coach Lu? Asked Lu Chang, amused. I'm just stating facts, said Ning Zitong negligently. She remembered something. You'll be picking a daily assistant later. Leave all the trivial stuff to them and focus on training. All right. Lu Chang didn't have any differing new ideas and therefore agreed to it without any prerequisites. Seeing that she had informed Lu Chang about the things she needed to, Ning Zitong picked up her office phone and dialed an internal number to ask the supervisor of the logistics team to come over. After which, she asked him to lead Lu Chang to choose a personal room for physical invulnerability members on the 5th floor. In comparison to when he was an inhuman, the current room was substantially bigger. It was bigger by 100 square meters and had a meeting space for official work. The lighting of the room was extremely great and had a side door on the right side of the room. When the side door was open, the corridor connected to the bedroom and study room on the left and right. At the end of it was a room for showering and room with a toilet. The soundproofing was also great. After Lu Chang had chosen a room where he could see the lake from his bedroom, he noticed the supervisor of the logistics team had set up his laptop and started introducing individual bungalows and high-story mansions to him through the projector. Towards the end of his introduction, he displayed the information of various members of the assistant team. As he went through the information, he casually mentioned each individual's character, hobbies, working capability, and other aspects in a detailed manner. Naturally, no one could be absolutely objective. When it came to those who he was more familiar with, on good terms with, or those that had asked him for a favor, the supervisor couldn't help but put in a few good words for them. After listening carefully, Lu Chang leaned back on the sofa and said with a faint smile, "Let me think about it for a while. Can you send this information to my inbox?" "There wouldn't be a need for that. I can leave my laptop directly here. Once you've made your decision, you can give me a call. Why don't we add each other on WeChat?" asked the supervisor of the logistic team sincerely. "All right," answered Lu Chang readily as he took out his phone. After they added each other, the supervisor added, "You don't have to be in a hurry. Take some time to think about it. You can even go take a look around. Since you will be moving in, there would be a need to do a deep cleaning. Before that, which 5-star hotel will you like us to book for you? Or do you have other plans? I will just stay here in the meantime. It's pretty nice here." Lu Chang pointed to the bedroom on the left side of the corridor. After seeing the supervisor off, he zipped the information about the different accommodation and sent it to Yenjika through an offline transfer. After which, he added another message, laughing secretly expression, "Which one do you like? It might very well be our home in the future." Once he had decided, the rights to the property would be transferred to his name. After sending, he did not expect his little fairy girl to give him a reply anytime soon as it was 4 o'clock in the morning where she was. He went to read through the conversation records of a few group chats before exchanging some sarcastic words with Kai Zongming. At that moment, he noticed that the file that he transferred offline was received. Yenjika's profile pic became clearer with a message, hands supporting the chin expression. "If I can't decide on which property to choose, will you be sleeping under the bridge tonight? Why are you awake?" "Shocked expression," replied Lu Chang. "He. Based on my foresight, I knew that you would have matters that required my input," answered Yenjika triumphantly. Lu Chang didn't expose her for staying awake, just to see the news of him returning to the Longhu Club. He played along and expressed his surprise, shock, and admiration. After the file was completely sent, Yenjika looked through it seriously, after which she exchanged her views with Lu Chang. In the end, she sent 3 photos to Lu Chang. "These 2 bungalows and this high-story mansion look pretty good. However, I'm not too sure of it as I have not seen it with my own eyes." "No problem. I'll find some time to go take a look tomorrow. I'll video chat you at the same time," answered Lu Chang decisively. Yenjika replied, cover mouth while smiling expression, "Are you really going to sleep under the bridge tonight? I have a personal resting room." Lu Chang stood up and sent a request for a video call. After Yenjika accepted, he showed her the bedroom, study room, meeting room, and washrooms. "Not bad," laughed Yenjika. "In that case, I'll take a few more days to consider." "Oh right, in that case help me choose an assistant too. This is the information," Lu Chang added and put on the expression that suggested that the capable coach Yen should do more. Yenjika stared open her eyes widely and said, "You have to bother me with regard to such a small matter? I'm not familiar with most of them. Even if I know them, the understanding is shallow. Since I do not know who to choose, I might as well believe in the great judgment of Coach Yen." "Laughing evilly expression," replied Lu Chang. "Since you have asked so sincerely, I should help you choose one." Yenjika unzipped the file and browsed through each piece of information. In less than 2 seconds he replied, serious face expression, "Let's choose Amen. Let's just choose her." "Why?" asked Lu Chang curiously. "I only know that guy with the surname Huang and her. As for the rest, they are all similar after I went through their information." Yenjika continued, red smiley expression moreover. "When you quit the Longhu Club previously, didn't she send you an encouragement message too? This shows that she's not the kind who suck up to those below her or look down upon by those who are above her. She has quite a good personality. When she accompanied me to watch the documentary in the museum, I liked the way she carried herself. Moreover, she knew when to appear and leave too." "That's true." Lu Chang nodded his head slightly before replying, naughty smile expression, "I thought you would choose a male assistant." Yenjika replied, clenched fist expression, "I have confidence in you." After which, she added another line with a proud expression, "And I've more confidence in myself. I'm a little fairy girl," before Lu Chang could respond. She sent another message, Naughty smile expression if I visit watching, and you happen to have additional training or other matters to attend to. I can pull her along to go shopping or others. It would be boring if the assistant is a guy. That's true. Nodding head expression, replied Lu Chang. Typically, it was inevitable for ordinary people to look for a female assistant while working. As long as he could behave himself, restrict communication to only business and not make any misleading actions, he would not have to be afraid of rumors. Within the assistant team, all the members, who were fond of going to other offices, were in their seats. This made their office as complete as it ever was. They were all pretending to be calm. They were typing furiously on the computer, pretending to communicate with the car's team, or staring at the screen while pretending to be in deep thoughts. However, whenever footsteps could be heard approaching, they couldn't help but straighten their backs and become all tensed up. When they discovered that it wasn't the supervisor, they would then relax. Within the group, Huang Bin lifted his cup and placed it to his mouth. However, he did not have the intention to drink. From time to time, he would turn his head to Amin, who had long silky hair drifted over her shoulders. He was highly alert and was clearly worried. When Lu Chang was in the club before, he had the most interactions with her. I'm always a little behind her. She is my greatest competitor. Luckily, the supervisor of the logistic team is from my hometown, and I have maintained a good relationship with him. He will definitely put in some good words for me. Amin seemed to be acting normally. However, she was deleting what she wrote and rewriting it without any real progress. In her mind, various thoughts were hovering. They could be separated into two kinds and were engaging a debate constantly. Among all the people on the assistant team, I'm the one whom Mr. Liu is most familiar with. The chances of him picking me are the highest. Forget it. This level of familiarity is only on the surface. It couldn't be compared with the introduction of the supervisor of the logistic team. No matter what, I haven't done anything that would irk Mr. Liu. I even consoled him when he was at the lowest point in his life. Stop dreaming. When will such a great thing ever happen to you? Sun Tingting was the most relaxed among all. However, she was clearly in a very bad mood. Over the previous period of time, she believed that Tu Zhang had a higher chance of making the great leap than Lu Chang and would have achieved it quicker. She had spent all her attention on getting in the good graces of Tu Zhang. Now, she almost had no chance at all of being chosen. If I knew this would happen, I would have worked on both sides, she thought agonizingly to herself. For the members of the assistant team, to be chosen by physical invulnerability experts as their personal assistants were also a great leap forward for them. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock in the office was moving slowly. Huang Bin and the rest finally heard the familiar footsteps of their supervisor. He was an impatient guy and typically walked very fast. If he had something on, he would even run around. All the members straightened their backs once again. Some of them even subconsciously gripped their pens. The supervisor of the assistant team, Oyangda, looked around and revealed a rare smile. Amin, come over for a while. Follow me to see Mr. Liu. Amin's mind went blank instantly but still stood up immediately by instinct. As for Sun Tingting and the rest, they either slouched at their desk or heaved a sigh. Their disappointment could clearly be seen in their expressions. As for Huang Bin, he even crushed the paper in his hand and threw it to the dustbin beside his desk. After several seconds, Amin finally reacted back from it and answered in a hurry, "All right, right away." As she spoke, she rose out of her seat and quickly ran towards the door. She still felt like she was in a dream until she stood in front of Lu Chang. "I'll be troubling you in the future," greeted Lu Chang with a faint smile. "All right. No, I mean that's what you're supposed to do," stammered Amin. However, she recovered her composure quickly and asked directly, "Mr. Liu, is there anything I should pay particular attention to?" Lu Chang thought for a while before answering. "I'm quite a boring person and don't really like to chat. You have to learn how to entertain yourself." "If there isn't anything, I won't disturb you," responded Amin in a hurry. Lu Chang nodded his head slightly and continued, "Help me settle the matters regarding the chauffeur of the nanny car. I'm not familiar with any of them." If there isn't anyone you are satisfied with, inform the human resource team to hire another person. I'll be staying in the club for the next few days and will message you if I have anything for you. All right. Two familiar faces had started surfacing her mind. As she reached the doorstep, she couldn't help but turned around and thank Lu Chang several times. After confirming the chauffeur, she was ready to leave. Just as she was at the gate and was about to head for the public bus before changing to the train, she saw a silver-gray nanny car stopped in front of her. The chauffeur, Zhao Zhenhua, lowered the window and said with a smile, "Assistant Amen, let me give you a ride. We will be partners in the future." "I'm fine. What if Mr. Lu wishes to use the car later?" Amen instantly shook her head. "I have asked Mr. Lu and he said he wouldn't be going out tonight. Moreover, I still have to go home, right?" answered Zhao Zhenhua with a giggle. Amen nodded her head in hesitation before replying, "All right then." Although there was a traffic jam on the way, yet she still arrived at her accommodation earlier than her usual time and entered her room. The room was small and narrow and could only fit a bed, a table and a chair. The cupboard was fitted to the wall itself. She sat on the edge of the bed and was still feeling a little lost. She really still couldn't believe that she had become the personal assistant of a physical invulnerability expert. She looked around subconsciously and recalled many things. The starting salary of an employee in assistant team at the Longhu Club was 4,500 and the increment each year would be around a few hundred. It wasn't great, but it definitely wasn't bad. However, she was living in Huaqing. Rental, utilities, insurance, retirement, and other fixed expenses took up a large portion of her salary. Even so, she had to share a common washroom with others. When her stomach wasn't feeling well and couldn't get to the toilet first, it was really miserable. Moreover, she gave her parents 1,000 as allowance each month and told them it was to accumulate for her dowry in the future. After buying some skincare products, clothing, and do some online shopping, she didn't have much left. If it wasn't for the club covering her lunch, she would have to be even more frugal. And once she became the personal assistant of a physical invulnerability expert, she heard that the base salary alone would be 38,000 after tax. Moreover, there would be car allowance, meal allowance, clothing allowances, and others. She also would receive a bonus based on the physical invulnerability expert that she served at the end of the year. Sometimes, this was the greatest sum of the compensation. Amen slowly recovered her senses and had many thoughts welling up in her mind. All she could think was, "I want to rent another flat that has a standalone washroom." At this moment, she received a message from the logistics team. Amen, come and collect the keys to your room tomorrow. The room would be at the side of the Sky Capital Garden and is provided by the club for you at no cost. It has 3 bedrooms and a living room and is a little over 100 square meters. After reading each word carefully, Amen couldn't help but fall to her side. She hugged her big white teddy bear toy and rolled on her bed. She was feeling refreshed and could see a bright future ahead. For a moment Amen spaced out and fantasized. Then she sat up. She found the assistant teams manager, Ouyang's WeChat, and began inquiring about the do's and don'ts of a physical invulnerability expert's assistant. Elated and zealous as she was, she felt uneasy, worried that erring would cause her efforts to go to waste. She didn't want to return to her old life. To Ouyang, nothing mattered more than maintaining a good relationship with the physical invulnerability experts. Naturally, he didn't want to get on the bad side of their personal assistants. He spared no details, and at the end emphasized that she had to learn more about Lu Chang. After all, every physical invulnerability expert had a different temperament, so mimicking blindly could be disastrous. Amen thanked him sincerely. Then she stood up and paced up and down in the cramped room, mulling over what she could do at the moment. Mr. Lu has a habit of practicing in the morning. Now that he's staying in the club, he wouldn't know any places to train at. I wonder if the logistics team could handle Mr. Lu's breakfast properly. Thoughts racing, Amen hastily sat down and called the other departments. She sent a detailed report to Lu Chang through WeChat, letting him choose between the 24-hour training grounds and outdoor venues nearby. "Thanks, I was about to ask," replied Lu Chang quickly. "No problem," typed Amen happily. She ardently set her alarm clock to 5:45 a.m. From then on, she decided to adjust her body clock to match Mr. Liu's, so he wouldn't find her asleep if he needed something. She'll leave at about 6 and take a cab to the club to supervise the chefs. As for taking a cab alone early in the morning, she wasn't worried at all since she was heading to the Longhu Club. The driver would need balls of steel to attempt anything funny. In that powerful organization, even a weak-looking girl could potentially take his car apart. With a private ride booked, Amin headed for the bathroom to shower. She had to wait for a few minutes, but she didn't get impatient for she knew these days were soon to be over. After the shower, she dug out a face mask and began her proper skincare routine, something she hadn't done in a long time. She had the urge to tell her parents and besties that she was going to be a private assistant to a physical invulnerability expert, but managed to stop herself. It's best to wait until everything's set in stone. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, Lu Chang routinely came to the lake and breathed in the fresh air while pondering about the ice-set physical invulnerability chapters. His lawyer, Lin Chokong, had arrived by the time his training ended. He had come to Huaqing yesterday, by plane. They talked idly before going their separate ways. One headed for breakfast while the other went to meet the team formed by the External Affairs team, HR team, and legal team. Sticky rice cakes, Yunshui noodles, Shoshan specialty rice dumplings. Lu Chang was very pleased with the breakfast served at the private restaurant. He even bragged about it to his wife and sent some edited photos. Earlier, when Zhika occasionally used his phone, she complained about the absence of photo-beautifying apps, and thus downloaded a lot of them, including some that were used to beautify food. Lu Chang kept his phone and walked to the door after receiving a head smack emoji. He ran into Lin Chokong, who was returning with a smile. "You're done?" asked Lu Chang, astonished. There wasn't much to talk about. They offered everything they should. Why would they make things difficult for a physical invulnerability mighty one? Lin Chokong produced a thick stack of documents. "Here, I'll run you through them. You can go straight to Empress Luo later to sign the contract." He was skinny and smart, had neatly middle-parted hair, and was 30 years old. He wore glasses that seemed to say, "Everyone else is trash." "Okay," replied Lu Chang, sitting down on a random table. Beside him, the quiet Amin tactfully asked Lin Chokong if he wanted anything to drink. "Hot coffee without sugar," Lin Chokong replied nonchalantly. He turned to Lu Chang. "The base salary post-tax is 50 million RMB, a little above the competitive salary, but still reasonable. Also, you will be granted stocks to all the companies under Longhu. You can read the details here, and here. By the way, you can enjoy the benefits as a stakeholder but can't resell these stocks. If you leave Longhu, you will need to relinquish them. And, using layman terms, every time you receive a title, you will be granted rights to convert a company's stocks to your own asset. It will be the same even if you are no longer a member of Longhu. When a team clinches champion in a top-tiered competition, the conversion rate for each member will differ depending on their contributions. Take the Dragon King for example. He's already a major stakeholder in many companies." As they spoke, Amin returned with a tray. She gave Lin Chokong a cup of hot coffee and a glass of milk. Of course, she didn't forget a cup of ice water for Lu Chang. Gratified, Lin Chokong nodded and poured some milk into his coffee. He stirred, took a sip, then went on. "You belong to the Longhu Club's core team, which is equivalent to the Longhu's director board. That means you have the rights to decide on where the Longhu's companies are heading, who to replace in the top brass, and who will be in charge of each department. If you are not good at this, you can hire a professional advisor. Don't worry, being a boss doesn't mean you have to excel in everything. When it comes to technical questions, all you need is a professional to guide you." "I'm not too worried about that." Lu Chang gave a carefree smile. His wife specialized in business and would be meeting many important people in the years to come. That means she would be learning from the very best. "Looks like you are already getting into your role," laughed Lin Chokong. "Your elder martial sister didn't care about anything and just threw all the work to your brother-in-law. I'm about the same." Lu Chang kept quiet with his mouth twitching. One more thing. You'll have to take on Longhu's missions as long as they are reasonable. Is that all right with you? Any concerns? Asked Lin Shokong. This must be regarding the military. Since Gizershur had mentioned it before, Lu Chang was mentally prepared. He took a gulp of his iced water. We have already discussed that. Great. There's not much apart from these, other than boring terms and legal jargon. Just give me a call if you don't understand anything in the terms and conditions, Lin Shokong said as he kept the thick documents on the table. All right. Same rates? Asked Lu Chang with a smile. I'll even give you a discount, laughed Lin Shokong. They shook hands and waited as Amen arranged his appointment with Empress Luo. After confirming, they stood up and headed for the 5th floor. Empress Luo will be signing on the company's behalf. When all was said and done, Lin Shokong took his leave. Lu Chang had Amen go to the financial team to sign the necessary documents for his future payments to be directly deducted from his salary. Ning Zitong led him to the quarantined area of the building, where the fire sect's physical invulnerability chapters and the volcano lab was. You don't have to use the volcano lab for now. You can start thinking about it after you grasp the basics of the physical invulnerability chapters, said Ning Zitong smilingly as she walked. The fire sect is different from the ice sect. No matter how dangerous the ice sect may be, it takes some time for the effects to seriously harm you, whereas it'll only take a couple of seconds in the fire sect. Think about it. If you are in that kind of extreme temperature without a solid grasp of the physical invulnerability chapters, any mistake would instantly turn you into ashes. Nothing can save you if that happens. When you have your foundations fortified, you can start adapting to it a step at the time. Eventually, you'll be able to train in the middle of lava and liquid iron like the Dragon King. Lu Chang didn't object. He too knew the difference between the fire and ice sect. Then again, Empress Luo was overly cautious. There was a stark difference between him and physical invulnerability experts who only specialized in the fire sect. If anything went wrong, he can save himself with his abilities from the ice sect, so it's not likely for him to burn to ashes right away. Walking past labs and through alloy doors, Lu Chang entered the physical invulnerability training room. The sharp rise in temperature made him feel like he was thrown into boiling water. The fire sect's physical invulnerability chapters was kept in 9 small rooms, each with a name carved on the door. Lu Chang read them all in one glance. The first style, Prairie Burning Starry Flames. The second style, Golden Godly Flames. The third style, Lord Emperor's Purple Flame. The fourth style, Flying Flame Meteorite. The fifth style, Incinerate City Vaporizing Lake. The sixth style, Wheels of Wind and Flames. The seventh style, Fire-like Invasion. The eighth style, Mirage Suffocating Hell. The ninth style, 9 Rotations of 5 Flames. Descend of the Sun. Phew, Lu Chang exhaled and warmed up. Elated, he headed for the first door. As long as Yenjeka was in Connecticut, Lu Chang made it a rule to take a half-hour break at 11 a.m. every day so he can video call her. After lunch and a siesta, he would continue training to make up for the break. At 3:30 p.m., he rode on the nanny car to check out the 2 mansions and 1 high-floored apartment. He videotaped the place and checked the details. Amen shamelessly knocked on the doors of nearby residents, surveying them on their living experience. She also got more information for reference from the management. After a round of comparison, Yenjika decided on the mansion close to Chape Lake. The following day, with Lu Cheng's authorization and identification, Amen went on the quest to register the property under his name. At the window, after verifying the documents, the staff threw a suspicious and curious glance at Amen. Handing them back, he asked, "What about his wife's information? Registering a property requires documents from both spouses." Wife? Spouse? Amen was almost at a loss. She then realized. Lu Cheng's already married. After getting an answer, Amen was speechless. The hottest news recently focused on Lu Cheng's age. She remembered Lu Cheng's age, 22 years and 7 months old. He just got his bachelor's degree. He's married? Is it with that beautiful girl I had seen previously? Although 18 years old was the age limit in China, there weren't many couples who got married at such a young age. This was regardless if they were taking the academic route or the path of martial arts. On the core team, Empress Luo and Coach Lu seemed to have partners. However, she joined the profession late and wasn't too clear of the situation with her seniors. As for the other 3 physical invulnerability experts, rumors had it that Dragon King was the kind that didn't believe in marriage. However, he had a fixed female partner that would last approximately a year each. To put it simply, Dragon King and his partners weren't into relationships and were just satisfied their needs. After which, they would split up. As for Optimus Prime, Longjin, he used to have a girlfriend. However, they had broken up a long time ago. Rumors had it that he was more interested to fulfill his biological needs through transactions and had placed all his attention into getting his first title. As for the martial arts fanatic, Guojie, one could easily tell from her nickname that not only did she not have a husband, but she didn't have a boyfriend or even a pet. As the thoughts flashed past her mind, Amen suddenly felt that she was getting worked up over something small. An atypical man wouldn't act this way. As a heavenly son of the era and a physical invulnerability expert below the age of 23, it was completely normal for Mr. Liu to do things differently than others. Yet, it wasn't reported on the news, so there aren't many people who know about it. This shows that Mr. Liu doesn't wish for this to spread. It is at least the case for now. I must keep this as a secret. After having these thoughts, Amen looked at the staff member again. She was somewhere between 40 and 50 years old. Amen felt a little relief after noticing that the woman wasn't acting strangely. This should be an auntie that doesn't pay too much attention to the martial arts circle. Moreover, the other party in the transaction is a real estate company under Longhu. One will not be able to see the relationship from the surface. Moreover, Mr. Liu had only revealed his name here and not any other information. Good afternoon. What other information do I need to prepare? Amen lowered her head and asked sincerely. Which intermediary are you from? You don't even know about these. After nagging for a while, the staff still explained to her what information was missing. Amen took down notes before sending a message to Lu Chang, explaining that this requirement was to prevent a party in a marriage hiding one's after-marriage assets. This is my first time buying a property, and I really do not know about this requirement. Disregarding others, I have even forgotten about the marriage certificate. That's really dumb of me. Lu Chang, who happened to be taking a break from training, was embarrassed. While chatting with his wife, he told her about it and caused her to break into laughter for several minutes. Amen had made a wasted trip today. The next morning, she had all the information readied and finally finished the paperwork to transfer the title of the house. She collected the certificate on the spot before contacting the logistics team to get someone to do a deep cleaning of the house. After finishing all these matters, she returned to the Longhu Club and encountered the supervisor of the assistant team, Oh Deong. Just back from outside? Asked Oh Deong amiably. Yeah, I was helping Mr. Liu with the title of his new house, answered Amen in a simple manner. Oh Deong broke into laughter upon hearing what Amen said. You have to change your mindset. You don't have to do these things by yourself and can order others in the office to do it for you. If you encounter any issues, give the external affairs team a call. They have a strong relationship with the government. As long as it isn't too big of a problem, they would be able to solve it. I really haven't thought of it. Thank you, leader, for your guidance. The words struck Amen as she discovered her problem instantly. I'm still acting like before when I'm handling the matters of a physical invulnerability expert. However, it would be better if I handle some of these things by myself. Take this incident as an example. If I had called the external affairs team or any other person, it would be a grave mistake if they leaked this matter out. Amen thought to herself. Odeong nodded his head in approval and continued. There's a banquet tonight for people in the political and business circle, and they have specially invited Mr. Liu to congratulate him for advancing to physical invulnerability. You can ask if he will be free later. If he isn't, you will have to represent him. If you don't have any suitable clothing, go to the finance team to ask for an advance for clothing allowance. All right. The image of her wearing elegant clothes and attracting attention in the upper-class circle's banquet flashed past her mind. She suddenly understood a saying that many had told her before. Sometimes, A personal assistant is also the representative of a physical invulnerability expert. They will be qualified to stand beside the wealthy people. It seemed like being such an assistant will be a really hectic job. Amen thought that she would be leading a hectic and fulfilling life. However, since that banquet, she realized that she had become a very free person. She almost had nothing to do for most of the day. As for the reason behind it, it was simple and Amen could understand it clearly. Yet there's nothing she could do about it. Since the start of September until mid-October, Mr. Liu had been leading a simple and repetitive life. He would wake up at 5 in the morning and have his morning practice along the Chape Lake until about 7:40 in the morning. After bathing, he would take the nanny car back to the club and have his breakfast in the restaurant for physical invulnerability members. At 9 o'clock sharp, he would enter the isolation zone to practice his technique. At 11, he would take a short break in the resting room on the 5th story until 12:30 in the afternoon or a little later. After lunch, he would take a short nap and then restart his training at approximately 2 in the afternoon. Sometimes he would end at 4 o'clock and leave early to try various kinds of food in the city, while other times, he would train until 5:30 and head home after having dinner. Days like this happened over and over. One could really describe it as asceticism. Amen was counting what she had done over the past month with her fingers, following Mr. Liu on the nanny car to the club and sending him home, helping him book two-way plane tickets to and from Connecticut, redoing his visa that allowed him to stay there for 5 days, booked a plane ticket to Gaofen once and a train ticket from Gaofen to Shoshan, checked on the effects of the deep cleaning that was done on the bungalow, represent Mr. Liu at 2 banquets, made appointment with the cleaning companies under Longhu to clean his bungalow every 2 days, booked various restaurants around Huaqing, connected with the property and logistic team to send the utilities bills over directly. I have only done this in a month. This made her a little worried as she felt shameful to collect a salary of over 30,000. Luckily, Amen also found something to keep her occupied. That was reading and learning. Based on what the supervisor said, a personal assistant of a physical invulnerability expert didn't have to be an expert but definitely must be capable of different chores and know a little about everything so as to react to different situations. Taking the previous personal assistant of Dragon King as an example, he had enrolled himself into the business school in Huaqing and had now become Dragon King's representative as the director of several companies. After putting down the book, she massaged her shoulders and glanced at the physical invulnerability training room. Lu Cheng wasn't out yet. If Mr. Liu didn't go out and try different restaurants around Huaqing, I will also suspect if he is a robot. Other than martial arts, he has no other hobbies. Perhaps he was a serious otaku and only know how to find entertainment online. As Amen was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly saw Ning Zitong walking over gracefully. Her hair was tied up and she was wearing a loose martial arts suit. Empress Luo, greeted Amen. Good afternoon. Ning Zitong smiled gently and laughed. He's not out yet? It should be soon. Mr. Liu had a dinner appointment at 5:30 and had to leave early. The demand at the place is a little more serious than others, Amen answered honestly. Ning Zitong smiled before continuing. In that case, postpone it for him. He shouldn't be able to make it now. Ha! Amen was completely lost. Within the physical invulnerability training room, the external areas were places for training. Lu Cheng was practicing his punches and kicks. As he moved his fists and legs, balls of fire rose up around his body. One was scorching red, one was dazzling white, one was light blue, one was golden, and the last one was faint purple in color. They were revolving around him and seemed to form a single entity. Bam! Lu Cheng struck with his punch and the 5 fireballs suddenly merged and quickly collapsed. Bright, blinding light arose, following which violent wind and raging flames expanding outwards sent shocks to the hall made of metal and shook it fiercely. There were even signs of severe burning in several spots. This 9 rotations of 5 flames, descend of the sun, still felt a little off. I can't say that I have fully understood it. Lu Cheng retracted his guard and heaved a sigh. Time was indeed a little tight as he did not have the assistance like the Polar Laboratory in Ice God Sect. He walked back and forth a few times as he pondered the details within it. Suddenly, he recalled the ninth move of Ice Sect, Titanic Starlit Skies, Absolute Frost. This unique skill couldn't be considered as complete and felt like something was missing. Taking reference from it and leveraging on the mutations brought from achieving balance to form Dan, I have created the Lament of the Ice Queen. In that case, can I also use such train of thoughts to gain control over the Fire Sect's ninth move? 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun? Just as Lu Chang was about to delve deeper, he recalled that he had some other arrangement today. He took out his phone and glanced at it. After clearing the dust from his clothing, he walked towards the exit. He entered the password and passed through several heavy doors. At the end of the doors, he saw Amin and Ning Zitong at the same time. "Sister Ning, why are you here?" asked Lu Chang with surprise. "How is it? How's your practice of the physical invulnerability chapters?" asked Ning Zitong as she did not answer Lu Chang's questions directly. "I have preliminary understanding for all of them, but there are still a few moves that I can't say I understand well," answered Lu Chang honestly. Over the last month, he did not participate in any activities of the core team and had put all his attention into mastering the physical invulnerability chapters of the Fire Sect. From time to time, he would seek advice with Coach Lu Yen. He discovered that this bad-tempered old coach was extremely good in coaching and had his own unique ways. The training of physical invulnerability experts was typically separated as they each had their own training grounds. Ning Zitong smiled faintly before saying, "That's pretty fast." After which, she changed the topic and continued, "It's the preliminaries of the master rounds in another week. Let's spar today so you can gain a better mastery in real battles and make sure you aren't be rusty in your movements." Spar? Sparring within the core team. Sparring with other physical invulnerability experts. As these thoughts flashed past his mind, the image of a stern and majestic Dragon King popped up unknowingly. "All right." He nodded his head while still feeling a little shaken. Ning Zitong smiled and nodded her head. "Let's go then. Our battles aren't too suitable for indoors. No one will be left out this time. 6 of us will be just nice." After giving instructions to Amin to cancel the appointment, Lu Chang followed Ning Zitong, left by the back door of the building and arrived at the other side of the lake. There were several potholes on the ground that were clearly burnt. In some places, one could even see glass that was formed after the soil melted and recoagulated. As they walked on for a while, Lu Chang saw the Dragon King, Chun Chitao, who was standing proudly with both of his hands behind his back. The scorched ground and charred trees looked like the aftermath of a wildfire. The Dragon King stood tall and mighty in the center, drawing attention with a gravitational pull. Beside him, Lu Yen, Long Zhen, and Guijie paled in comparison. At Lu Chang's coming, he merely nodded. No words or movements. On the other hand, Optimus Prime, Long Zhen, twisted his neck enthusiastically. Guijie exuded eagerness through her aura. Lu Yen and Empress Luo were rather blasé. To them, it was merely another internal sparring. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's draw lots," said Ning Zitong, curving her lips into an alluring smile. She produced 6 paper balls from her pockets as she spoke. With a flick of her palm, she tossed them into the air. Long Zhen immediately grabbed forward, heating up the surrounding air. The contrast in temperature gave rise to a violent gale that pulled all 6 paper balls towards him. At that moment, it was as though he was using a telekinesis ability. Pa pa pa. Lu Yen, Ning Zitong, and Guijie reached out too, grabbing at the paper balls with their own abilities. There was a tug-of-war between their powers in the air, at times lowering and raising the paper balls, but not once let them touch the ground. It wasn't hard for a Fire Sect physical invulnerability mighty one to manipulate the environment through connecting with the heaven and earth. The difficult part was to do so without destroying the paper balls. When using Fire Sect Kung Fu, a slight mistake would cause the paper ball to burn to a crisp. Even intense friction could ignite them. So the sparring begins at lot drawing? Lu Chang, it being his first time, watched interestedly. He was tempted but hesitant. Is it considered cheating if I join in using Ice Sect's Blizzard? I wouldn't have to worry about destroying the paper balls. As he was contemplating, the Dragon King made a move. He merely barred his clenched fist forward, but it added a dense quality to the surroundings. The heat waves were disrupted, and the paper balls flew to him like moths to fire. He was surrounded in unceasing waves of scarlet sparks, but nothing was ignited. The paper balls were dry and crispy, seemingly on the verge of combustion. It seemed like any more external force would cause it to catch fire. That was the Dragon King's personality. He liked to take things to the extreme and not spare his opponents any chances. Seeing that, Ning Zitong and the others could only yield. They resumed their snatching once the Dragon King took one ball and tossed out the others. However, compelled by the fragility of the paper balls, they had to control their strength, so the tussle became a lot more civil. They swiftly drew their lots and left the last one for Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, more or less familiar with the routine now, summoned a shrilling frigid gale that brought the paper ball to his hand without moving a muscle. "How about we do this normally in the future?" said Ning Zitong half-jokingly after taking a glance. The Dragon King unfurled his paper ball. "3," he said impassively. "2," said Lu Yen indifferently after looking at the paper in his palm. "1. Who's 1? said Longzhen, loosening up his shoulders while looking at Guojie and the others with a smile. His scalp was shiny to the point where it could substitute a mirror. Lu Cheng looked down. At the center of the unfurled paper slip, he saw 1 written clearly in dark blue ink. "I got 3, said Ning Zitong, flourishing her paper slip. 2, said Guojie curtly. She was a little disappointed. She had wanted a taste of his martial art that combined ice and fire. "Looks like we are going first," said Longzhen. His lips curved as he looked towards Lu Cheng. He had moved to the center of the abandoned place as he asked the rhetorical question. His eyes were smiling. Every detail of his movements bespoke his fighting spirit. Chun Chi-Tao and the others stepped back. Lu Cheng walked forward and stopped 30 meters away from his opponent. From his view, Longzhen was indeed very tall. Even without bulging his muscles and elongating his joints, he was at least 2.1 meters, a modern giant. Longzhen had tan bronze skin. His muscles weren't conspicuous under his baggy martial arts suit, but you can tell his weight in a glance. It makes one question whether his ankle joints could support such terrifying weight. The answer was yes. Longzhen's feet could not only support his body but were also very agile. They were tough as though they were forged from alloy. He was a fire sect physical invulnerability mighty one renowned for his strength. A senior first pin. Someone who first makes the great leap would be at third pin. After a year, as long as they meet the victory quota against either other third pin or second pin physical invulnerability experts, they will rank up to the second pin. The evaluation for first pin was the same. Beyond that were the titled mighty ones that crushed the competition. Out of the 2 physical invulnerability enemies Lu Cheng had killed, the Mummy and Dark Knight Bat, the former was only at third pin in his prime. The latter had just advanced but was possibly close to second pin with his numerous amazing abilities. There was a clear distinction between them and an experienced first pin that was an eligible contender for a title. More importantly, the main reasons he won that fight was due to the Mummy being gravely injured, the Dark Knight Bat being significantly injured, him having a heavenly daughter of China as his ally, and them taking down the Mummy right off the bat with a sneak attack. In short, his ability wasn't the leading factor of his victory. This was the first time for Lu Cheng to take on a first-pin mighty one who was in peak form and mentally prepared. Certainly, he had become a lot more powerful since the days in Nile, after grasping the basics of the physical invulnerability chapters of the Ice and Fire sect. This was the perfect opportunity for him to perfect his moves and determine where he was at. Pop, pop, pop. Popcorn-like sound erupted from Longzhen's body. The air around him answered to the sound, producing a crackling sound like burning wood. Dozens of meters around him, the temperature rose sharply. Scarlet flames spurted from the ground. Lu Cheng's short hair, subjected to the shapeless heat, began to bend and even give off a charred smell. The aura fight between physical invulnerability experts goes from purely mentally to a mixture between reality and illusions. His pores, under the influence of heat, made it harder for Lu Cheng to breathe. Without hesitation, he formed the link between heaven and earth and displayed his own specialty. Against a first-pin mighty one, why would he fight handicap and limit himself to only the fire sect kung fu? The environment darkened around them, with some spots becoming brighter and standing out like stars. Long Jin narrowed his eyes and snorted, exerting his aura to the maximum. It was as though he had turned into a blazing fireball, dense and scorching, disrupting the stars by setting them off track or crushing them. Seeing that the starry sky was on the verge of destruction, Lu Chang realized that he wasn't at his opponent's level yet. Since he couldn't maximize the potential of it, he decided to visualize something else. The universe in his mind expanded and zoomed into the star system. Stars returned and gathered one after the other, forming a blazing sun that was 70% real and 30% real before him. It had a dense quality and emitted light. His aura met Long Zhan's mid-air, tangling and removing any matter between them, like two neighboring stars competing for territory with their own gravitational forces. Whoosh! The air, torn apart, rushed in two directions, giving rise to gales. Flames on the ground went at their targets from their respective factions. This was what was happening in the center. Long Zhan held a certain advantage, but Lu Chang stood his ground and didn't lose out. Around them, at the edge of the place they fought, patches of red flames were dying. A slight contrast in temperature formed, getting colder towards the outside, where a thin layer of frost covered the ground. "Well done," roared Long Zhan. He suddenly marched out into the wind and flames, appearing suddenly before Lu Chang. He drew his muscular arm back, then threw out a punch. At that moment, Lu Chang seemed to see a gigantic castle cannon shrinking back and charging up before delivering a mighty shot. The strong recoil passed from Long Zhan's back to his knees and ankles, pounding the ground and shaking it visibly. What power! What might! This was a move derived from the fourth style of the fire sect, Flying Flame Meteorite. In an intense fight between physical invulnerability experts, fully executing a physical invulnerability move at the wrong timing would come back and bite you. Therefore, they preferred to extract parts of the move that went well with their own strengths. His swarthy fist, almost the size of a child's head, had a layer of pale gold flame clinging to it. A layer so thin it resembled the tip of an iceberg. The punch felt undodgeable, as though it enveloped heaven and earth and covered the entire area. Lu Chang knew the reason behind it. The latent internal fire force could veer the punch consecutively at any time, making it tricky to dodge. As the user had established a link with the external environment, the power of the move was amplified, so the punch seemed overbearing. If he chose not to dodge, he could take on the blow with a combination of force concentration and fighting formula, which would match the opponent's strength. The problem was, he couldn't use Emperor Yen force while using that combination, while his opponent's latent fire force was capable of a two-stage attack. The explosion would not be neutralized, and he will take the impact. Thoughts racing, Lu Chang drew a breath and activated his Dan force. He pushed his palm out gently, meeting hard with soft. Right as he contacted Long Zhan's mighty punch, a layer of ice crystals spurted from his palm, covering the golden flames in a thick shell of frost. It delayed the explosion from the fire force. Bam! In terms of pure strength, Lu Chang was slightly weaker, but he didn't take much damage since he met the punch with his palm. He took a step back and turned with his feet as the pivot. A blizzard came forth around them, with snowflakes the size of a goose's feather. It hid his tracks quickly and made his whereabouts unknown. A movement technique derived from the second style of the ice sect, mesmerizing snow step. The north wind howled and interfered with the ability to hear. A heavy snowstorm gathered, blocking the vision of others and disorienting everyone. In this cold and white environment, he couldn't see further than 3 meters and his mind couldn't extend too far. Rumble. The fire force hidden within Long Zhan's fist was expanding. Reddish-gold flames raged towards the surroundings, melting the snow and disrupting the trails of the violent winds. A huge area was cleared, just like what the main cannon of a tank could do. However, after the explosion settled down, the wind returned and the snow began to fall again. Everything returned to the white and cold environment. It was as though a modern army had encountered the forces of nature. In the eyes of Dragon King, Empress Luo and the others, who were standing afar, they noticed that the 70% illusory, scorching sun that Lu Chang had formed through the connection with heaven and earth did not disappear. It had moved to the edge of the battlefield in balance. The further the environment was from the scorching sun, the colder and darker it would be. Chun Chitao continued observing for a while and nodded his head in approval. Woo! The howling of the wind was getting louder, and Longjun felt as though he had encountered bad weather while being in the polar regions. Moreover, amidst the heavy snow environment, a punch or a whipping kick would be thrown at him from time to time. Sometimes, there were even consecutive attacks or concentrated attacks. Although such attacks were largely separated and mostly used as feints, he wasn't sure if this would remain the same. This caused him to be unable to get a sense of the rhythm and capture Lu Cheng's figure. He could only react passively and depended on his spiritual connection with his surroundings to reflect and defend. Pa pa pa, bam bam bam. Longjun was just like an agile elephant as he blocked several rounds of ambush from Lu Chang with his punches and kicks. He knew that he couldn't allow this to continue. In that instant, he allowed his mind to sink, changed his visualization and exploded with brute strength. Instantly, the giant fireball, that battled with Lu Cheng's stars, 4 territory, appeared again. One couldn't tell if it was illusory or real. With Longjun as the center of the fireball, it quickly expanded. The tumultuous, dazzling bluish-white flame raged higher and higher like waves and almost covered the entire battlefield. As it clashed with the violent snowstorms, they canceled each other out. The illusory and unperceivable scene disappeared. However, Longjun wasn't able to lock down on Lu Cheng's location immediately. He concentrated his mind and instantly saw Lu Chang. Lu Chang, who was wearing a navy blue martial arts suit, had retreated to the edge unknowingly. Behind him was a large, heavy, scorching hot and 70% illusory sun. At this moment, he was just like Emperor Yen descending onto the world. Bam! Lu Chang stomped both of his legs to the ground. Using his body as a punch, he threw himself out. That huge sun moved accordingly and merged with Lu Chang, making the surface of his body glow brilliantly. His figure turned faint as he became a burning meteor that moved through the atmosphere at high speed. In an instant, he clashed with Longjun. They were standing several tens of meters apart, but Lu Chang had disappeared in a blink of an eye. This was also an application method of the 4th move of the fire sect, Flying Flames Meteorite. The essence of it was in its quickness and borrowing the strength of the environment to increase its might. His eyes were filled with the radiant light, and it was almost impossible to look directly at it. Longjun was a first-pin expert that had experienced various battles and did not panic. He clenched both of his fists and smashed towards the space in front of him. Golden flames stacked up layer after layer as they materialized. The surrounding airflow and soil on the grow were affected as sparks of fire could be seen swaying. As the sparks connected, it became densely packed in an instant as though the whole field was burning. Rumble! Just as the meteor struck, the golden flames had already exploded. The shockwaves generated from the explosions clashed with the violent impact Lu Chang made. The resulting terrifying strong winds that swept across and blew out a substantial number of fire sparks. Within the airwaves, Longjun placed both of his arms up as a guard and managed to withstand Lu Cheng's charge. One could clearly see obvious burnt holes in their uniforms and their silhouettes covered in dust and dirt. Sasuke. Longzhe was forcefully pushed back several meters from the impact and left 2 obvious marks on the floor. His momentum against Lu Chang had finally been turned. Pa! Without moving away first, Longjun had already executed a low kick. It was the same for Lu Chang too. Within a tight space, the 2 of them exchanged elbow strikes, knee smash, grappling attacks or holds. Explosions were frequent as they fought as dangers were lurking in instances. They were both walking on the edge of knives with their attacks. Bam bam bam. The consecutive close combat exchanges made both of them felt satisfied. Combining his intuition for danger with enemy heart-freezing move to react, Lu Chang wasn't showing any weakness against Long Zhen. The fire sex physical invulnerability expert, who wasn't naturally talented in this aspect, was at a disadvantage. Although Long Zhen also possessed the all-seeing God realm that allowed him to detect all minuscule things that were happening in a certain area around him, he was still inferior in comparison. Bam! Lu Chang smashed his forearm backwards but was caught by Long Zhen. Following the momentum, Long Zhen took 2 steps back. Tensing his left leg, he ignited a thin layer of golden flame as he swung his leg towards Lu Chang. Just as Lu Chang was about to lift his leg to deflect the attack with attack, sounds of internal explosion seemed to sound from the incoming leg of Long Zhen. His kick changed direction creepily and landed heavily in front of Lu Chang in advance. The 15 move of Fire Sect, Jet Spray, was originally derived from the second move of the Physical Invulnerability chapter, Godly Golden Flames. Dong! As Long Zhen stomped onto the ground, the floor shook and the surrounding sparks gathered below Lu Chang. They exploded below Lu Chang like an erupting volcano shooting into the sky. Despite seemingly in a passive defending position, he had already laid the steps for a counterattack. His experiences in battle could be easily seen from this. Lu Chang was about to execute his move when he was suddenly forced to face this situation. The fire dragon from the surrounding was rising from below and about to engulf his whole body. He retreated quickly and did a somersault in midair. After the scorching red fire dragon raged up for some time, it finally scraped Lu Chang's calves as it shot upwards. Eventually, the flames exploded in the air like fireworks. As Lu Chang was trying to gain that split moment of time, he formed ice armor over his leg. Water was dripping from the melting ice but quickly vaporized. The edge of his pants still had some lingering fire sparks. However, this weren't enough to harm him as Lu Chang was highly resistant to heat. Lu Chang landed firmly on both legs when Long Zhen pounced over. Long Zhen had opened up both of his arms in coordination with the eruption of his Dan force and struck Lu Chang with consecutive violent and tightly connected blows. Each and every one of Long Zhen's muscles showcased the beauty of his strength. He looked capable of destroying everything. Bam bam bam. Lu Chang executed force concentration and simplified fighting formula interchangeably in response. His shoulders were pulled constantly as he threw punches accurately with techniques to disperse strength to withstand the crazy barrage of attacks from his opponent. Against the monstrous strength, Lu Chang's fists, arms and elbows gradually began going numb from the beating. His legs were moving back as they couldn't withstand the blows, but he wasn't able to shake off the attacks. Amidst the fire-like invasion, the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. If anyone breathed, their windpipes would be burned. Lu Chang's vision was affected, and whatever he saw seemed to be distorting. Bam bam bam. Once Long Zhen gained the upper hand, the attacks didn't seem like they would stop before defeating his opponent. The area below Lu Chang was sinking in as sand and gravel was sent flying away. Long Zhen's unique characteristic of height seemed to be growing more apparent with his opponent only able to look up. There's no surprise that he's a first-pin expert. As Lu Chang struggled to keep up, he suddenly had this thought. However, with his ice mirror formed, such emotions seemed to sink into the reflection of the lake without leaving a trace. Bam! It was another barrage of attacks from Long Zhen. Lu Chang's cuffs were getting burned as his hands shivered and left deep footprints on the floor when he stomped on the ground. Making a stride and cutting in, Long Zhen retracted his breathing and instantly exploded it. He raised his left arm and smashed down again with a punch fully powered with fire force. At this moment, Lu Chang opened up his left hand. Pressing his thumb ahead, he shot out a crystal-clear and sharp chilling light towards the head of his opponent at the speed of a bullet. Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram. Long Zhen seemed to have predicted the move in advance. All he did was tilt his head to one side and allowed the chilling light to miss. It didn't affect the series of attacks from his left fist. Seeing this, Lu Chang flipped his wrist and turned the chilling light from piercing to slicing towards his opponent's neck. At the same time, he pulled his other shoulder back. This shifted his body to face Long Zhen sideways and avoided Long Zhen's smashing blow. Pa Long Zhen seemed to have shrunken by a segment. It was as though his brain had been sucked into his abdomen, just like how a tortoise would react when it sensed danger. However, even so, his explosion of Dan force did not stop. Shaking his right arm a little, he turned it into a whipping blow and sent it towards Lu Chang. Lu Chang executed force concentration again and struck the forearm of his opponent with an elbow strike. Bam! He felt just like a kite under the mercy of violent winds as he was sent flying back. Long Zhan was about to give chase and deny him the opportunity to hide his trails with snow and wind. However, he felt a chill cruising through his body and his thoughts had slowed temporarily. Lu Chang had used Ice Spirit Holy Light Sword to gain the opportunity for him to use Severe Warning. As Lu Chang landed, he swayed before gaining control over his center of gravity. The next instant, he seemed to have turned into the snow and wind as he broke free from Long Zhan's suffocating and highly invasive high-pressured attacks. Unable to finish the battle after a long time, Long Zhan appeared to be getting a little frustrated. He was no longer reserving his strength. As their fists collided, he gradually gathered a ball of faint golden flame. After another several exchanges, he created another ball of dazzling white and scorching hot flames separately. The three fireballs revolved around his body and each had its own unique color. This made him look just like a deity that had descended from the heavens. In ancient times, mortals who had not seen many things might have just paid homage to him. The reason why 9 rotations of 5 flames Descend of the Sun was a final unique skill of the fire sect was because it allowed one to accumulate strength while fighting normally. It allowed 5 different flames to revolve around oneself without exploding immediately. When all the preparations were in place, one could choose the timing to execute the move as he wishes without any limitations. Naturally, this was highly exhaustive to one's mental strength would take a huge toll. Seeing that Long Zhan had formed 3 flames, Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he couldn't allow him to continue to prepare his attacks. Amidst the wind and snow, he rapidly retracted his breathing and blood flow. Moving that dots of stars, he triggered the fighting formula. Bam! Releasing his breathing and blood flow, his body suddenly grew larger. His martial arts suit was getting tight as exaggerated muscles could be seen. At this moment, Lu Chang was no longer much shorter than Long Zhan. Making a huge stride with a cross punch, he hit towards the side of his opponent. He wanted to use the most intense shockwave to trigger the explosion of a fireball. At this moment, Long Zhan suddenly revealed a sly and satisfied smile. The scorching red, faint gold and dazzling white flames all flew and gathered at the edge of his punch. He had no intention of using an ultimate move after gathering all 5 flames. Whatever he did previously was to lure Lu Chang into taking the initiative to attack. Rumble. The earth shook and dust in the shape of a mushroom rose. A rather shallow pothole appeared on the ground and there were signs of burning all around. Lu Chang had his eyes closed. After crushing the first round of attacks, he was badly shaken from the resulting impact. As for Long Zhan, he didn't give Lu Chang any chance to catch a breather. He forcefully broke through the flame waves, closed up the distance before executing another round of fire-like invasion attacks. The negative state of his body had accumulated to the point where force concentration could no longer remove them completely. Lu Chang wasn't able to withstand this round of attack as his guard was broken, and he almost spat out blood. Long Zhan wins. Ning Zitong, who was standing afar, announced the results carefree. Lu Chang took a deep breath and could feel the burning sensation in his throat. Long Zhan kept his posture and laughed heartily. Refreshing! After recalling the battle, Lu Chang noted that he had gained a lot from this battle. He walked towards the edge and was met with the Dragon King's gaze. Chun Chi-Tao nodded his head slightly and said, approaching second pin. Not too bad. When I have fully mastered the physical invulnerability chapters of the Ice and Fire sect, together with my techniques developed from combining the path of martial arts and cultivation that I didn't use previously, my battle strength would definitely increase substantially. At the thought of this, the bottled-up feelings he had after losing cleared up immediately. After watching the next 2 spars studiously, Lu Chang returned to his private lobby pondering the details. He then took a shower and headed to the restaurant, where he feasted on the delicacies painstakingly prepared by the chefs. Looks like it's gonna rain again. After satisfying his appetite, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and rubbed at his slightly bloated tummy. He looked through the window at the overcast sky. It wasn't even 6, but it was already dark in the city. Afterwards, he left the restaurant and went to the club's side gate, where Zhao Zhenhua had parked the nanny car. Earlier, Amin had instructed him to do so. Since the intense battle, Lu Chang had been feeling lethargic. When he was in the car, he leaned back against the soft, bouncy seat and shut his eyes. With his hand on the armrest, he meditated while reminiscing on the things he had learned. Noting his silence, Amin saw to it that the multimedia entertainment system was shut down. Picking up the walkie-talkie, she softly instructed Qin Zhenhua to drive straight to the mansion at Chape Lake. They didn't encounter many jammed areas, and by the end of 20 minutes, the nanny car was parked outside the mansion. Relinquishing his wandering thoughts, Lu Chang opened his eyes. He got out of the car and checked the weather, then said to Amin, "You guys can head back. I don't need anything for now." "Okay," said Amin. She had more or less grasped Lu Chang's daily routine, so she merely nodded without saying anything extra. She waved. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu. I'll be here tomorrow at the usual time." The droning of the motor receded. It became oddly quiet around Lu Chang. He stood still for a few seconds, then turned and unlocked the door through fingerprint verification. It was dark inside, as though the night had arrived earlier than expected. Dim light slanted through the windows on both sides, faintly limning the outlines of the furniture, walls, and pillars. Lu Chang shut the door. Standing beside the shoe cabinet, he looked around slowly. The coffee table sparkled with a metallic luster, on which overturned cups were neatly arranged. None were filled with hot water or emitted a tea aroma. The television nestled silently with its jumbo screen pitch black. No flashing screens or white noises. In a corner of the open-concept kitchen, frying pots, stew pots, and milk pans were all in their places. Not a change since yesterday. The night breeze that heralded a storm passed through the window mesh, making the room a little chilly. Lu Chang stared blankly for a couple of seconds. Without turning on the lights, he changed out of his shoes and shut all the windows by relying on his supervision. He then walked up the stairs leading to the second floor in the dark. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps were peaceful and echoing. There wasn't a shred of light on the second floor hallway, but Lu Chang avoided the shelves with potted plants like an animal with good night vision. He opened the door to the master bedroom. This place was slightly different than when he just bought the house. There had been huge adjustments in the layout, with the most obvious ones being a sofa chair that one could sleep on was placed beside the French window, and a swing-styled hammock in the fully enclosed, spacious balcony a door away. With the lights still off, Lu Chang walked to the sofa chair and sat down, allowing his exhausted body to sink into the comfortable softness. Lying down, he can't help but remember his discussion with Little Fairy about the master bedroom layout. "I want a sofa chair there, beside the French window. On a lazy afternoon, I will snuggle there and bask in the warm sunlight. I will read books leisurely, watch videos, then I'll doze off and wake up when I feel like waking up." Wouldn't you need sunscreen all the time if you do that? Geez, don't be annoying. His lips curved without him realizing. Silently, he leaned in the darkness and gazed at the darkening night. He wasn't really thinking, but the scenes kept floating before him one after the other. Outside, it was windy and raining heavily. Drip, drop, drip, drop. 10 minutes later, he heard a phone notification. He picked it up and an motivated emoji from Yenjika. "I love waking up early. I love morning practice." Chuckling, Lu Chang unlocked the screen and typed swiftly, "I'm enjoying your sofa chair." Snickering. After replying, he turned on the desk light on the table beside him. A mellow and warm light spilled out, fighting against the invasive darkness and silence. He chatted idly with Cuckoo for a bit, then played games and watched videos. He only shifted his focus back to chatting when Kai Zongming, Jiang Fei and the others were free. He also watched some live-streamed martial arts competition, from which he picked out interesting parts and discussed it in the group chat with Peng Liyun, Ren Li, and in Chaoyang in depth. When Yanjika was done with her practice and breakfast, he began telling her about the sparring experience that afternoon. They discussed how to use Dan equilibrium to master 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. The frequency of their messages slowed down when the girl had to return to her schoolwork. Lu Cheng resumed surfing the internet aimlessly. Before sleeping, he called his mom, telling her about his mundane life lately and checking on how they were doing. Just like that, the day passed. After a whole night of raining, the sun rose promptly. In the car, he read some news on the popular locations for diving and sea gazing. After breakfast, he headed back into the physical invulnerability training room. Placidly, he sat before the visualization diagram of 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun with his legs crossed. The biggest problem I have now is that I can't maintain a formed fireball orbiting around me. That means in order to use the 2 mightiest kung fu of the fire sect, I have to finish the preparations and execute the move in one fell swoop. That makes it close to useless in actual combat, thought Lu Cheng. His thoughts quickly cleared up after thinking about his training process and the contents of his discussion with Koku the day before. At first, he wanted to refer to the experience of practicing Titanic Starlit Skies, Absolute Frost, when he inversely suppressed the ice spirit force during force concentration. By doing the same, he wanted to draw out the stars and Emperor Yen force, using which to activate 9 rotations of 5 flames. However, after much deliberation, he realized that he had to use his killer move as quickly as possible. He can't just stand there and wait for others to attack. In fact, he didn't even have time to condense fireballs. Then again, he was maintaining balance with 5 fireballs of differing natures orbiting around him. Wasn't that similar to the cosmic universe when he was in Dan equilibrium? Thinking along that line, Lu Cheng thought up of a solution. If physical invulnerability can alter the environment through connecting heaven and earth, nearly merging into one with nature, then why not treat them as a whole entity? Form a orbital balance in the whole entity. The body becomes the cold and darkness, balancing out with the orbiting fireballs. That would definitely require the mind as a bridge to connect the 2 ends. However, in the secret art 9 rotations of 5 flames, Descend of the sun, one already had to make complex connections with the mind to maintain the fireball's orbit. That is to say, I don't have to do it the hard way of devising a complicated method. There is a simpler and more convenient path that suits me more. The path of achieving the integration of in and out of his body. That was when the idea hit Lu Cheng. He stood up suddenly and examined the visualization diagram to strengthen his comprehension of the essence. He then left the room and went to the training ground outside. He formed a stance and stood steadily. In his mind, the universe formed and expanded rapidly, with darkness at the edge and the great sun in the center. It formed Emperor Yan's dense appearance. Working his fire force with the changes in his visualization, he condensed a pale purple fireball outside his body. That was when the cosmic universe in Lu Cheng's mind became supported by darkness and coldness. Using his mind, root pulp, and link with the external environment, he guided the pale purple fireballs to revolve steadily, balancing into an orbit. In the process, Lu Cheng felt the method causing a rather small burden on his mind, so he had an idea. If fire flames revolving at once follows the same principles, then I can maintain a lot longer than using normal methods. That would make a huge difference. Spirited, he began to form a second fireball. However, visualizing different scenery caused a change in his mind, root pulp, and fascius. The pale purple fireballs lost balance and crashed to the ground. Boom! The explosion left dense and visible cracks on the alloy. Learning from his failures, Lu Cheng finally found a method after many trials and errors. That was, maintaining the balance through the orbital between stars when making other fireballs. A few days later, he could already get 5 different colored fireballs to orbit around him for a very, very long time. Finally grasping the basics of 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun, Lu Cheng was in an excellent mood. He quickly bragged about it to his wife during his break. Then checked the new he saw some eye-catching captions. For the first time, the 4 heavenly sons of China will have a face-off. All of them attained physical invulnerability before the age of 24. The golden era is here. Zhi Hai of the north, Lu Chang of the south, Li Yun of the east, Ren Li of the west. Who would be the one to challenge the Dragon King and Warrior Sage in the coming years? Lu Chang remembered something after browsing. The master battle was approaching. He will be heading to Jiuqiu City with Long Zhen, Guojie, and the others on the next day. As for the Dragon King, there obviously wasn't a need to go, since he was already the master of the era awaiting a new challenger. Remembering the master competition after glancing through those attention-seeking and emotion-rousing headlines, Lu Chang switched to QQ and entered the group chat which he had disabled notifications. He saw Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Chaoyang discussing the headline. He moved his thumb to review the conversation records. Hipster was the one who shared the link to the news. After several minutes, Ren Li appeared and asked curiously, "Why am I the West?" "That's because Kongtong Mountain is in the West, dash. And Chaoyang used 2 full stops that looked like nostrils to express his emotions. "Is it?" "A face of doubt's expression," replied Ren Li. Peng Liyun appeared and replied, "Detective Conan's twitching smile expression? Didn't you take geography in high school?" Ren Li answered righteously, "The geography textbook didn't say anything about Kongtong Mountain being in the West." "Is it?" Peng Liyun Tagger and Chaoyang to the question. And Chaoyang responded, sweating profusely expression, "I graduated from high school 5 years ago. How would I remember?" Reading up to this point, Lu Chang couldn't help but send an LOL expression to the group chat. Peng Liyun seemed to be unwilling to give up as he posted the question again. "Lu Chang, do you have any impression?" "I chose the science track when I was in high school." Laughing sheepishly expression, replied Lu Chang. "As for geography tests, our school was very lax about it. As long as you don't take out the textbook and flip it in front of the invigilating teacher, they don't really care what you do. Even so, I scored lower than an 80. It couldn't be. If I can flip the books in an exam, my score would definitely be above a 90. In that instant, Peng Liyun started to doubt Lu Chang's intelligence. At that time, he was in a daze for over half an hour. Yet, he still scored well in the geography test. Lu Chang replied, covering face in embarrassment expression, "I had only discovered my 2 naughty cousins had torn away a portion of my geography textbook after entering the examination hall. Luckily, I knew all of the people around me. So you have always been silly." Pondering expression, and Chaoyang sighed. "Indeed, there's only an inept given name but never an inept nickname." Recalling all those embarrassing things in the formation competition, Lu Chang quickly changed the topic. "Priest and Ren Li, when will you all be arriving at Jiuqiu City?" "I'm already there," Peng Liyun answered after a 10-second pause. After several seconds, Ren Li shared another link with an angry face expression. "Quick, go and condemn him." Lu Chang clicked the link. It was a news article and had similar headlines as the previous one. As for the content, there were additional analysis and prediction. Wisdom King Zhi Hai has been a physical invulnerability for 4 years. He got a title and we can put him aside for discussion first. Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Lu Chang have just made the great leap less than 3 months ago. They have barely mastered the new techniques. Indeed, at the same level, they are indeed much stronger than other martial artists of the same pin level. If everyone has made the great leap, the strength they can demonstrate will undoubtedly be the top. This is because of their deeper and more solid foundation together with their more outstanding talents. In other words, as long as they have consolidated themselves at this stage and mastered their techniques, they would be the leaders among the third pins. They will not be weaker than those older physical invulnerability experts that have been stuck in this stage for a long time. Naturally, every single physical invulnerability expert that has made the great leap is clearly above ordinary people. However, there are stronger people among the strong. Besides that, and honestly speaking, there are some of them who become contented after the great change and lose the hunger for glory in martial arts. Although they still insist on practicing, their improvements are clearly slower. The reasons aren't due to the external environment but because of their own attitude and mindset. Disregarding this, let's go back to the main topic. Based on the initial analysis, we have taken a reference to Wisdom King to determine the strength of the three heavenly sons of the era, Peng, Lu, and Ren at this stage. If the master competition is only open to third-pin experts, they have the chances to make it to the end. It's a shame that this is just a big what-if. Although the competition couldn't be compared to the Battle of the Kings and Warrior Sage competitions, where many retired seniors will also participate, all those experts in their prime years will almost all participate in the master competition, excluding those who are still recuperating from their injuries. They have a certain chance of winning against a second pin and a slim chance of winning against an first pin. However, this is it. Therefore, a lot of those headlines today are just trying to sensationalize things with ill intent. They were making their arguments without a basis. What they are hoping for might happen in 3 to 5 years' time, but it definitely will not be now. For this competition, Lu Chang, Ren Li, and Peng Liyun will reach round 32 under the most optimistic assumptions. Moreover, this would be highly reliant on being lucky in the draws. There's nothing wrong with it. After reading it, Lu Chang felt that the analysis was rather objective. Therefore, he asked curiously, "What is there to condemn him for?" Renli paused for a moment and replied after some time, "I've sent the wrong link. It should be this." She shared another piece of news. The content was closer to making a wager. They were guessing which heavenly son of the era, excluding Zhihai, would be eliminated in the elimination rounds held on the first 2 days. There were 86 physical invulnerability experts that signed up for the master competition. Together with 16 Inhumans that made it past the preliminaries, there were a total of 102 contestants. The initial round adopted a double elimination format where you would be eliminated if you lost twice. This would carry on until the final 32 contestants were determined, after which it would be based on a sudden death format where contestants were eliminated once they lost once. The final participant standing would earn the qualification to challenge the previous master title holder. This wager thread was under the assumption that Lu Chang, Ren Li, and Peng Liyun, who had just made the Great Leapt, would be lacking in mastery and practical fighting experiences against people at this stage. It was betting that they would be eliminated from the master competition without winning a single match. Why do we have to quarrel with these attention-grabbing people? Winning the competition will be the best counter to their attacks. Lu Chang, who had experienced all kinds of critiques, advised nonchalantly. "Yeah. Nodding head constantly expression," replied Ren Li. "Attention-grabbing is an apt word to use. Let me go and reply to them. Do you really understand what I'm trying to say here?" Lu Chang was left speechless and could only reply with a shocked expression. It was Chaoyang who maintained a clear head and asked calmly, "Didn't you say that you didn't register for an account so you wouldn't quarrel with others?" "My niece lent her phone to me," Ren Li answered honestly. Seeing that she was eager to do it, Lu Chang changed the topic again. "Ren Li, I'll be arriving at Jiuqiu City tomorrow. What about you? Shall we have a gathering before the competition?" Peng Liyun was the first to reply with a faint smile. "Let's meet up after the competition. Whoever has a better ranking and whoever can last longer will give the others a treat. What do you all think about it?" "Sure." "All right." Lu Chang and Ren Li almost replied in unison. Their battle wills were aroused and became more intense through this small wager. And Chaoyang smiled bitterly and added, "I'm not even qualified to treat you guys." He was able to maintain a good mindset about it. This was because he had just turned 24 and already had the strength of a fourth pin. He had ample time and great hopes of making the great leap. As to how long would he need, nobody would be able to know definitively. "I'll definitely pay for this bill," Lu Chang teased himself after leaving the chat group. He shared this incident with Yen Zhika. Yen Zhika replied with an O-shaped mouth expression. "Chang, what are your objectives and thoughts about this master competition?" It's mainly to broaden my views," Lu Chang answered humbly. Amidst this relative neutral attitude, he also felt a little emotional. These are experts that I have looked up upon since young and those familiar names. I can finally walk among you guys. I finally have the chance to challenge you all. Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu. King of Swords, Wu Qiao, Kirin, Dong Baxian, Lion King, Spear King, Huang Ku, Clown, Gu Jianqi, God-slaying Saber, Lu Yongyuan, Late Bloomer, Liang Yifan. All these famous names flashed in Lu Cheng's mind one after another, making him feel like his blood was boiling. The next morning, after completing morning practice, Lu Chang, Guijie and Long Zhan arrived at the airport under the lead of Empress Luo, Ning Zitong. They boarded the commercial plane of the club and headed towards Jiuqiu City. As for Lu Yan, he had chosen to give up on the master competition due to an injury he'd sustained. However, he still followed the team to fulfill his responsibilities as the coach. Outside the windows, seas of clouds were everywhere. There was turbulences from time to time, but their influence could be ignored. It was a smooth journey and they arrived at central Jiuqiu City by noon. They boarded the few commercial cars that were arranged by the external affairs team in advance. At the hall of the hotel, there were fans welcoming them like always. After signing in, Lu Chang and the rest received their room cards with the assistance of Amen and their personal assistants. They entered the lift and were on their way to their rooms. There's a pre-competition banquet at night the following days. Don't forget about it. Empress Luo reminded the group as the lift was moving up. After which, she turned to Lu Chang and said to him with a smile, "You have a high chance of fighting in the opening match." "Ha!" Lu Chang looked at her with confusion. As just one of the many contestants, how high would my chances be during the drawing of the lots? Ning Zitong smiled and explained, "The three of you are in the spotlight recently and have high conversational value. The organizing committee has the intention to choose one of you guys to be in the opening match. And 1 in 3 chance. This is indeed not low." Lu Chang subconsciously smiled. It was the Friday of October 29th, 7 p.m. at the dining hall of the Martial Arts Association in Jiuqiu City. Round tables were arranged neatly with 6 chairs around each. The flashy red carpet extended all the way from the entrance to the stage at the end of the hall, dividing it into 2. Amidst the incessant flashes and camera clicks, Lu Chang and the other mighty ones ambled along the long carpet. Outside the entrance, excited spectators tried to make their way past the barricading security detail. Safety was, honestly, not a concern with these many physical invulnerability experts present. No one would be stupid enough to attack this place unless they intended to do it with a missile. However, they had to preserve order so people didn't sneak inside. Right as they were out of the media's focus, Lu Chang, walking behind Ning Zitong, saw Peng Liyun dressed in all blue. His outfit was something between a priest robe and an exercise suit. He was rather relaxed, and his mind seemed to be somewhere else. "You came early," said Lu Chang, greeting him with a smile. He glanced around but didn't spot other Shangqing sect mighty ones around Peng Liyun, including but not limited to the warrior sage, Qian Donglu. Peng Liyun's eyes gradually turned clear. He flashed a placid smile. "It's you that came late." "Good evening, Senior Empress Luo," he then said. Ning Zitong nodded gently. "Did the warrior sage not feel like leaving home again?" she asked elegantly. "Martial Uncle Qian's like that. He doesn't like socializing," explained Peng Liyun. It was widely known that the warrior sage was a lazy person despite his outstanding achievements. He wouldn't stand if sitting was an option, and he wouldn't sit if he could lie down. He wasn't at all interested in dinner parties and detested socializing, so he frequently missed these events. "What about the others?" asked Lu Chang, curious. Peng Liyun's eyes lost focus in remembrance. His friend waited patiently until he showed a helpless smile. "They aren't here yet." After that, he explained, "Sect Master Martial Uncle hates taking the plane, so he came by high-speed rail. It had been stormy the past few days, and many trains were delayed or cancelled. He only managed to set off today, along with Martial Uncle Yunyan and Elder Martial Brother Mingi. I'm the only representative from the Shangqing sect at the moment." Barely stifling his laugh, Lu Chang cut short their conversation since Ning Zitong and Long Zhan were right beside him. He walked forth too in search of the table with their name stands. A few steps later, Ning Zitong lowered her voice and smiled. Do you know why Yunyan and Mingi have to accompany the Taoist Wuguang? Lu Chang had a guess. Could it be he's an old man version of Renli? I suppose it's because they couldn't let the master of a sect take the high-speed rails alone? He suggested hesitantly. If that's the case, he could take the Shangxing sect staff with him, scoffed Ning Zitong. Firstly, Taoist Wuguang is afraid of taking airplanes. He likes to call it a metal coffin. If they ran into any trouble in the air, he would be useless. Secondly, he has a very low profile for a sect master. Once, during the annual Shangqing sect festival, no one realized he wasn't there until the end of the event. With Yunyan and Mingi accompanying him, the committee will realize there are still contestants who have yet to arrive. He's quite a character, thought Lu Chang. He peered into the distance, finally spotting the table with his own name stand. He was about to walk over when he spotted another familiar face. Ren Li, with her dark hair streaming down her shoulders and huge, anime-like likes, was walking beside a woman in a white one-piece. The woman had no makeup on, and her fringe covered half her brows. Her plain, unworldly beauty made her look like she was in her 20s at a glance. However, her dark and profound eyes bespoke her experience in this world. Lu Chang, being a loyal enthusiast of top-tiered professional matches and title battles, immediately recognized her. First Pin Mighty One from the Kong Tong School, Run Li's master, Blazing Sword, Qi Ling. From her appearance and outfit, it was hard to tell that she was from the same generation as Geezer Shur and Queen of Thought, Fei Dan. Her particulars were not disclosed, but she was definitely in her 50s. She had battled in the professional scene for 20 to 30 years, but somehow always missed the chance to receive a title. Other than being the champion of a few intersect competitions, she didn't have other achievements. Rumors said that when Empress Luo debuted, she was always compared to her due to their similar beauty and capability. She was nicknamed Qi Ling Jr., which led to a feud between them. She remained as Empress Luo's kryptonite for a long time. Qi Ling smiled faintly when she discerned Ning Zitong. What a nice dress. It's gaudy and eye-catching, she said. Oh no, I'm nothing in the face of Senior Qi's pure and unworldly beauty. You look stunning even in the plainest outfit. Ning Zitong smiled sweetly. But I have no choice but to dress a little more formally for the lot drawing, being a former master and all. She put emphasis on former master. She had received 2 titles before, one being the king and one being the master. But that was before the golden era of the Dragon King and Warrior Sage. Qi Ling's expression stiffened slightly, then she nodded with a graceful smile. I shall not keep you any longer. With that, she led Ren Li to the side. In that entire process, the latter had remained wordless. A few steps later, Ren Li asked in a hushed voice, Master, who was that? Long Hu's Ning Zitong, replied Qi Ling flatly. Finally hit Ren Li. No wonder I found the person beside her familiar. So it was Lu Chang. She had, as expected, nearly forgotten how Lu Chang looked like after 3 months of not seeing him. At the other table, Lu Chang finally realized the significance behind Empress Luo and Qi Ling's exchange. They were mocking each other for not dressing their age, hinting that the other was a man-eater. In the end, Empress Luo landed the fatal blow by flaunting her titles. Whoa, it's like a monk's riddles. Lu Chang retracted his thoughts and peered around. He saw mighty ones that he usually saw on screens. Some have dominated the scene for 10 to 20 years, and some were rising stars who made the breakthrough in the past few years. He knew most of their names. Many of their faces were even on the posters in his room. That was when a man over 1.9 meters walked in from the door. He wore a tight-fitting bleached martial arts suit that was crossed with crimson. It was sewn from a special material. As he walked, it accentuated his manly contours. His dark hair was combed up, and he wore a hairpin commonly used by martial artists in the old days. He had hard contours. He wasn't exactly handsome but had a lordly air. It was no other than the ace of Yanzhao League, a fighter of Empress Luo's generation, the 44-years-old Dong Baxian. Before the era of the legendary twins, he had received 4 titles, 2 being the king, 1 being the master, and one being supreme class. Many had their hopes on him, and he was crowned as the king of warriors. However, being born in the same era as the warrior sage and the dragon king was his greatest misfortune. In the following years, since the time Lu Chang was a freshman, he had only received one master title. However, in the 2 recent years, he seemed to have come out of his slump and returned even stronger than ever. He took 2 consecutive titles, Warrior Sage the year before, and Kirin on the previous month. The energy displayed by him seemed to be a protest against the reign of the Dragon King and Warrior Sage. In the era of the legendary twins, he became the martial artists in the others category who received the most titles. He conducted himself differently from the Dragon King, who was always dignified and no-nonsense. Dong Baxian always smiled, occasionally engaging joyous conversations with the physical invulnerability mighty ones around him. They were also from the Yanzhao League. There was the first pinned Lin Shuyao, who was beautiful and graceful and enjoyed imitating famous poets from the Wei and Jin dynasty. Dong Baxian prophesied that she would receive titles in the future. There was also the second pinned Wang Ke, who was only 29 years old, and the third pinned Hu Shubai, who had just advanced a year ago and was held in high esteem by Wang Ke. Retracting his gaze, Lu Chang saw the chairman of Juku Martial Arts Association, Li Hao, taking the stage for a speech. By then, all the expected physical invulnerability mighty ones had arrived. The door closed slowly, leaving a few media partners inside. After a few guests had given their speeches, Li Hao, who was also the head of the committee this round, smiled. This year, we have 5 young friends who recently advanced to physical invulnerability. The goal of our competition is to cultivate martial arts master, and I would like to begin the lot drawing starting with one of them. In the first half of the year, it was Go One of the Xuanwu School and Meng Liang of Shizhou Island. And during August in the latter half of the year, Lu Chang of the Ice God sect, Peng Liyun of the Shangqing sect, and Ren Li of the Kongtong School made the breakthrough in succession. It had been the year with most martial artists making the great leap in 10 years. The suggestion was affirmed by a round of applause. Li Hao had the hostess bring a large glass bottle with 5 small balls in it. Every ball had cracks, inside which hid paper balls that had their names. It's a 20% chance instead of 33%, thought Lu Chang. His mouth twitched. His instincts told him that he was going to be the one. He watched as Li Hao took out a ball and extracted the paper ball. He unfurled it. Longhu Club Lu Chang, said Li Hao, laughing heartily. I knew it, thought Lu Chang, chuckling and shaking his head. Please give it up for the former master, Empress Luo, Ning Zitong. She will now draw the lot that decides Lu Cheng's opponent, said Li Hao, gesturing an invitation. Ning Zitong stood up and sashayed up the stage. She took out a rolled paper ball from the other box. She unfurled, looked, and curved her lips into a gorgeous, cryptic smile. That made Lu Chang nervous. He had a feeling it was a bad lot. A few seconds later, Ning Zitong announced in a silvery voice, Wuyue Club. Shit. How unlucky. Don't tell me I have to fight my elder martial sister? Or the clown. Lu Cheng's heart raced. In a vague sense, he was a disciple of Wuyue Club too. The words caused a commotion. All the physical invulnerability experts were intrigued. Ning Zitong paused for 2 seconds, then went on. Xian Xiaoye. Phew. Thank goodness. Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief. She was a physical invulnerability mighty one from the Hanqi sect of the Wuyue Club, who only made the great leap at the end of the previous year. However, she wasn't someone to be underestimated. In ancient times, there weren't any martial artists who had been able to make the great leap after the age of 30. Currently, there were less than 5 of them who managed that feat, and she was one of them. Xian Xiaoye had attracted the attention of the Hanqi sect when she was 12 and was accepted as a disciple. However, martial arts was just one of her many hobbies. At that time, she had her heart set on becoming a screenwriter. If she couldn't become one, she would be a race car driver. Therefore, she had followed the steps of completing her middle and high school education before applying to the Media Studies Academy of the capital. She was chosen to become an assistant of a famous screenwriter before she even graduated and helped to complete an exaggerated and emotional film that received high viewership despite drawing huge critiques. This allowed her to advance quickly down the path of screenwriting. However, the subsequent developments weren't what she had expected. Several television dramas that she worked on were badly received. After which, she had a fallout with her mentor and had fallen so low that she had to stay in a garage in the capital. It was at this point that she suddenly recalled that she was a professional ninth-pin martial artist. She changed her job and her emotions. Perhaps it was because she had chased after her dreams and experienced so many different obstacles. This allowed her to focus on the path of martial arts wholeheartedly and triggered a passion that was 10 times more than before. When she was 24, she barely made it to the Dan stage. She quit her job and returned to the Hanchi sect for training. When she was 28, she exceeded the expectations of her masters and seniors to become an inhuman after undergoing a major change in her root pulps. At this point, no one believed that she would make the great leap. She had only received her 4th pin certification at 30 years old and approaching the brink of physical invulnerability. This further attested to the viewpoints of others. Without any further pressure and attention, she pasted posters of Liang Yifan all around her room. She did not give up and had not turned to lead a comfortable life as an inhuman. A year plus later, she faced her idol in the first match of the title competition. Under terrifying pressure and the constant stimulation of possible defeat, she shone with never-seen-before brilliance and achieved connection with the heaven and earth. She might have lost the match, but in the path of martial arts, Xian Xiaoya had taken the most important step. She had completely shattered the expectations of the Hanqi sect and even the Wuyue Club. This late bloomer expert had a rather interesting personality. One thing she was fond of doing was insulting herself. For example, she was flat-chested and her nickname on Weibo was Xian Family's Washing Board. After successfully integrating some techniques from the Death sect into the Ice sect to accelerate the effects of some techniques of the Ice sect, she was given the nickname of Lethal Chill. However, she mocked and called herself Quick Freezing Dumplings. It was always difficult to practice two schools of unique skills. It was especially so as one progressed further down the road. For example, in order to use some of the techniques of the Plague sect, one has to use the corresponding force to drive them in order to fully draw out their full might. However, if one specialized in the Wind sect or other techniques, a second specialization wouldn't allow one to develop new force. Specializing was necessary for one's root pulp to change drastically and to become an inhuman. However, there's a new way around it now, and that was Lu Chang Cosmic Universe path to achieve balance to form Dan. Under such circumstances, martial artists in possession of 3 different schools of unique techniques would definitely feel sore about being able to only practice one school. Therefore, they had started exploring other methods. As they were looking for similarities and connections between techniques, they extracted the relevant portions and combined them with their martial arts. In this aspect, the Kongtong school had made exceptional achievement. After the exploration of generations of experts, they finally integrated part of the unique skills of the Plague sect into the Wind sect and derived several biological weapon-style moves. In other words, Ren Li was able to use hidden scent with post-wind force, just by changing her visualization accordingly. The Wuyue Club almost had the complete set of the Ice Magical Kung Fu and parts of the Secret Killing Manual. Since its establishment, they had always explored methods of using the former as the base to integrate the latter. After several generations of experts' work, the results had been showing recently. The first was the clown, Gu Jianxi. He specialized in the Death sect and with his exceptional intuition had reverse-integrated small segments of the Ice sect's content. After him, there was Spear King, Huang Ku and other physical invulnerability experts that had developed a few techniques off it. At the same time, some of the media houses had already sent out instant news. Lethal Chill versus Ice Fire Sky Shaking Roar. The debut battle of the heavenly son of the era. Is it that bad? There's a wild beauty sense in it. Evil laugh expression. Bull Demon King replied. Unparalleled Dragon King answered. That's not entirely true. I heard that Xian Xiaoya's Lethal Chill is really powerful. Moreover, She hasn't used it too frequently and it hasn't been dissected by the public. This allows her to have the surprise factor. Moreover, Lu Chang just broke through less than 3 months ago. It shouldn't be a problem for him to have gained a preliminary mastery over the ice sect and fire sect techniques if he was focusing on one. However, if he had to master both, I doubt he would have techniques that he hasn't mastered yet. Yeah, unlike someone who is forever a primary school kid. She's the same when she does things. Brahman started exposing embarrassing events of Yen Xiaoling's life. Yesterday she went to dye her hair. In the end, she dyed her hair green. Unparalleled Dragon King was shocked. This is the first time I heard of someone taking the initiative to dye her hair green, he said suggestively. Wah, you guys. Cry out loud expression. I really just wanted to dye it in a nut brown color, answered Yen Xiaoling with a grievance. It was just that she had not paid attention when she was choosing. Moreover, the guy dyeing my hair was really handsome and gentle. I'm busy peeking at him. Yeah. How could the embarrassing thing she did be considered as dumb? Many cats emulated the way of talking of a wise old man. As the applause signaling the end of the banquet sounded, Lu Chang stood up and walked in the direction of the Wuyue Club. His martial senior sister came late, and he hadn't greeted her. Shi Yuejian was waiting at her seat. When she saw Lu Chang walking towards her, she smiled gently and spoke with him using a transmission skill. She had an easygoing personality. Although she loved martial arts, she did not like to be constantly at odds with others, let alone going through a life or death battle. Up until today, she hadn't claimed any lives. This was also probably the reason why she was stuck at the edge of a third pin ranking. That's because of great timing, great location, and great teammates, answered Lu Chang humbly. To keep it simple, I'll be giving my all in it. Lu Chang expressed his inner thoughts to Yen Zhika. He had even attempted to look for competition videos of Xi and Xiaoya a few years ago and attempted to deduce information regarding lethal chill from her progress of integrating ice sect and death sect techniques together. Yeah. Yen Zhika nodded her head before continuing. Aya. So infuriating. Why must the competition be in the afternoon? I have no chance of watching it. It happened to be in the middle of the night. All right, answered Yen Zhika as she looked down at her nails. After a short wait, she saw the battlefield on Jiangxin Island and the spectators sitting on spectating ships around the island. Finally, she saw Lu Chang, who was wearing a navy blue martial arts suit and standing opposite to Xi and Xiaoya. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening match of this year's Master Competition will be starting soon between Lu Chang from the Longhu Club and Xi and Xiaoya from the Wuyue Club. They are both third-pin physical invulnerability experts. The commentator's voice sounded and a small arc appeared on Yen Zhika's face. On Jiangxin Island, cheers of Lu Chang were reverberating through the surrounding. You are pretty popular, Xi and Xiaoya complimented with a light smile. Lu Chang was about to reply when the referee raised his right arm, swung it down and said, "The conversation time starts now." At this point, Xi and Xiaoya opened her mouth and asked with curiously, "I heard that you could withstand an environment below 113 degrees for quite a long time. Is that true? Let's talk about it in a while." Lu Chang smiled gently and started making preparations for his visualization. Xi and Xiaoya looked on with a lost look until a faint purple fireball was formed around Lu Chang and started circulating around him. This is the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun? Xi and Xiaoya accurately determined the move. However, the doubts in her mind were getting stronger and stronger. Didn't they say that the 5 flames are very exhausting on the mind and places an extremely huge burden on one's body? Why did Lu Chang start using it during the conversation? Xi and Xiaoya and the spectating audience were all shocked by what they saw. Slowly, a faint purple, a gold, a dazzling white, a light blue and scorching red fireball formed around Lu Chang and revolved around him like satellites. They were in a steady state and started revolving in balance. Lu Chang was just like a deity that had descended to the world, causing abnormally to the surrounding as he did so. It was then that he asked with shock and curiosity, "There's such a way to use this move?" Xian Xiaoye wasn't the only one who found it strange. The guest hosts in the commentator box had their doubts too. 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun? Certainly, he can elude Xian Xiaoye's interference if he casts that during talk time. But there's an issue here. Bear in mind that talk time has only just begun, so he has to endure for 2 more minutes. Remember, 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun takes quite a toll. Plus, if he shows Xian Xiaoye his hand here, she can adopt a ranged, guerrilla tactic when the actual fight begins. What would Lu Chang do then? Wouldn't he be wasting all this mental power and Emperor Yen force? Well, Lu Chang has displayed monstrous stamina in the past and was capable of a 10-hit combo when others were doing 5 to 6. Could it be that the vastness of his stamina has extended to his mind after attaining physical invulnerability? There's no other way to explain his decision. How can you dilettantes expect to comprehend the might of the universe arts? Fancy tricks right after attaining physical invulnerability. He's not very like the Dragon King in this aspect. Rather, he reminds me of the warrior sage. Long Zhen and Guijie said nothing. They stared fixedly at the 5-colored fireballs. Scorching red, faint purple, gold, dazzling white, and light blue, orbiting around Lu Chang. At first glance, they seemed to be flying pell-mell on independent paths. But there was something that suggested organization. They seemed to be in sustained motion even without the guidance of the mind. Others might not have noticed that, but it didn't escape the keen eyes of the practitioners who dedicated years of their lives to studying the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. When they used the move, it required arduous efforts and intricate methods. But Lu Chang's manners seemed effortless, with the 5 fireballs encircling and following him as though they had their own wills. Remarkable, praised Long Zhen internally. He trusted that Lu Chang wouldn't have attempted the move had he not been fully confident. That meant his 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun consumed little energy and that he could maintain it for a long time. Similarly, a chorus of awe had erupted in the Longhu Club and Lu Chang fan club forums. "He's so cool. Starry eyes," wrote Brahmin. To her, her idol looked like a deity descending from the skies, donned in a dragon robe weaved from the trails of the colored fireballs. She was enchanted by his divinity and might, so dignified yet distant. It was the same for Yan Shaoling, who was busy taking screenshots. "Licking my screen. Drooling," she wrote. "You are such a die-hard fangirl, or rather, pervert. Don't tell anyone that we are acquainted." "Disgusted," replied unparalleled Dragon King. "This is a martial arts forum. Can we stop fawning over Lu Chang's cool appearance and focus on how he potentially invented a new method that reduces the consumption of 9 rotations of 5 flames? Descend of the sun? Who cares about how cool he looks? Have to admit it was incredibly cool though. This is the kind of stuff that inspires dreams in young ones." Amidst puzzled faces and lively discussions, Xian Xiaoye had already formed an ice heart, repressing her emotions. She raised her hand. "Referee, he's cheating." She twinkled when she saw the twitch at Lu Chang's lips. "Kidding. Trying to liven up the mood." Her eyes turned serious as she spoke. Her aura spread, sharply lowering the temperature in tens of meters around her. It felt like the breezy autumn was over, and winter was coming. Whoosh! There came wind. A wind that neither howled nor raged. A wind that merely fluttered the dried leaves. Yet, there was an indescribable coldness in it. A strange coldness redolent of a hospital's mortuary. Hidden in the freezing cold were traces of malice that provoked fear, made tremble and strayed thoughts. There was death intent in the cold. It was not only a declaration of war but also a psychological attack. At that moment, however, Xian Xiaoye sensed the darkness in Lu Chang. so vast and vacant and cold that her frigid winds of malice thinned and dispersed after entering, not affecting him by even a bit. It's like the end to everything. An eternal death. Xian Xiaoya vaguely understood something. That was when the referee shouted from a distance away. Begin! The curtain is raised for the official master battle. Bang! Xian Xiaoya turned on her waist, generating a polar gale bearing geese feather-sized snow so dense and heavy it blinded and muffled sounds, reducing the range of mental perception. It was easy to hide one's tracks amidst all the wind and snow. An unmanned drone filmed the scene, presenting it to audiences watching through various means. With the aid of modern technology, Xian Xiaoya's silhouette was vaguely visible amidst the blizzard. Sometimes she was in the west, sometimes in the east. Sometimes she scaled hills, sometimes she skirted to the side. She was always on the move at top speed, not giving Lu Chang a chance to go closer. With his 5 flames intact, only a fool opts for a full frontal confrontation. The howling of the gale drowned the thumping sounds of her zigzags. After repositioning herself consecutively, she formed a sword with her fingers and pointed forward, releasing a piercing crystalline frost beam that stabbed at Lu Chang at supersonic speed. Ice Spirit Holy Light, a dagger in close quarters, but an arrow in ranged combat. Swish, swish, swish. Xian Xiaoya worked her footwork with her upper body still, firing a few consecutive dreamy frost beams in the permeating blizzard, entrapping Lu Chang from all directions. She imagined that even if the attack didn't damage her opponent, it would at least cause the fireballs around him to destabilize and self-destruct. Lu Chang, who stood still in observation, finally made a move. Sidestepping, he swept up a frigid wind, avoiding most of the Ice Spirit Holy Light and diverting the remaining. At the same time, above his left shoulder, the scarlet fireball strayed from its route and shot out, colliding into the beams of frost light headed for his face. Boom! The flaring explosion blew the ice spirit to pieces. Transparent flakes, iridescent against the scarlet light, came falling down, so beautiful it seemed like the figment of a dream. Then the pale purple fireball hovering above Lu Cheng's head whistled out, piercing through the blizzard and following the trail of frost beam as it headed for Xian Xiaoya. Xian Xiaoya knew about fireball techniques derived from Flying Flame Meteorite, Golden Godly Flames, and Lord Emperor's Purple Flame of the Fire Sect, so she expected her opponent to have a way of attacking from far. However, little did she expect that he would use his 5 flames like ammunition. Isn't that too wasteful? Her mind lagged. The skin on her back horripilated. Xian Xiaoya straightened her knees, turned on her waist, and instantly leaped back 10 or so meters with the help of the gales. Rumble! At where she originally stood, the snow melted, the gales ceased, and the island jolted. An explosion crater appeared on the ground. Flames spat, and a ridiculously strong shockwave blew past her, scraping off a layer of ice crystal. This was the Move Meteorite, derived from Emperor Yen Force using Lord Emperor's Purple Flame. Attack power alone, it was definitely in the top 3 among similar moves. The reason why 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun was one of the greatest killer moves of the Fire Sect was because it combined and improved the aforementioned moves with the foundations of one's own learning. It also had a unique burst technique, among which the Scorching Red Fireball came from the starting Zhurong Force, and its hovering and launching technique originated from the 4th style, Flying Flame Meteorite. It was the weakest and didn't have any special effects, but had the shortest casting time and least consumption. The Dazzling White Fireball was an improved version of the Scorching Red one. It was hotter and more powerful, and at the same time had the denseness of Emperor Yen and the ease to control of the fire force, albeit little. The Light Blue Fireball was the mutated version of the Dazzling White one. It was even hotter but had a relatively small explosive force. It mainly burned. The Golden Fireball was driven by the fire force, formed through using the technique from Golden Godly Flames. It had a strong explosive force, but less than outstanding in hotness and burning. However, it could be controlled after firing. That is to say, a martial artist who has precise control can trigger a second or even third veering in a specific range. The faint purple fireball originated from Emperor Yen Force and Lord Emperor's purple flame. Its main features were its scorching heat and density. Once fired, it would be like a powerful explosive. When used by physical invulnerability experts at the Dragon King's level, the enemy would have a hard time moving before the purple sphere, as though they were under the effect of magnetism. The last two had a heavy consumption and brought great stress, so augmenting the 5 flames could easily destabilize them. Amid the shockwave of the explosion, Xi and Xiaoya saw the golden fireball orbiting around Lu Chang, flying towards her from the corner of her eye. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was how he effortlessly produced a new scorching red and faint purple fireball. Is there no end to this? Xi and Xiaoya stepped forward and plunged down to avoid the golden fire force ball's second veer. However, what she didn't know was Lu Cheng's primary force was Emperor Yen Force, and he was only a beginner at Fire Force Kung Fu. Boom! The flames burst apart, sending shockwaves in every direction. It left another explosion crater. Swish, swish, swish. Using her mesmerizing snow steps, Xi and Xiaoye responded with an ice spirit holy light. Cold sword aura traveled through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The scorching red, faint purple, gold, dazzling white and light blue around Lu Chang shot out in succession, then quickly formed again. The raging blizzard was sometimes scattered apart, and the ground was covered with shell craters. The audience had seen ranged battles countless times in physical invulnerability battles, but this is the first time they have seen a fight like this one, a purely ranged battle that lasted this long. That was because for a physical invulnerability expert, using ranged attacks had much greater consumption than melee attacks, so using ranged as a complement to melee attacks was the norm. Else no one can sustain it. It's like I'm watching a battle between immortals. No, it's the Sword Saint Vias, the leader of the divine cult of 5 flames, jested Pig Riding Knight in the Longhu forums. In my opinion, if Lu Chang can transform his fireballs into multicolored dragons, I'll be on my knees hailing the descent of an immortal. That would be sick. Snickering wrote road to the arena. Can't be helped. The divine cult of 5 flames has the same origins as the Dragon King. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the explosion messed up Xi and Xiaoya's hair, and her face was covered in dust and dirt. Her combined art of the ice and death sect seemed to be useless here. Trading fire like this made her feel like she was fighting 5 gun-turreted tanks with an assault rifle. The firepower, suppression power, and covered range couldn't even be compared. Even her advantage of fast firing and reloading rate was matched by Lu Cheng's methodical spawning of fireballs. Can't let this go on. This guy's pretty much a human gun turret. Complaining internally, Xi and Xiaoya changed her strategy. She turned and evaded the explosion. Whoosh! The howling of the wind grew stronger and more sinister. The goosefeather snow turned into ice crystals. Xi and Xiaoya's figure faded, turning shadowy like a phantom. The phantom split, using the environment to appear in every direction. Tens of floating Xi and Xiaoyas dived at Lu Chang, like ghosts wandering in the freezing night. This was something she came up with after merging the Death Sect Spectre and the Ice Sect's second style, mesmerizing snow step. She named the illusion movement Wandering Ghosts on a Freezing Night. It has been tested and proven to be able to effectively avoid the detection of enemy heart-freezing move unless within 2-meter radius. And at that range, even if one realizes which one is real and fake, they wouldn't be able to counter it. Whoosh! In the wailing of ghosts and howling of the wind, the shadowy Xi and Xiaoyas approached rapidly. Her real form kept switching places with the illusions, and her intention seemed to be taking down the 5 flames beneath the blind of attacking Lu Chang. That was when Lu Chang stepped forward, propelled by flames and wind, appearing before her instantly. All the illusions didn't seem to have any effect on him. His danger premonition only reacted to this spot. Reflected in Xi and Xiaoya's widening eyes, Lu Chang impassively straightened himself, jerked out his right arm, and swung down. The scorching red, faint purple, gold, dazzling white and light blue behind him orbited rapidly, then congregated towards one spot. 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. At that crucial moment, Xian Xiaoya felt her legs turning to jelly. The soil became a swamp. Her hoary complexion was that of a corpse as a wall of ice that seemed everlasting enveloped her, as though she had planned it. Suddenly, she sunk into the ground. The swamp hardened after her. A scorching white flare made the audiences on the ship far from the island subconsciously close their eyes. Tears trickled from their irritated eyes. Boom! The earth jolted. A mushroom cloud gradually rose. The violent wind had swept clean the fallen leaves and upheaved dirt. A scarlet flame blazed in the huge crater, crawling outward. With a crack, the ground behind Lu Cheng split open, from inside which sprang Xian Xiaoya, pointing at her opponent's back with a finger sword. The ice wall that covered her entire body from before had shattered. Her skin was chapped, but there wasn't any blood, but for the dark red stream trickling from the corner of his lips. Everything from before had been within Xian Xiaoya's expectations. She was aware that Lu Cheng, before attaining physical invulnerability, had the supernatural abilities to deflect curses and foresee danger, and she trusted that his abilities will only improve after making the Great Leap. Therefore, she wasn't hoping for a wandering ghosts on a freezing night to mess with his senses, and had secretly prepared the Death Sex cadaver burial technique in advance. At the same time, she casted Eternal Ice Wall to exhaust her enemy's 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun, shifting the battle into her comfort zone. Even so, she was severely impacted by the terrifying power of 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun, she felt a severe tremor within. It didn't injure her badly, but left many negative effects. What marvelous power! As the thought flitted across Xian Xiaoya's mind, shadows appeared beneath her opponent's feet. Like shackles of air or overgrown vines, they bound and chained Lu Cheng's legs to the ground. At the same time, Xian Xiaoya had completed her visualization. The tip of her finger turned blue-black, as though suffering from frostbite. Lu Cheng didn't expect his opponent to show such sound judgment and calculated mobility in her plight. With his previous move unfinished, he couldn't react in time and was temporarily immobilized. He could only take the finger strike head-on. His heart was still cool as ice, so he didn't panic. Thoughts flitting, he turned sideways on his waist. A layer of ice crystal blanketed his right arm as he swung a backhand. Pomph! Xian Xiaoya's finger struck, then repositioned, rebounding on borrowed strength. Lu Cheng felt a chill infiltrating him, melting the ice wall and piercing into his flesh. In a split second, he couldn't feel his right hand, along with his forearm and biceps, as though they were frozen numb or defected. That rather shocked him. Normally, his vigorous physical invulnerability chi and blood could resist and negate most effects, as long as it didn't affect his mind, not to mention he had an ability that bestowed him exceptional cold resistance. In order for the effects to manifest, they had to accumulate. Else, they could only restrict his movements by freezing him on the surface. However, at that moment, his entire arm was frozen stiff. Like what Martial Sister said, lethal chill was more stronger than he expected. When Xian Xiaoya was repositioning, Lu Cheng didn't waste time being surprised or hesitate. He immediately concentrated his chi and blood, condensing the injurious chill and negating it to a certain extent to prevent it from entering his shoulders. Even so, his entire right arm was extremely numb and stiff, momentarily losing its mobility. Bam! Lu Cheng's Dan Qi erupted and filled his legs, tearing away the spirit's arms and unbinding himself. Xian Xiaoya, confident in her lethal chill, closed in on his right once again, then threw a fist enwreathed in dark light. She wanted to turn the tables while Lu Cheng's right arm was paralyzed, then take the victory with a series of lethal chills. But Lu Cheng didn't panic at all. With a jolt of his right shoulder, he turned his solidified arm into a weapon. He swung it out, deftly and spontaneously, as though he had practiced it 1,000 times. How would Xian Xiaoya know about the fighting methods he practiced back when he lost control of all his limbs? Compared to then, this was nothing. Bam! With a dull thud, they checked moves. The icy look in Xian Xiaoya's eyes concealed her astonishment. Lu Cheng stepped forward, concentrating his force and visualizing a fighting formula. His frame expanded at once, his bulging muscles stretching his martial arts suit and accentuating his defined muscles. His blue-black complexion made him look more like a monster disguised as a human. Boom! His fist swung down, producing a loud crack as it found its mark. Upon contact, Xian Xiaoya's blocking arm quivered, and she had to take several steps back. Her organs were rumbling within her, triggering all of the lingering effects of Descent of the Sun. Under the pressure of Lu Cheng's attack, Xian Xiaoya concentrated her force and began visualizing. She threw out an ice spirit punch, her fist permeating with white mist. Unswayed, Lu Cheng continued using the fighting formula and erupting his Dan force. Turning into a giant, he smashed down with his left fist. Bam! The discomfort in Xian Xiaoya's organs grew, and there was buzzing in her ears. She left several deep dents in the ground as she retreated to mitigate the force. Lu Cheng didn't bother with his frozen left fist and arm. Once again, he used force concentration and shuffled the stars into a fighting formula. Bam! 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 After a few consecutive blows, Xian Xiaoya was dizzy and wobbly. The tremor at her arms made it hard for her to exert strength. By then, Lu Cheng's fighting formula had reached its limit and had switched to using burst attacks purely driven by Dan force. After the first punch, scorching red condensed around him and fell into orbit. Boom! The fist and fireball landed at the same time. Xian Xiaoya flew back from the impact. She caught her breath midair and flipped like a sparrowhawk. Riding on the violent wind, she landed steadily to the side. Just as she wanted to use force concentration to repress her internal disturbance, she saw Lu Cheng coming after her relentlessly, not giving her a chance to readjust. Scarlet formed around him, then dazzling white, then light blue. More of these? Shocked, Xian Xiaoya checked her body conditions. She straightened, hopped back, and raised her right hand. "I give in," she cried. It would be unthinkable to get hit by the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun once more. Upon hearing Xian Xiaoya conceding defeat, the commentator in the broadcasting room announced the results emotionally before the referee. He can use it for long-distance or short-distance battle and can maintain it for a long time. Lu Cheng's 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun is really insane. I believe any physical invulnerability expert who is watching this would probably be thinking of how to counter this move. This is also a unique characteristic of modern martial arts. Once a new move, new martial arts, or a new technique was developed, it would quickly attract the attention of many people and be dissected using the combined resources of the public. There isn't any single move that allows one to dominate forever. This is unlike in the past where the final trump card could have the surprise factor for many years. Even if an opponent wasn't killed by it and wanted to make it known to others, it would take a long time for him to achieve his objective. Alright, we are getting a little far from the main topic. The referee had announced that Lu Cheng had won this match and he has achieved his first victory as a physical invulnerability. Moreover, the one he won against is the one who many considered as among the top tier of the third pins, Xian Xiaoya, who has created the lethal chill. He is indeed worthy of the name Heavenly Son of the Era. In the past, Wisdom King, Zhi Hai, had only appeared in front of others half a year after he made the Great Leap. At that time, he had already mastered techniques of Golden Light Sutra, Womb Realm, and Vajrapani. Moreover, he encountered several outstanding first pin and second pin characters consecutively and suffered several losses. This prevented us from truly witnessing the dominance of a heavenly son of the era when he had just advanced. And for now, Lu Cheng has clearly proven it. What is more important is that I've noticed that during the previous battle, other than the instance he used it for defense, he had almost not used any unique skills of the Ice Sect. Moreover, he had only used the fighting formula from the legendary 9 words formula. In other words, he still has various unknown methods that haven't been shown yet. To all the other physical invulnerability experts and powers other than the Longhu Club, do you guys have the feeling of the wolf is coming? Obviously, there's no need to worry about this in the short run. However, what about 2 to 3 years later? As the saying goes, each generation excels the previous. and the new continuously replaces the old. Let us look forward to the arrival of the era of the 4 heavenly sons of the era. This is really praising them to the skies. Eternal nightfall, Yan Xiaoling was objective for once. After which she added, "But I like it. Give me more. Give me more. I like the shameless part of you." Caressing the dog's head expression, Nya Chi-Chi replied. Bull Demon King said, "Evil smile expression. Speaking of which, this way of using the 5 fireballs in battle is really cool. He is the clear choice of every single girl." "I'm already intoxicated," Brahmin replied quickly. Yan Xiaoling added excitedly, spinning in circles in excitement expression, "Is it too late to start practicing martial arts now? I will also like to be like my senior, and have so many fireballs of different colors revolving around me." As she had gotten familiar with Yan Zhika in private, she was wary of referring to Lu Chang as my Lu Chang. Therefore, she had used another address. "It's too late because there isn't any sleeping Arhat martial arts, or a martial arts that can be mastered by lying down." Unparalleled Dragon King doused her enthusiasm. Yan Xiaoling replied confidently, "Don't look down on me. If acting foolish is a form of martial arts practice, I am already #1 in the world. You are getting better and better at mocking yourself." For once, Okamoto's fan couldn't find a way to make his comments dirty. Cough. Let us discuss the previous match instead. I really feel that Senior has the chance to make it past the double elimination round and enter the round of 32. Yan Xiaoling changed the topic and said joyously, "Yeah, with the strength he demonstrated, as long as he isn't too unlucky with the draw and doesn't meet first pin experts consecutively, his chances are indeed not low. Even if he encountered a second pin expert, he still stands a chance." Unparalleled Dragon King agreed. "Moreover, there's are still 16 Inhumans. The probability of meeting them isn't low. Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Come on. All the experienced drivers stand up now and let's go," Brahmin said excitedly. Yan Xiaoling was simply shocked. She quickly added, "Brahmin, you have turned dirty. I already have a boyfriend for half a year. Unlike you who would be a single dog for eternity," Brahmin replied heartlessly. "Let's stop. The truth is I'm no longer a human." "Cover mouth in sorrow's expression," said Yan Xiaoling. "I'm a dog." "Ouch, my friend." "Covered face in tears expression?" Unparalleled Dragon King replied, "Don't hold me back. Let me go and die for 5 minutes." Since returning from studying abroad, he had spent the majority of his time being cooped up in his house. Also, he had been single for a long time. When Unparalleled Dragon King said this, the discussion in the forum immediately changed. Some were complaining tearfully about being single, some were showing off, and there were even FFF group members calling for a ban on all relationships. On the deck of a cruise ship at the north of Jiangxin Island, Peng Liyun had both of his hands tucked inside his jacket and was watching the entire match. He was half in a daze as he mumbled, "He really has something new every time." Perhaps it was because of the huge pressure from Lu Chang that allowed him to advance quickly as he couldn't relax. Even though he had become a physical invulnerability expert, he still didn't have the slightest desire to slack off. As he pondered, Peng Liyun's eyes started to lose focus and his thoughts drifted. He seemed to be pondering over how to counter Lu Cheng's version of 9 rotations of 5 flames. Just beside him was an ergonomic chair. One could tell that it would be really comfortable from just a look at it. On top of it was a young-looking man who was wearing a natural and unrestrained white robe. He was handsome, refined, and had his black hair tied up in a Taoist bun. He was leaning against the backrest and scrutinizing the match on Jiangxin Island with squinted eyes that looked like he was going to fall asleep any time. Evidently, he was Qian Donglu from the Shangqing sect, the man who had won the most titles since the start of professional competitions. He had just gotten back the title of Warrior Sage from Dongbaxian in July this year. "He is really just like him," Qian Donglu laughed. Picking up the pair of sunglasses beside him, he put it on. He wasn't interested in any of the subsequent matches and was intending to take a sunbath and an afternoon nap. Just as the other physical invulnerability experts thought about how to deal with Lu Chang headed towards the Longhu Club's cruise ship while enjoying the cheers of the surrounding audience. When he reached the edge of the island, he didn't board the small speedboat but walked directly on the water surface. The waves on the surface stopped and a layer of ice was formed over it as Lu Chang stood firmly on it. Every step he took going forward had a layer of crystal supporting him as he walked elegantly towards the cruise ship. In the end, he jumped onto the deck without getting a single drop of water on his body. This scene drew a more raucous cheer from the audience. Walking on waves like walking on land was a dream of many early-stage martial artists. "They're a reporter waiting to interview you." Ning Zitong pointed to the filming crew near the cabin door. She wasn't in a hurry to ask about the 9 rotations of 5 flames. "All right." Lu Chang collected his phone from Amen and immediately unlocked the screen. He spotted a message from Yenjika immediately. She said, laughing secretly expression respect. Respect. Impressive. Impressive. That is truly something. All hail my path of cosmic universe. Go and sleep now. Subconsciously, Lu Chang wanted to reply this. However, after he typed those words, he changed it. Overwhelmed by your compliments. He, answered Yenjika satisfactorily, after which she added, now I can sleep in peace. Lu Chang smiled and quickly replied, quick, go. Locking his phone again, he placed it with Amen and walked to the door of the cabin to accept the interview. My name is Li Su and I'm a reporter from Star Sports TV. The female reporter wearing a white shirt, pencil pants and high heels said with a smile. There are more than 3 questions today. I'm a little afraid now, joked Lu Chang. After chatting for a short while, Li Su, who had already prepared for the interview, asked confidently, first, let me congratulate you on winning your first battle as a physical invulnerability expert. The strength you demonstrated left many doubters speechless and convinced everyone of your skill. I believe we are all very curious about one thing, and that is your 9 rotations of 5 flames. Seems to not be very exhaustive, and you can maintain it for a very long time. There's nothing to hide here. I believe everyone would have known that I possess 2 opposing supernatural ability of ice and fire. Since I was a professional 9th pin, I have been constantly exploring a way to combine them. Subsequently, using the theory of balance and rotations in the natural world, I found my own road. Because of this balance and rotation, I am able to use another way to maintain the 5 flames. The toll is indeed very small. Lu Chang answered honestly with composure and summarized his unique path of martial arts. Li Su had never expected Lu Chang to answer it so clearly. After a long pause, she finally complimented sincerely. To be willing to share your own self-created path. This is the bearing of a true master. I'm still young and have the drive. I'm not afraid of others using this train of thought to catch up. Lu Chang laughed. This is a display of absolute confidence in oneself. Li Su complimented again. After which, she jokingly asked, what about when you get older? Lu Chang was calm and laughed. If the younger generation benefited because of this, they would definitely have the idea of showing respect to the elders when they are facing me. Isn't this pretty good? Broad-minded and generous. Li Su nodded her head in approval. Lu Chang, I feel that you've grown more composed and mature than before. Humans would always grow up slowly. Nonetheless, the one in my heart is still the same young man chasing his dream. Lu Chang took a shot at himself and laughed. Li Su thought for a moment before continuing. We are really curious what you truly have experienced over the past year. What had actually happened to allow you to make the great leap so quickly and maintain such a good mentality? I have said it during the press conference. The injuries I suffered had an extremely huge polishing effect on me. When the sequelae was at its most serious stage, I truly considered the option of retiring from the martial arts circle and withstanding the pain and agony each day. However, I do not wish to give up or leave. In this process, I slowly understood myself and found the courage that originated from my heart. When I walked out from these, all the conditions required are there. Yeah, I would like to thank my family for their understanding and support. Lu Chang answered at a comfortable pace. Without you guys, I would not be where I am today. You are only thanking your family? I heard that you have a girlfriend. Li Su smiled mischievously. She was getting a little emotional upon hearing Lu Chang answers and seemed to be able to feel the torment, agony and feelings of being lost that this heavenly son of the era had experienced previously. Lu Chang explained in a serious tone. In my heart, she's already part of my family. Oh, so sweet, Li Su answered with a smile. All right, the next question. While Lu Chang was accepting the interview, Xian Family's washing board sent a Weibo update. Savage, I finally can understand what is firepower suppression. What is being completely overwhelmed? A personality's style often decides the kind of fans they garner. Xian Family's washing board's rueful lament was met with a merry atmosphere, rather than a compassionate one. Mission failed. We'll get them next time. You are both flat-chested. Ask yourself why he's stronger. Currently, other than Lu Chang, the Dragon King should be the only one who could manage a multi-gun turret-styled bombardment of this scale. But, the present Dragon King was not deigned to use such moves. Actually, I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I just wanted to let you know that you lost due to bad karma. How does it feel to be beaten to a pulp? Go away. You are not my favorite idol anymore. Lu Chang, rather interested, scrolled through the comments. When he was finally done, he had forgotten about his original intention of making a commemorative post on his first physical invulnerability fight, so he just left a tongue-in-cheek post. Honestly, nicknames like Leader of the Divine Sect of the Five Flames and Multi-Gun Turreted Relic sounds 100,000 times better than the Ice and Fire Sky-Shaking Roar. Many Cats was the first to reply. How about 5 Fireball Sky-Shaking Roar or Multi-Gun Turreted Roar? Give it in, nicknames only get worse, never better. Careful, you might get something worse than what you currently have. Advised Unparalleled Dragon King, based on the tragic experiences of other physical invulnerability martial artists in the past. Seeing his fans making up ridiculous nicknames for him, Lu Chang had the impulse to delete his previous Weibo post. Out of sight, out of mind, he chanted inwardly. Closing the application, he locked the screen. I won't be able to stop myself from laughing if I keep reading. Retracting his gaze, Lu Chang gazed to Jiangxin Island to watch the next matches. He didn't pay equal attention to every match and even took a power nap, knowing that he could find the rebroadcast on the internet. After dinner, he didn't go to the Juku 50,000 pack sports stadium to watch the matches at night. He went back to the hotel instead. Chatting idly with Yen Zhika, his eyes were on the large-screen TV. The interview from earlier had been made into a video and was being shown during the intermissions. He braved harsh trials and returned from the ashes. That's what I think about Lu Chang making the great leap. A blade shines after being honed, and plum blossoms flourish after enduring the cold, concluded Li Su. Compared to the mighty ones that only had smooth sailing, Lu Chang, who has gone through highs and lows, was more well-received by common folks. They seemed to find resonance in him. The next day, Pang Liyun, Ren Li, and Ji Hai all took the stage and claimed victories, further popularizing the tagline, the Four Heavenly Sons of China. In the first round of matches, there wasn't a lack of classic fights where the underdog came out on top. It wasn't strange for a third pin to defeat a second pin. However, in a neutral ground without environmental advantages, it was nearly impossible for them to defeat a first pin. When the first round of matches had ended 2 days later, the committee had the next lot drawing on the internet, instead of hosting another dinner party. Lu Chang sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He had made a 50-cent bet with his little fairy. His money was on him going up against a mighty one who was a lot stronger than him, while Yen Zhika bet on an opponent of the same level or perhaps even weaker. The lot drawing proceeded methodically. Lu Chang spotted his martial sister matched against the master of Shushan study, King of Swords, Wu Qiao, and Peng Liyun against Wang Xiaoshuang, a Daxing Temple outer disciple. Lu Chang had heard about him way back. When he was at a young age, he awakened a powerful supernatural ability. Once he was agitated, conflagrations often followed. At first, his parents didn't know why there were always conflagrations around them. When they did, they sent him to the famous Daxing Temple to cultivate the art of Zen, so that he could control his abilities. Due to his gifts, Wang Xiaoshuang had always been a classic example of how a martial artist's fighting capabilities can exceed his stage. His flame dragon punches were famous from south to north. Even at fourth pin, he could already give physical invulnerability mighty ones a run for their money. He made the great leap 2 years ago, and last year he mastered many moves from the Dharmapala Valurium Flames of the Womb Realm Wing and Golden Light Sutra. This year he's had great results in his matches. The only reason why he couldn't advance was that he hadn't gone through enough matches for evaluation. Still, no one would consider him a third pin. Priest isn't very lucky, mused Lu Chang. He then heard his own name. Wuyue Club, Lu Chang. Halting his thoughts, he watched intently as the ball was taken out and the paper ball unfurled. The vice chairman of Juku City Martial Arts Association flipped the paper over and announced in a booming voice, Yanzhou League Wang Ke. Wang Ke. He's a solid second pin. Lu Cheng's thoughts turned quickly, recalling the details of his opponent. He was a young physical invulnerability mighty one nurtured by Kirin Dong Bashian. He had a low profile and handled things well. At the start, he never showed his true power. He was regarded as being capable of making the great leap, but he wasn't very eye-catchy. That was until he suddenly surpassed all of his peers and leapt to fame. After that, in merely 1 year, he received second pin qualifications. Presently, he had just hit 29. Due to his personality and way of doing things, he was often neglected by the media. That changed when Dong Bashian took the title of Warrior Sage and openly commended him last year. After that, he had been at the peak of attention. At that time, the new Warrior Sage, known to be haughty, said this, I'm not envious of Daxing Temple having Wisdom King, Shangqing Sect having Peng Liyun, or Kongtong School having Ren Li. That's because we, the Yanzhou League, have Wang Quebec. Among the younger generation, I regard him as the one who is most suited for this profession. He possesses no innate supernatural ability or extraordinary gifts, but he's incredibly talented. He has the amazing power of turning something time-worn into something wonderful. He has an extraordinary take on the moves and kung-fus of every sect, and he's good at dealing with convoluted situations. You might feel that his battles seem ordinary, but that's because he made it look simple. In 5 years, mark my words, 5 years, he'll be holding on to a title. Some martial artists radiate at first appearance, but some age like fine wine. His comments sparked controversies, and many opinions were formed during that time. There were many that mocked Dong Bashian, saying that he was bragging, as usual, getting carried away and running his mouth after receiving the Warrior Sage title. However, that also provoked many critics who were well-versed with the martial arts to review Wang Ke's fights in the past. They re-evaluated the young martial artists, and in the end, left similar remarks. Master potential. Made it look easy. Any run-of-the-mill kung fu gains new life in his hands. The reason for that goes beyond his stage. These praises propelled Wang Ke to fame. If not for the dazzling Lu Chang, Peng Liyun, and Ren Li this year, he could have gotten even more attention. He's not to be taken lightly, nodded Lu Chang ever so slightly. He took him very seriously. That was when Yan Zhika's message came. Shrugs. Look what you get for not trusting my intuition. I messed up. Kochian's wise predictions are always right, smiled Lu Chang, sending over a 50-cent red packet. Yan Zhika sent a brushing hair back smugly emoji. You can have it back. That will be your payment for this conversation. Tell me, what's your impression of Wang Ke? Wipes sweat other than that controversial incident. I have never really watched Wang Ke's competitions. I'll have to do some crunching tonight and tomorrow. As for searching for footage of his opponent's fights, he didn't have to worry. The Longhu Club always had specialists handling such matters. As they chatted idly, Ren Li's opponent had been confirmed. It was an inhuman who made it to the main competition, Zheng Shiduo of Guanwai League. Last year, around the same time, he had been at the same level as Ren Li, but presently they were like night and day. Ren Li's got it easy. Could it be that Lady Luck favors girls with a bad sense of directions? thought Lu Cheng. He tagged Peng Liyun in the group chat. Priest, I think Run Li might be the one treating us in the end. Might not be able to defeat destiny. It's like she has some kind of luck buffer. Honestly, I really think she has some kind of supernatural ability that gives her that. Being bad with directions and remembering faces was the price she had to pay. Peng Liyun never understood how Run Li didn't walk right into the enemy's base when she was lost in the war-torn zones. But he never thought about how someone who always spaced out like him also thrived there. Run Li sent a biting lips indignantly emoji. That doesn't make me happy at all. I so want to meet a stronger opponent. She has to wait for another round. In the hotel where the Yanzhao League stayed, Wang Ke gazed at the TV screen with the remote in his hand. At the end of the lot drawing, he stood up and paced to the French window. He pondered, then unlocked his phone and made a call to Dong Baxian. Hello, Sir Dong. Can you help imitate Lu Cheng's 9 rotations of 5 flames tomorrow? He requested solemnly. Dong Baxian chuckled. Sure. My opponent for this round isn't strong anyway. At that time, popular sites had already published related news. The most eye-catchy one was Master Potential vs Future Master. When the outcome of the draw was announced, Yanzhao League official Weibo started a new conversation topic. Hashtag Great Master Potential versus Future Grand Master. Come. Our league would like to invite everyone to discuss the outcome of this widely anticipated battle. As for the others, besides some small hiccups, Wang Ke is going to win eventually anyway. There's nothing to debate here. Soon, reply after reply flooded in. If it's a year later, I might have actually been worried about silly Quebec. As for now, ha. We can't underestimate Lu Cheng. He looks like he still has many tricks up his sleeves. For example, the unique skills of the Ice Sect. He should be better in these than he is in the Fire Sect skills since he is a disciple of Ice God Sect after all. The guy above. Don't be too humble. Silly K isn't any ordinary second pin expert. I betting 5 packets of spicy gluten that Silly K will definitely win. I don't believe it. Silly K always had an equal chance no matter who he goes against. The stronger his opponent, the stronger he gets. However, the reverse is true too. Lu Cheng is still lacking in experiences. The younger generation of experts of the Yanzhao League are definitely not worse than any others. Moreover, we have the advantage of more experience. I'm taking my camp chair out and waiting to see how Silly K is going to break apart Lu Cheng's 9 rotation of 5 flames. How is he going to break apart? What do you guys think? Long-range photon blast. A shot from a finger to break each one. When the discussion was raging among Yanzhao League's fans, the atmosphere in Lu Cheng's fans forum was relatively heavy. Unparalleled Dragon King. How strong is this Wang Ke? Eternal Nightfall. Yan Shaoling hadn't watched too many matches of Yanzhao League and almost had no knowledge about the low-profile Wang Ke. Unparalleled Dragon King, answered rapidly. Very strong. Let's put it this way. I believe he has a good chance of getting a title within 5 years. He has the ability to turn something complicated and important into something easy and manageable. This isn't something that everyone possesses. In fact, I will say that the majority of the physical invulnerability experts aren't capable of it. I'm suddenly a little nervous. It's been some time since I've gotten nervous about a competition. Brahmin said like she was a really old person. Woo. Me too. Yan Shaoling quickly seconded. A plumber eating mushroom said. What is there to be afraid of? It isn't that he will be eliminated straight away if he loses. To be able to encounter such an opponent when he just reached physical invulnerability is a good thing. Let me go search for the battle videos of Wang Ke, said Nyachichi. Oh right, what kind of kung fu does Wang Ke specialize in? When I watched his videos, it's always about blinding light shimmering and flickering. All the good names are taken by dogs asked. Unparalleled Dragon King replied. Nike-shaped mouth expression. It's obviously Yanzhao League's unique skill, Golden Scriptures of Donghuang. Another common name would be the Light Sect. Daxing Temple's Golden Light Sutra is rumored to have been modified according to it and had integrated substantial content of it so that they no longer looked similar. Yanzhao League also had some lingering chapters from Plague Sect. They have also integrated many techniques into their own Light Sect unique skills. To sum it up, just keep an open mind. Perhaps Lu Cheng might suffer his first defeat as a physical invulnerability. However, if he wins, it would be a pleasant surprise. He sounds really powerful. I'm getting more and more nervous. Haha. Let me tell you guys a real joke. Yan Shaoling changed the discussion topic. What kind of joke? Is it dirty? Okamoto's fan was still very excited. Yan Shaoling replied, holding back laughter expression. Didn't I dye my hair green previously? Easy no. I mean many cats has been making fun of me every day. Yesterday she told me that she's going to dye her hair the real nut brown to show it to me. When she came back. Ha ha ha. She also has a head of green hair. Is everyone near you retarded? Road to the arena drifted over and laughed. Didn't many cats have the strength of a dance stage expert? Is that young girl dyeing her hair still fine? Unparalleled Dragon King asked concerningly. She should still be fine, answered Yan Shaoling with hesitation. The heavy atmosphere in the forum immediately dissipated and had returned to the usual unique characteristics. The next day afternoon, Ning Zitong and Long Zhun, who had a good draw, brought their personal assistants to visit their friends. They were taking it rather easily. As for Amen and Guo Jie's assistant, Wang Yueshi, they were sitting in an open-air cafe beside the main hall and were enjoying their afternoon tea. However, they didn't dare to get too far away from the hotel. Initially, I thought being a personal assistant of a physical invulnerability expert would be very busy. In the end, I have been free for several years. The number of days I'm busy in a month wouldn't exceed more than 5 days. Wang Yueshi said emotionally as she used a silver spoon to stir her coffee. Amen almost broke into laughter and said with a smile, "That's what I initially thought too. I have now learned how to entertain myself and increase my own value." The two assistants exchanged glances and smiled, after which they both looked to the lift and thought that their bosses would definitely be researching their opponents' battle videos or be practicing in the internal martial arts gym in the hotel. After a day of pondering, in which he even skipped the battle where Peng Liyun barely won against Wang Xiaoshuang, Lu Cheng finally had some confidence about the match that night and had raised his knowledge on Wang Ke by another level. It's about time to make my way there. He kept his laptop and warmed his muscles and tendons a little before sending a message to Yan Zhika. Yan Zhika replied, "I realized a match at night is worse than in the afternoon. If it is in the afternoon, I can sleep less to watch it by waking up in the middle of the night. If it is at night, I have to listen to the lecture of my tutors and follow them to do research and discussion. There's no chance for me to take a break." The night in Juchu City happened to be the day in Connecticut. Lu Cheng broke into laughter and replied, "Heartache expression. It's fine. I'm going to win anyway." "Are you sure? Low profile. Do you understand? Keep a low profile. Accumulate your good karma." Yan Zhika was distracted in an instant. "There's no one around now. Let me be arrogant for a minute." Lu Cheng followed down on this topic as he tried to lighten the disappointment of his little fairy girl. After 10 minutes, he had changed into his navy blue Longhu Club martial arts suit. He collected the various kind of emotions he had and walked out of the door. Amen was already waiting outside. At 8:45 p.m., his match with Wang Ke would start in the 50,000 people stadium in Jiuqiu City. Yan Zhika happened to have arrived at the Connecticut University campus at the same time. It was deep into autumn and the weather had started to turn cold. The cold wind swirled in small circles near the surface of the floor and carried dried leaves along. Yan Zhika wore a brown coat that reached her knee and held her books in front of her chest. Suddenly, she recalled someone on the other side of the sea and that the battle between Grand Master and Great Master was about to begin. Her face sank as she looked straight at the fallen leaves. Yan Zhika heaved a sigh and walked towards the building in front of her along the poetic scenery. In the 50,000 people stadium, Rays of light shone down from the half-open dome, illuminating the green grass field and making it seem like it was daytime. The competition ground was 300 by 200. Surrounding it was broad running tracks made of rubber. Its main purpose is to isolate the audience from the battles between the physical invulnerability experts. The first few rows of the spectator seats were left empty. Moving up, there was a layer of bulletproof glass and metal chains. Every single crucial area had strong armed police and security personnel standing on guard. Lu Chang and Wang Ke stood in the middle of the stadium. They were standing 30 meters apart. The surrounding grass field around them had potholes everywhere and looked in shreds and patches. It was as though it had been encountered a round of artillery's fire. These were left behind by the previous battles. At this moment, Lu Chang finally shifted his attention to the external image of Wang Quebec. One couldn't tell what he was hiding from the outside, and his hair was combed back like an old man. It was glittering under the lights and making him look extremely like those old gangster heads in old movies. Wang Ke's height was similar to Lu Cheng's, but his physique was slightly disproportionate. He had a big head, long body, and relatively shorter legs. Looking across, he gave off a disorientated feeling. He stood right there calmly and with composure without any signs of being nervous. He truly had the bearings of a great master. As Lu Chang was scrutinizing Wang Ke scrutinized him too. He felt that Lu Chang was steady and mature and the kind that wouldn't crumble no matter what happened in front of him. At this moment, the referee, who was standing in between them, raised his right hand and said, "The conversation starts now." After saying it, he quickly headed to the edge of the battleground so that he wouldn't suffer collateral damage when the match really began. In the battle between physical invulnerability experts, the purpose of the referee was more similar to a host. At this point, the two of them didn't speak. Lu Chang formed a scorching red ball of fire and allowed it to revolve in an oval shape around him. The fireball was also rotating on its own. On the surface of Wang Ke, a layer of light gradually surfaced as he illuminated the surrounding area. He looked holy and towering, make it hard for those who witnessed it to not pay homage. Rumors had it that the golden scriptures of Donghuang originated from the Chu kingdom and had a long history behind it. It was related to the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and a form of sacrificial techniques from that wild era. However, that was what they had claimed, and there was no other way to verify it anymore. The immortal descended and radiated dazzling light. Suddenly, thoughts of not being blasphemous to gods, thoughts of not wanting to be his opponent, and thoughts of not fighting with him welled up in Lu Cheng's mind. He quickly formed the Ice Heart. As he was creating the 5 flames, he tried to achieve connection with the external world through visualization. The surrounding area turned dark and was decorated by countless stars. The darkness complemented the dazzling white, gold, faint purple, and other fireballs around Lu Chang. At the same time, it made Wang Ke look like the afternoon sun. It was that overbearing in the mortal world and was comparable to the darkness of the universe. However, it was so insignificant at the same time. As the darkness got thicker and the light got stronger, Lu Chang and Wang Ke's auras started tangling and conflicting with each other. Through this, they were trying to find or create a weakness in their opponent. Time passed quickly and Wang Ke suddenly laughed and said sincerely, "You have indeed lived up to your prestigious name." When he completed his words and Lu Chang was thinking about answering, the referee at the edge shouted, "Begin!" Swoosh! Wang Ke moved like a bolt of photon blast towards Lu Chang. He seemed like he wanted to take the 5 flames on directly. The speed of the light sect was superior to the wind sect. In just an instant, he had already closed up the distance between him and his opponent. Lu Chang had no intentions to be courteous. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He stretched his back, clenched his fist, and walloped down ruthlessly. The crimson red, gold, light blue, dazzling white, and faint purple fireballs fell down one after another and merged into one. Since Wang Ke wanted to take it on directly, Lu Chang naturally wouldn't hold back. At this moment, Wang Ke's body flickered and suddenly disappeared. It seemed like the actions previously were just a ruse. His figure suddenly appeared directly in front of Lu Chang and became clear in the blink of an eye. Beads of perspiration could clearly be seen on his forehead. indicating that this move's toll on his body was definitely not low. Up till this very moment, a large explosion erupted from where he previously stood and caused a violent and strong wind. His step was even faster than sound. Golden Scriptures of Donghuang, Xuanpa. This was widely considered as the hardest technique to master in the Light Sect. Not every physical invulnerability expert in Yanzhao League was able to master it. Previously, there was only Dong Baxian. Now there was Wang Ke too,